feel up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Y'all boys so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, cause you're born on the stair. Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Add more blah, but the cake home. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got this shit, 100 the end move. Get lifted, body need get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got banana on me. Scared of my life. Green path flavor. Take all the vibes. Rice or center. Pesky side. I ain't spinning. Flying with a face, spin roulette on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套，一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标 ？Renegade， 跟我好的梦。
Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Add more blah, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got this shit, 100 the end move. Get lifted, body need get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got banana on me, oh, double nine. Renegade, Horoscope, 24. Add more blah, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid room, boom, up 400 dash roll. Got this shit, 100 the end move. Get lifted, body need get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got banana on me, oh, double nine.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，金矿让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你没胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 精神也很顽强。
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers APAC. This is stage 1, and we could not be more excited. I mean, how could we not be, right, Tash? Especially after the high that last year left us on. I mean, after Game Changers Champions last year, we saw just how well APAC did. A lot of teams are hungrier. The scene is getting more and more competitive too, and this is exactly what we want out of Game Changers. So I am excited to see a lot of familiar names this week, and lots of new names and new faces as well, not just in the game, but on the panel too, because I am so hyped for what is happening on the mainstream as well. I believe Maggie Cover's making her hosting debut, yo. But before we get into that, yes, familiar faces over here. We have Mika, Fabs, myself, and with Tashbunny. What is up, girl?
Hello, hi everyone. Yeah, my voice is still not back, but I'm excited. I'm very, very excited for today because we have 2 banger matches that we are going to be doing. But before we go into that, first one we're going to be seeing is from a team that I would say a mixed roster from before. Now, for Game Changers this year, it's no longer called a Game Changers APAC like it used to be. It's now called Game Changers Southeast Asia. We have now separated from South Asia, which I think it's a good thing. While I am going to be missing the girls, especially from GE, from Orangutan X, I am also very excited for them because this means that they're able to be playing on a ping that better suits them and also suits the amount of, I would say, players coming in from South Asia itself. So really excited for that particular region. Now coming back to Southeast Asia, everything still remains the same here, minus the South Asian players, but we do have a lot of new faces from a lot of places around the world, and this includes a North American import who have now moved to South Korea. We also have players from forming teams from different parts of the region like we used to do, and I think there's also a big roster shuffle in the major teams and even roster change names, which I am very, very stoked about.
Yeah, I love that overview of what the landscape is like, and thank you for the correction. It is going to be Game Changer Southeast Asia because, as we all know, we are going to be heading into a Game Changer specific somewhere later down the road. That's going to be very exciting. But for more on that, we have this video explainer to enlighten everybody. So let's check it out.
This is the Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024. There will be 2 stages this year. Stage 1 and Stage 2. There will be an open in each stage and a group stage in Stage 2. The top 4 winners of Stage 1 will be seeded into Stage 2's group stage. The opens for Stage 1 will be held from the 26th to the 29th of March, and the playoffs will be from April 1st to the 5th. The opens for Stage 2 will be held in early July, followed by the group stage and playoffs. In Stage 1 Open, the top 8 teams will proceed to playoffs, and the top 4 teams will be seeded into the group stage of Stage 2. Stage 1 has a total prize pool of $10,000. In Stage 2 Open, the top 12 teams and the top 4 from Stage 1 playoffs will be seeded into group stage. The group stage consists of 4 teams of 4, and the top 2 teams of each group will proceed to playoffs. Stage 2 has a $10,000 prize pool. Visit GameChangers.fsl.gg for more information for Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024.
We talked about a lot of new faces and new names, but we also have this new format. Tash, what are your thoughts on this? Because I feel like there are a lot less chances to make mistakes this time around.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's gonna be a lot more less chances to make mistakes, and I think it also puts a lot less pressure, on a lot of the players as well because the games aren't gonna be as long. Now, coming into today, we're gonna be starting off here in stage number 1, where the top 8 will be getting to go. Well, we're here today actually in April for the playoffs. Now, the top 4 from this will be heading over to groups in July number 2. There is still going to be an open in July where the top 12 will be meeting with the top 4 from this group, and then finally the top 8 from this particular one goes all the way to playoff stage 2 in July, and the top 3 goes to Game Changers Pacific, which I'm very excited about because I think previously we only had a very, very not a small chance, but it's a very long season, and it's very, very, I would say only one slot for us. So this gives a little bit more chances, a little bit more extra for the girls to look out for. But let's have a look at the teams who have qualified.
Yes, indeed. And I think that, while these teams may not look as familiar as, say, from last year, you will see a lot of familiar names there, especially, for example, Sipto Esports, where you do have the core of that SMG roster. And I believe on the side of Boba, which is, you see that number 2 over there with the adorable bear logo, you also do have some familiar names from the former RRQ Kaguya, and as well as Kohaibi, who was on that SMG roster. But you're right, Tash, this format encourages like whatever momentum that you've built in stage 1 to continue and snowball throughout the year. So I'm expecting a lot of that for these teams, especially since, of course, the teams want that lion's share of the $10,000 prize pool, of course, and they also want to place at least in the top 4 because that guarantees them a slot in the group stages of stage 2, as you mentioned, and a much easier road to game changer specific. And for now, I do know that a lot of the players that we mentioned from last year, a lot of those players that you highlighted earlier are definitely going to mean that those teams that do have them are probably going to be the front runners. But I'm eager to see, because there's a lot of exciting talent that, like, okay, we've never seen this player before, but when you look at the stats they have in the open qualifiers, it's like, wait a minute, this is really impressive.
It really is. I mean, when you think about it, and I think today, looking at the teams, the team roster changes are definitely here. But before that, let's have a look at a clip of the players.
But the positioning for the side of Team Lilith are really good, as RNG takes down Nico. They might be taking 2 down. A boombot explodes. Is there a follow-up kill? Exchanging of gunfire. They're gonna be getting a 2K and a 4K coming from RNG.
Oh, Tofi! What a takedown! Oh my god! You. Oh!
Piffle trying to contest on towards that boathouse angle, peeking out. Oh, a little too overzealous here as Yu-chan is absolutely popping off.
Probably gonna rush out again. Tofi is gonna get a good scan in. Oh, using Odin takes out Sunny Piffle with Pew Pew.
Yihua in the process. Good backup from VVV. They're playing ping pong at this point. 3v2. Hina pops the tailwind, but VVV is such a monster to move in a good position. Oh, Psycho and Pocket, both stealing 1 kill. H Psycho as well, terrorizing with the operator. Oh, she gets the flick. Looking for the third one. It's a 1v1 now. Time is ticking. Not much time. What the hell was that, Pocket?
Instantly pre-fires there.
Oh my.
Oh, gets 1.
Oh!
Gets 2! Shirazi clutches! Alexei, and now gonna find all 3! 1, 2, 3! Alexei! 3 kills! And with the new uplink, now Cypher knows where they are. And there's 3! Alexei popping off with Camille! Flawless for them!
From the flank.
All here, and we taking out Pocket already, and we taking out Sammy, but Jonah taking out Milky, and we taking out Psycho, and we doing a 4th kill, and we get an ace! And we get an ace!
Informasi masuk dari dalam smoke. Ada 2 orang. Ditembak aja. Terkena timing oleh Mandut. Kelihatan berdua mereka. Hanya sekarang double tap. Informasi masuk bahwa ada 1 orang di daerah elbow yang berada di backside. Standby untuk mendelete 2 orang sekaligus. Wah, dilakukan backup sama Rice.
Good flash by Zandy. Oh my god, 1v4. Oh my god. Oh no.
Casper gets 1. Casper gets 2. Trade on by FNX Fangirl. FNX Fangirl gets 1 more. Good flash by Kohabi. Do they know about the flank? It's just straight up. Oh no man, there's a spike. I was like, this is a straight up disrespect. Oh my god.
Alexi takes out Casper right off the bat, but Rainy was the up in heaven is clean. Gets a 3rd for herself from the round for Zipto. Oh my god, Rainy is absolutely filthy with it. The 4th coming out from Kamiyu.
Rolling Thunder keluar, Kamiyu crowded step ke arah depan untuk menghindari Rolling Thunder, tapi Kamiyu mendapatkan 2. 2v1 situation. Kamiyu dapat 3. Terakhir Rainy low HP.
Lots of exciting clips there, Tash, and I love that there's like a little bit of the reveal of some of the agent comps that we are most likely to see coming out in these matches, right? But as we can see in our bracket, we do have a lot of banger matches here to start off our playoffs. We do have Sipto Esports and Mommy's Kitten happening over on our main stream, and while we on our substream, we will be having Aura Differential and Lilith.
Aura Differential Lilith is something I'm very, very excited about. After this, it's going to be RIMA as well as Dangerous Rose. Now, coming toward this, I think from the lower brackets, it's going to be a lot longer in terms of matches. As you can tell, it's definitely going to be an extra match, I believe. Yeah, an extra match. Oh my gosh. An extra match compared to the upper brackets. But it doesn't mean that these players cannot make it to the end as well. Now, on top of that, we are going to be sharing our schedule for the day as well. If you guys are looking for your favorite teams to watch, here we are. We have Aura Differential Lilith as the first match of the day, followed by RIMA GC versus Dangerous Rose. And I am excited, very, very stoked for these two particular ones because while on the upper brackets we are seeing a lot of those familiar faces, the stronger names. On the lower brackets, we do see some familiar faces and stronger names, plus a lot of new blood as well, which I am very excited to welcome to the Game Changer scene.
For sure. I mean, like, you know, just the first match alone, like, you know, we'll delve into that a little bit later, but there's definitely some exciting stuff going on there. But yes, you are currently watching the substream. Over on the mainstream, by the way, we do have our APAC queens. We have Victoria and Maggie Carp making her hosting debut. So do show them some love. Feel free to jump and hop in between streams. A lot of us here on, you know, Game Changers do the exact same thing. I myself will do the same thing. And they will be handling the upper bracket. While us over here, me, myself, Tash, and Coldan and Pilski later on will be in charge of the lower bracket. So yes, it's the first day, and you heard that right. The first matches alone already have eliminations happening, and we will be saying goodbye to two teams. But going into our first match, as you mentioned, Tash, this is very interesting here because these are two teams that I feel like could not be more different from each other, but also seem to be the perfect match for each other, if you know what I mean. So it's an interesting start to our stage 1 playoffs here, Dash.
That's right. And then when we look at this particular playoffs, I'm really excited because it's going to be, I mean, if you guys didn't know, they do have to play Swiss to qualify, which means for 6 rounds, they have to win at least 5 to make it to the playoffs, and only 8 will make it too. And I think that is also very interesting as well, the fact that it's going to be a double elimination coming forward with a top 4 upper bracket, top 4 lower bracket. And also this is going to be a best of 3 until the finals, which is going to be a best of 5.
That's absolutely right. So let's kick things off and get started with Aura Differential and Lilith. Let's take a closer look at these teams.
Oh, okay.
Or we will wait just a little bit while we pull up those teams. But as I mentioned, they're kind of the same, but different. I don't know, like Aura Differential's roster, for example, is very interesting. Like we have players coming from all over. There are 2 very familiar names that probably stand out the most, right? As you mentioned, Tash, you brought them up earlier. We have Sawamura, formerly known as Capricious, and we have Starry Bun coming over from NA.
And I think it's really exciting that we have this because when you talk about this particular team, it's a lot of star power. But let's have a look at the roster first before we dive into that. So coming into here, we have Aura Differential versus Lilith. Now coming into these two teams, I think the team that a lot of eyes will be on is definitely going to be Aura Differential. We talk about a few of the players here, especially when we talk about Capricious. Capricious was still is a superstar duelist that brings a lot of sharpshooting and aggression, and has played previously in teams such as Nyx Kyosei, Araki Kaguya, Orangutan X, Zol Mraki. And fun fact, these teams had all made it into the GC Open qualifiers last season, and multiple ones on top of that. We also had Tess, who was previously on MLT Esports GC as the sub. We have Starry Bun, who was previously on X and TSMX, competed in North America, who have now moved to South Korea, which is going to be super exciting. And they have a very interesting play where they are going to be having an IGL and co-IGL sort of style going on. Now, when we talk about Lilith, they have a very full Southeast Asian core, which is a 4 Thai player and 1 Laotian player. And I believe for a lot of these teams, most of their players is going to be their first time competing, except for Baby Kiwi, I believe, who have competed before in Hype Girls but did not make it to the Opens. I mean, qualifiers.
So see, there's already a lot of history there, right? There's already a lot of dynamics that are definitely gonna come out in such a high pressure situation like this, right? I think, like, especially if you're a big fan of the Game Changer scene, you do know that Sawamura, now Sawamura, formerly Capricious, needs no introduction. They've been in the scene for a while now. Zolmaraki, Orangutan X, and RRQ, just to name a few, right, of the rosters that they've been a part of. And I feel like now that she's back with another team, locking in that duelist role that we all love to see her in, it's gonna be so interesting to see how she matches up against the duelists of Lilith, because they do run their double aces. And if you like what you saw earlier on our streamer clips, you can see that Arinji and VVV, they do have that kind of like double duelist tandem, and how aggressive they were. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how that kind of like, a 1v2 kind of head-to-head duelist role is gonna work. And as we jump into our map vetoes here, it looks like, Tash, we are getting Bind, Breeze, and Icebox here. Are you favoring anybody just off the bat?
I think right now, this is not the first time these two teams have competed against each other. This will be the second one. So in the last one, it was extremely close. I believe it was a 2-0, but on Icebox, their decider map, it was a 14-12, and then a 13-10 on Bind. Now, the last map that they weren't able to play was Lotus, and this was because one of their players had to forfeit due to I believe there was an outage, an electricity outage, and Lilith didn't have a sub. So this is going to be very interesting, because that Lotus would have been something that we would have expected to see from the Breeze as well. A 3-side map, or rather a bigger map. So I'm very excited to see that. Now, Bind is Lilith's pick, and they're going for defense first. So it does make me curious what we are going to be expecting to see from from Aura Differential on how exactly they want to play this attack side. Because as we know, Bind is definitely a defender-sided map. As for Breeze, their Aura Differential choosing a bigger map, I'm not surprised. Because when you look at Aura Differential, players like Capricious, players like Stariban, or even Phi, are very adept at this long-range fights, very adept at aim duels, which is possibly why they chose this to be their choice of the map. And going against defense, I believe that it's a little bit more defense side, a little bit more attack sided now, because of the changes that has been done to halls. But it can still be defense sided if you are able to really stretch your team out and have one person completely just waiting inside of halls compared to the rest.
And previously, when we did see these two teams on Bind, right, both teams did bring out that double duelist comp. So we did talk about, Sawamura earlier. I do have to turn my attention to Grams, who is relatively unknown. I believe that they're brand new, brand spanking new to the scene. So they're quite a bit of a mystery to everyone. I mean, literally entered their first professional game in this Game Changer Stage 1, right? So there's a lot of parts of this team that we know are good. We just don't know how they're going to fit together as time goes on and as the tournament gets tougher and tougher. I feel like on Lilith, there might be a little bit more room for cohesion, especially since they come from the same region. But again, it's that big question mark. I mean, are we going to see this aggressive kind of defense setup coming in from Lilith because they do run that double duelist, right? And how is that going to match up against previously? We did see the Yoru and Braze coming out from Aura Differential. So it's going to be really, really exciting here, Dash.
Yeah, it is really, really exciting. So I mean, if you want to just look at Bind here, I think that Lilith does a lot better on the attack side compared to the defense side. And I'm wondering if that's the reason why they wanted to go on defense first. Again, the comps that were brought in from these two teams, the double duelists, is definitely an interesting one. They have a main duelist, which is going to be either Arinji or Sawamura. And they're going to have a secondary duelist, which is Arena or Yoru. Personally, for me, a lot of Yoru comps have been running through in the games as well recently. And I'm not surprised, because Yoru brings a lot of value. The teleportation, the repositioning, the flash that comes through. Also the ult especially. And the ult is especially going to be really important, especially if a team has like a Viper pit, to just really weed out where the Viper is and just to really get them out of the way to get the pit down. Now, in this particular comp that was played last time, the only team to run a Viper would be Phi on the side of Aura Differential. So and I'm trying to figure out what exactly is Lilith going to be doing to counter that. Yeah, there are moments where people say, okay, we can run a Killjoy for that lockdown to really just flash her out, or we could run that Yoru as well. but we can maybe see maybe Penny with that Brimstone running the orbital strike to just kind of flush out the area as well. Also very, very doable. Regardless, I am really excited to see how it's going to pan out. I mean, you were just talking about Graham as well as a new player, and I don't know why. I think throughout a lot of regions this particular year, we're seeing a lot of new blood, a lot of fresh blood on top of that, who previously could not compete probably because they were too young and probably were already scouted from a while back. And this is very exciting to me, seeing this very young blood step up and seeing them really put a test to these veterans, because a lot of them now are very different than the newer bloods before. The newer bloods before, we would think of them as raw, very, very aggressive, unchained. But for this particular time, it seems like a lot of change in mindset has come through, and I'm wondering if it's because of the early scouting teams have done.
That's an excellent point, especially since, again, like, as the years go on and our competition, our tournament, just evolves, right? Especially, like, as I mentioned earlier, like how APAC was able to finish at champions last year. It keeps paving the way for more and more players to get stronger and stronger and stronger. So even if you do have new names here, you can't count them out entirely, especially on the previous performance we did see actually Graham's leading the way for the side of Aura differential. Right? So it's really exciting. And as you mentioned, Tash, the Yoru is just like, it's been the age of Yoru all around. Everywhere you go, it's the age of Yoru. We find this age of being played not just as a duelist, but also as almost like an initiator type of duelist now, with a lot of information that can be gathered, right? So I love all of this, adaptation happening, and I'm eager to see what Starrybud also has to bring into this region, because, like, as you mentioned, she did come from North America, right? And she does have a lot of experience, especially since she was an XSET, right? She was a TSM a long time ago. So there's that whole new side of information that she can bring to the squad, which already has a lot of experienced players rather behind them. So that hybrid, that exchange of information and ideas, and lots of strategies that could be developed is going to be very, very exciting for Aura Differential.
Yeah, I think for Aura Differential is definitely the team to look at, but we also need to look at Lilith. I think coming from quite a new team that's managing to beat out some of the big names. Like For Fun was one of those teams that didn't manage to make it. Actually was taken down by Aura Differential. I think this is going to be a very fun thing to watch. Now, when we look at Lilith before, in terms of their previous matches, I think it's really, really exciting to talk about this particular team, because while the team is very new, they almost gave Aura Differential a run for their money. 12-14, 13-10 is definitely a big statement to make. And when you look at Aura Differential, there's a lot of eyes on RNG, their duelists. They were popping off 22-20, which means that, yes, while the amount of deaths were quite a huge number, it means that the space has been managed to be done by RNG as well. And when you look at the other members, like VVV, also very exciting to me when you think about it, because VVV, I believe VVV has never competed before as well. To come this close to a team that has a lot of experience, who has competed previously, who has possibly played in so many different teams, looking at Sawamura, this is definitely something very exciting. And we all start to question, is it a matter of a chemistry issue in Aura Differential itself, or is Lilith just really this new talent, star power team that no one just has known and is about to be discovered?
Yeah, it's I love that you brought up like Discovery, just because there's going to be so many new talents here that are soon to be household names here. That partnership between RNG and VVV is also so interesting. As we mentioned, going up against, potentially Graham's, if they seem to be flexing
I'm
a
so
little
sorry
bit, so
to
we're
cut
not
you.
sure yet.
I'm really excited about Graham's, because Graham's agent pool is insane.
Yeah.
They have played so many different agents in such a short span of time. Very flexible. The last 3 agents they played are Reina, KO, and Harbor. Those are 3 different styles of play altogether. And even then, they also have a track record of running a Yoru, a Red Gecko, a Sova, a Sky. You know what? The only things that they probably haven't played is those aggressive space-taking duelists, which I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to do so as well. So this is going to be a big problem for a lot of teams, because maybe on this particular, when they're doing VOD review, they're like, okay, this is what we're going to be expecting for Aura Differential, and then they hop into the next match and telling they have a whole new comp altogether, because they can play around so many different agents, so many different comps, and I believe that there's a lot of players that can flex as well, like Staribun, who can run agents like Viper, Omen, and Astra. Oh, sorry, those are all controllers. I'm talking about Fi, who has run Sova and also Viper, which means that depending on the map, they can play whatever the heck they want, and that's scary.
Yeah. It's absolutely scary. I mean, and you just look at who Grahams will potentially be partnered up with in that duelist role. Maybe if they run the same comp again, right? You look at Sawamura, formerly known as Capricious. The agent pool of Capricious is ridiculous, right? Probably the only reason why we're not seeing some of the agents on their agent pool is because, like, when they were playing, the agent wasn't there yet. That might be like the only reason, right? Capricious is just like, has such a wide agent pool. So you brought up that flexibility, that unpredictability. I love that for Aura Differential. I just love, teams that can play around and you're not quite sure what they're gonna bring up yet. And for RNG, speaking of not bringing up, not bringing out what they have yet, this is just the beginning for them. We haven't seen a lot from them, so we're not sure what they have in their hands yet. We just know that whatever it is, it was quite explosive during the qualifier stash.
Yeah, this is gonna be very, very exciting. And I think that when we look at Sawamura, or Capricious, you have to say, I mean, I think I'm gonna have to disagree with you about the large agent pool, because I think she has only played Jett and Raze previously, and I think that it's because she has always been their star player, their duelist, and I think she has one of the best Jetts in the world. I think last year, what she had actually struggled with was trying to play something other than Jett. Like, she was trying to move that transition into that Raze, and it didn't bring as much value as she did on that Jett. But now coming into this particular into today, now that she has Jett and Raze, this is going to be great, because Jett has gone through so many nerfs. She's no longer viable for so many different maps, and now Raze is something a little bit more clean to clean up so many different angles, which gives a lot more space to the team.
I even wonder if she's gonna bring out the chamber, because we did see, Capricious on the chamber a while back, and now that that's coming back into the meta, it could be a possibility. Hey, ISO, who knows? That did happen during the qualifiers, right? So let's jump into Agent Select right now. As Tash and I argue what could happen, let's actually see what will be happening right now on Mind. Let's bring up our agents right now for Aura Differential and Lilith, and we are getting pretty much the same composition that we had for the qualifier stash.
I'm really excited about this one. I think the 13-10, which means that I believe that teams that have gone through losses will definitely be the teams who learn a lot. Now, this is going to be a very pivotal moment for Lilith, whether or not they can retake this map. 13-10 is a very close scoreline. Now, for me personally, I am a big fan of the Yoru and Raze comp. Mostly because there's a lot of space to be taken. You can teleport in, you can reposition in. The flash is obnoxious to say the least, compared to like Arena. But Arena, I think the value Arena that can bring in is a lot more aggression. Either she wants to play alone on a different side for a lurk, or she wants to play on the side, is also very, very possible. Regardless, I think the casters are very, very ready very soon. For me personally, if Aura Differential can manage to put a bit of a better setup for defense, this might be a great thing, because both teams look to be looking very great on attack, but what about defense?
It's only been a few days, so we're gonna see if Aura Differential has enough to close this out and take this one from Lilith instead, or if Lilith is just gonna steamroll through like they did previously. So let's toss it on over to our casters. It's Coldan and Pilski.
Thanks so much, analyst panel. Mika and Tash did a fantastic job of just talking us through the format and summarizing the match that we have in front of us. Coldan, how you doing? How you feeling about this game today?
I'm excited. I mean, this is the very first match that we're going to have on broadcast, and my first time casting with you as well, so we got a lot of new things, a lot of new faces, but for sure, I do expect some bangers, right? These two teams went head-to-head previously in that Swiss stage, and it was really, really close, as the Des mentioned, right? 13-10 and 12-14, both of these teams could not be separated, and we're going back to the same map, so honestly, a lot of mind games, I believe, got to be played here, but it's going to be interesting, right? Because exact same comp, what have they been cooking up? Have they, maybe innovated some new strats? Have they tried to refine some mistakes? A lot of questions, and I think having an exact rematch on same maps, same agents, it's gonna be a lot of mind games in there, and I can't wait to see how things pan out.
Yeah, I'm keen as well. I mean, you're totally right. Literally could not separate these two teams. They didn't finish their last map, and we're going to get a different map this time around in the veto. Different order of things as well. I think Breeze is going to be an interesting one for sure, because that's only a map that Aura Differential, who picked it, has reps on, whereas I don't think Lilith has played it so far in this qualifier. So I'm hoping that they have that, you know, in their pool. They don't have any reps in officials, but hopefully they put some prac in. Worth mentioning, though, only one small agent change I did notice, and it's something that you won't usually mention too much, but it is just the fact that Aura Differential has slipped the Brim in instead of the Astra. So that's going to change a few things. You don't have that same kind of global ability to throw your smokes around. You won't have that wall kind of setup where you can use that on an Exi. Brim, a bit more of a classic pick, of course. And to start things off, Coldan looks like Lilith are pushing in through bathrooms. Graham's going to take the first stool and just fall off the line. So Yoru TP pushed out, and you are going to see the Skydogs sent into the site here.
Yeah, that's information that there's quite a few players towards the showers, but it's got to be a B commits. Only Baby Kiwi here, and she's completely given up the site over, you know, as the only Cypher there. The trip's not getting too much value, and ooh, Aura Differential, what a push issue. They're flanking around. They've got Baby Kiwi back turn, no idea whatsoever. They're pushing even into CT even further. Double flashes to just deter the defenders, and all the meanwhile, A is already stuck around from the A side. A backstab eventually going to be coming in. Aura Differential here to bolster his post plan. Hey, oh my gosh, so many hits available. Lines them all up. 3 kills just like that. They swing off elbow, but Faye is the one to pick up 4 kills as the flank. Retake doesn't even get started, and it's a flawless pistol.
That's just beautiful from Aura Differential, you know, pushing, you know, bathrooms, getting some info that they did have a defense push. You get the Yoru TP straight off, and you've left the Viper behind on the lurk for the late wraparound. Just a 4-1 being used on the attacking side there from Aura. Gets them that opening round. Really nice pistol from them. And look, we're going to have to see this Cypher get some more value. They were talking about it on the panel. Wasn't a whole lot of defensive rounds won, and when you're running a Senti like Viper, you'd like to see that change. Aggression straight up short here, sailed in with the guiding light on Daphne, but it's good trades here so far from Aura in this anti-eco.
Yeah, Shower's also given over to Aura. A little bit of a scrimmy fight towards the A-shot position, but of course, you're on that low buy. You want to get as much as you can. Dog going to be spotting out Penny X, and it might be the cue to go in. Yeah, comes in the guiding light as well as a nade. The damage to that U-Haul position, but Aaron G, what a beautiful shot coming through from that triple box position. But Graham's here to recover that piece of map control, and should be going down without too many issues. Not much utility. First up through the smoke, and as it fades, ooh, spotting Raze out in the little corner. Just 2 HP to boot. Any damage here would be great, but Graham's great shot right there takes down. He's one of more of the players on the backside. 2 versus 3. Classics in hand. Tess just lights them all up. Beautiful taps from the Garden into the clean second round. 3 players standing. Guns will be brought over for the bonus.
Yeah, not too bad of an anti-eco for Aura. They'll be happy with that. This is where, hopefully, as a team like Lilith, you know, we talked about the fact they've already played each other not too long ago on this exact map. We've had 2 really big attacking halves. I want to start to see some adjustment, especially I'm keeping my eye on someone like Baby Kiwi. When you're on the Cypher, you've already seen the exits that the other team want to be running. You've seen a lot of their set plays, how their Yoru and Raze will path. That's where you really need to be, you know, in the think tank the second time around. You need to be having your setups in good positions. Cypher Cam getting the B-long info there. 3 players starting off towards the A side for Lilith. And at least on the side of Aura Differential, do have the Viper wall being able to play that info denial on short A. They've walked their way for free all the way into bathrooms. It's a very passive setup on the double bullets here.
A-Crash going to be sent all the way back towards the CT position. A flash and a pop perhaps. Smoke comes through. Here comes the execute. No contest whatsoever from the defense. They're all playing the further back lines. They might want to go for an aggressive push as the spike is planted, but still 5 versus 5. This is of course the bonus. Spike plant, any bit of damage would be really great for the taking as it goes down. Again, Lilith just garnering up for this retake. Trailblazer are going to be coming in. Oh, but a great molly comes through. But Sawamura, what a flick and adjustment. Graham answers back with one of their own as well. 3 players still on this defense. The better weapons. They want to deal damage. Baby Kiwi, the great shot onto Sawamura, but they know there's a player around this box, around this corner. Graham still picks up another, despite the presence being known for Baby Kiwi on this corner. But it's a bait and switch setup. The cage just to deter, but they're not even gonna push it. There's so many crossfires, so many angles to worry about. What a beautiful bonus coming in from Aura Differential. They push back the defenders and they just clean up shop with only one of their players dropping.
I mean, this is the dream start to bind attack, really. Bonus 1, as you mentioned, 4 guns kept on over, whole lot of upgrades. Economy's out of control now for Aura. I think for Lilith, I mean, you're playing this double duelist comp, you're running Reyna, and you're just letting the other team run straight into U-Haul and set up a post plant without even taking a single duel. You just can't be given this map control for free. You need to have the Cypher on the small site, you know, with the setup, be playing that 2-3, and you got to be aggressively taking some control somewhere or taking a duel somewhere, because, you know, you can't just keep letting Aura Differential do whatever they want on the map. You have the anti-eco now from Aura Differential. Set up the Cypher cam over on that A side of the map, or rather the gate crash. It looks like, oh no, it's the Yoru clone on the map sent over towards bathroom side, while the rest of Aura Differential make their way over towards B long here. There is a trip for Baby Kiwi, which is dealt with, but no real trap play off the back of that, and the dog is going to clear her out. That's an easy entry for Grams.
Yeah, that was rough. It felt like the Cypher was all alone. Graham's into the site, and EX just a sheriff in hand. A little bit of assistance on back lines. VVV finds one, but the anchors themselves, unfortunately, do not find any frag. While they did manage to find a look towards that A side, the problem is that B one, despite going down, floor play is still standing. Might be difficult to give this one a look. VVV with that Vandal that she managed just to pick up might deal a little bit of damage, but it doesn't even matter. What a fantastic timing found by Starrybun. She takes out that elbow and lines up both up.
Yeah, I really wanted actually to see one of the other agents that wasn't the Brim get that last kill on the anti-eco, especially with how strong their money is. I'd really love to see that timing of Yoru or the Showstopper ult be brought into the next round. The Sky ult, now they have to go do it the hard way, go farm an orb over on bathroom side. Change up at the setup though. You got to move the Cypher over towards A here. Once again, looks like they're giving up bathrooms. Just Brim Cypher playing backside on A. I need to see these duelists get active here. Looks like a bit of a B long push guiding light. Going to be sent out. Scans absolutely nothing. So early flank coming in here for both the Raze and the Reyna. In fact, Sky even committing to the push with them as Aura Differential look to set up as they execute.
Switch up, as you mentioned. Cypher now on the A side, and it's the correct read. Slowly walking in. It's a bit of a contact play up. The smokes go down. They should be able to avoid those trips. And again, do they want to fight this? Does Lilith want to fight the execute itself? No, they're just going to wait for the retake. Wait for the 3 flankers to come through. You know, the Yoru ult comes through and spots a Baby Kiwi. A bit of chaos being thrown in, but not too much. It allows the flank to find a little bit more timing. Brimstone's gonna be watching the flank, but it doesn't matter. Paddy X gonna catch Sawamura. A bit aggressive. Starryban gets caught out as well, not expecting 3 players on the flank. The flash, as well as a bunch of scouting utility. They clear out these corners to perfection. It's just Graham's left alone in a 1 versus 5. How is it turned up in this situation? Blinded, the spike being stuck as well. There's no chance in hell for Graham to pick that one up. And a great retake with a triple flank comes through for Lilith to post their first on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they're not playing against a team with a, you know, main Senti. They are playing the Viper comp. The info denial and the lurk power of that wall is obviously something that shows a lot of popularity in the meta. But against these kind of comps, flanks are open for the taking. You know, quick plays down hookah, pushing down mid, quick flanks and things like that are definitely something you need to be mixing in as Lilith, and that's a perfect example of why it's such a strong play at the moment. This is where the big ults come in from Aura Differential though. Showstopper, Seekers, you're 1 off the orbital as well. Or rather, yeah, Showstopper, Seekers, 1 off the orbital and 2 off the Viper ult. So getting pretty close to a lot of big impact ults. And it's going to be a slower default this time from Aura Differential. I think they recognize, you know, you had a pretty free bit of map control go the way of the double duelist off of just the guiding light in the last round. They want to try to make sure they're keeping an eye on all of these info lines for the defense. Make sure they're not losing to some quick push straight down mid or, you know, quick play down B long previously. But once again, I mean, I'd love to see Lilith get active somewhere in the map. You know, they're sitting all the way back with this double duelist comp again. And this is where Aura, they're being able to take bathrooms for free. Raina's going to lean on over. Brim sitting up in heaven, playing off the trips, but there's just really nothing contesting this push. In goes the Seekers.
You see it time and time again. Aura Differential, given the liberties to plant their spike, they only really have the Cypher utility to perhaps spam through the smoke, but if Aura Differential just play it nice and slow, they slowly clear out these corners, realize where the trips are. It's fantastic. Trailblazer coming through, it's not getting destroyed, so that's a lot of real estate. It's just gonna flood through the U-Haul position. A flash, a counter aggression. Graham's with a perfect shot finds onto VVV, but still the defenders push on forward. High in a great position as well, but definitely gotta be the one to pick up the frag. Great trades coming in on the site itself. It comes down to a 2 versus 3. Showstopper being activated to push through with a short position, but RNG somehow flicks onto Sawamura 10 feet in the air. They post their second in a row.
Spike diffused. Another really nice retake there for Lilith. I guess that's what they're comfortable with stylistically. I mean, the comp, I don't really see it playing that way, but it seems to be working out for them so far. I think for Aura Differential, what they needed to get better value out of in the previous gun round and this gun round is just disrupting the retake a little bit better. I really like the, I think it was round 2, they moved the Viper Orb over deep into U-Haul. Every single time that Lilith comes in for the retake, they trailblaze through U-Haul as the thing that starts off their retake. So if you control U-Haul, disrupt it, maybe you can go for a flood through the side smokes with a Yoru flash or a Sky flash. That could be really difficult for Lilith to deal with their comp. So I think for Aura, they need to recognize, you know, how the other team is retaking and start to understand how to disrupt that.
Yeah, they really love to just play really far back despite having double duelists. It's a bit unconventional, and as you mentioned, it's a unique play style, but you know, they posted 2 rounds in a row already. Got a bunch of ults. Might be a pretty interesting round.
The way the 2 attack sides went last time, if they can get like 4 or 5 rounds on bind defense playing like this, I don't think you're going to be complaining, to be honest, Coldan.
Alright, I mean, it's still pretty evenly split, right? Lilith, they're not too concerned about getting control over, you know, the extremities of the map. They're happy to let Aura pick up what they want, but be the commitment towards this A side. The spike is leading towards the B teleporter. There's a bit of presence shown, and here comes the teleport into that A site. Again, Cypher's here. The utilities might not be the best. Oh, what a great flash! Awkward fight coming through the run and gun. AD. Baby Kiwi finds that frag. Taz. It's a great frag as well. Here they go. Aura Differential pushing the issue. They find that Cypher. This retake, they're so far back behind 2 walls of smoke. Showstopper activated by RNG around the corner. Oh, back to turn. Tess finds the trade frag. Tess still standing, but VVV with a great trade frag right here. The spike being planted for the showers position. Sariban making a way over as well as a player towards the U-Haul position, but it's so far gone. Someone has to activate. Bait a little bit of presence. Sariban, great timing, and another timing being fouled by Sariban. Spray down to secure the round. 5th. Being posted out by Aura Differential.
Yeah, very nicely worked. I think that's just such a massive round for Aura Differential. You saw, I mean, the way Lilith was playing, once again, pretty hard retake, but when you have that many big impact ults, it's something that you can kind of pull off a little bit easier. You saw the Showstopper to kick off the retake there. You had the Empress active. I thought they were going to be able to make that work. Unfortunately, though, Aura Differential breaking their money and bleeding their ult economy dry in the same round, being able to close out that 2-on-2 without investing the pit. They are super happy with that, and you can see their money is super strong after winning that bonus. They are really kind of just rolling this attacking side of bind so far.
Yeah, Baby Kiwi only with that hero phantom of theirs. See if they can make a little bit of value. Oh, there's triple flag as well coming in from the B side. And as you mentioned, no sentinel. Someone has to hold the ground. Someone has to find the frags. Graham expects that aggression on that low buy round. Penny X tag down low as well. Last 2 defenders on this A side stuck to this U-Haul position. And Graham's aware as well of this flag. Oh, but VVV with a great frag right there. Picks herself up a weapon to use. And disappears into the night now that they have no idea where this Reyna has gotten up to. That trying to find it.
The cabbage is looking.
What a great call as well. Yep. Now they know the Reyna's there. 2 players was there. Hey, B's free for the taking.
Yeah, they're going to call the pivot, call the audible all the way back towards B. Just a singular smoke, open plant. Cypher and Brim over on that A side of the map. VVV just kind of playing to contain the pivot back to A, or maybe a TP. But this is going to be a difficult retake now. I don't think they're going to be wanting to invest the orbital unless it starts to get a little closer. It looks like it's going to be a guiding light to maybe peek in the mid round, or they're going to late wrap elbow. There's the TP from the Reyna Coldan.
X pressures onto that brimstone of theirs. A lot of information. There's a lot of players inside. You said they didn't want to use the orbital strike, but they are going to invest it. They want to win this round. They need it. Low on their round counts. Taripan from the long position. They flank in from that CT position as well. VVV caught between two worlds. And that investment comes out not. Another round or a differential. They post up on that board.
Yeah, I don't understand the investing the orbital there. I really feel like it's a pretty low percentage retake. You're so far out of position. Nice and open plant for the defense. They can pretty much play that post plant however they want. I don't think dropping an orbital there is really going to be much of a difference maker. And you can see they didn't even manage to take a single gun away from Aura. Even if they did win that round, I don't think you're going to see the reset or anything like that. Regardless, though, going into this round, Yoru ult there for Grames. You do have the Viper ult. These are the kind of rounds that sometimes can just play themselves. Just Yoru ult in, scout the setup.
Who's next?
You kind of adjust things as you like. There's the Yoru ult through Baths. And scout the entire setup. You know that the Cypher is playing on this A site, and you just want to get this Viper's pit down ASAP.
Oh my god, there's so much information. They know that 3 is here, and yeah, they call a pivot, but doesn't matter. They're too invested already. Petty X and VVV shut down the initial string of attackers. Spike is kind of lost towards the A-short position, a little bit exposed as well, so it's not easy for them to pick it up. And what you mentioned is a round that could play out by itself kind of falls a bit flat. Both of the players not getting any value on that execute.
Yeah, 3 on 5. Looking very difficult now, just cycling the one way over and over again. Molotov goes up as soon as all of the Viper util from the attackers goes up. Just really didn't think they got enough out of that Yoru ult both of the times that they've used it. Wanted to see the investment of the Yoru flash and make things difficult for Lilith to defend when they dive backside like that.
Welcome to my
Viper's
world.
pit over the spike. It's not enough to actually get the plant onto the A site, and there is still a trip in the way, so I'm not sure how they're going to make this work, but that's a nice pick out. Bathrooms for Grams.
Taps the trip, but no capitalization off of it, and they TP across. What a great call. They know that there's quite a lot of presence here, but do they expect one more on the B side? It's RNG as the Raze shuts them down. They swarm out of that hookah position, but hot on their tails. Tess has the plant here. No assistance whatsoever. Graham's far away. It's a 1 versus 3 essentially right here, right now. Tess, she's been known for greatness. Gonna find 2 kills at the back of the side. Realizes that the Cypher's coming in from that hookah position, calling in for Graham's assist. But does she even need it? 4 kills. Solo holding this beast side. An Aura differential, putting up crazy numbers, crazy clutches. What is that round from Tess?
It's huge. Yeah, some individuals making massive impact here for Aura Differential right now, and that's what I was talking about. You're seeing multiple players for Aura Differential diving backside. You have Sky Yoru. You have a Yoru who's in the Yoru ult. Like, can we get some extra flashes to be able to support some of these peaks wrapping backside? You know, that's exactly what this comp does, especially when you're disrupting those kind of setups. And unfortunately, that's not what they did, but clutch plays is just going to mean that they can close a lot of these post plants. Lilith giving them a lot of room to work with in general. Like, it feels like even though they're playing this double duelist comp on defense right now, they're just letting Aura Differential have the entire map most of the time. There's no bathrooms control setup. There's no B long control setup. They just sit in a passive setup every single round, and it's really not working out for them. Even when they find the first two opening picks, they just get 3v5'd.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an interesting strategy to play with the double duelists. You don't have the Viper as well, so you don't have that perpetual smokes that you could just throw up whenever you want.
I mean, on the defense, it's a pseudo senti anyway, right? Like, it helps you hold the B setup. You have the wall for hookah long and bathroom, so that's something you'd probably want to be using to hold on to bathroom control as well. Like, that's reading the way that this comp plays. Like, I really think that you're playing with double duelists, like pushing bathroom, taking duels, or you're pushing
Yeah,
out B long, you're playing more fluid, especially against a no Senti comp on the other team. I'd love to see way more fluidity. I'd love to see like you guiding light mid and the duelists walk down mid or something like that early into the round. You take those deep info lines, because when you're playing double duelists on defense, you know, it's very common on maps like Split, for example. You always see the duelists being active. They're always doing something because they kind of have to play like that. You don't have, you know, that guaranteed Senti util. You don't have the cycle of the Viper Wall like you were talking about.
And we saw like the rounds that they actually were able to put up. One of it was thanks to that triple push down B long, right? That's just off the guiding light. The double duelist along with the sky went for that fast flank. I think we need to see a little bit more of that if Lilith want to have a say in this half or even this map.
Yeah, I'd love to see, you know, traps off the Cypher Cam, for example, like get the Sky Flash off the Cypher Cam, something like that. You have a TP crunch bathroom side. That would be fantastic. The walk down though is only a half buy, dealt well with by Aura Differential, but actually ends up going 2 for 2. I don't think you're unhappy with that if you're Lilith. They're pretty unaware how many players really reside on this B bomb site, and this is giving Lilith a bit of time to actually start to rotate back in. Only now clearing Mika and starting to make their way to the site here.
Site should be clear for the taking. No obstruction whatsoever. Lilith, no information at all, so they themselves are playing a little bit slow and further back. VVV has that Reyna. We need her to really pop off. Get some Devours going. A flash in, a fast retake before the spike goes down perhaps. Here we go, to the side, a great tag onto Graham. Here comes the double flashes. Showstopper invested, but it doesn't hit anyone. A phase there, and so is Saramura. Penny X 1v2. Anything that they would need, but Sawamura 4 kills in the round, shuts down aggression on B long, and then closes out the round as well.
Yeah, very heads up to give the raise to plant there. She was 1 off, so that really allows them to secure the round a little bit cleaner. I think, you know, it didn't look as intentional now that we watched the replay of the exchange over on B long. She just happened to be the last person who died next to the brim, or who was alive next to the brim rather, but look, 8-2 for Aura Differential. It's been a really great attacking side. Not only just being able to recognize that they could just contact wherever they want. They're being given the whole map. They're never being punished when they take bathroom side. They're never being punished for walking up behind the Viper Wall, which is pretty common with this kind of comp. And even when things go wrong for Aura Differential, that's where the individuals are having some really big pop-off clutches.
Yeah, it feels like when they aren't put in really tough situations, Aura Differential just slightly a little bit more clutch in those as well. So it's pretty interesting to see. I mean, you got your... I mean, you only really have your Neural Theft, right, available for this round as the defenders. 2 off on most of your important ults, the Orbital Strike and your Showstopper. So, I don't know. Pilski, what would you call here? I mean, apart from like that aggression, what's something that...
That's what I'd call. Like, straight away, it's got to be either I'm recognizing how Aura Differential is playing, so we might put a Cypher Cam over the top of the Viper Wall if you expect them to go short A, and then you're doing a raised nade trap off that, something like that with the Sky Flash. You know, some kind of either Cypher Cam trap, or you're doing some kind of push somewhere, like you're just taking bathrooms control with Raze and Reyna, or maybe you're doing a bait setup like Sentinels like to do around that Viper Wall. You get the Raze like deep in that short A corner, you have the Sky flashing off that through the Viper Wall, and then someone taking contact from U-Haul. You know, some combination of that. Get active, get aggressive on the map, start being assertive, and stop letting Aura Differential just go wherever they want on their attacking side of bind.
Lilith, they've got the firepower to work with, right? We know, at least from the stats that we've been seeing, right, from their performances in that Swiss stage, they definitely can put up those numbers, but we're just not really seeing that little bit of chemistry, a little bit of disruptiveness, right, to just throw Aura Differential off their kilter. I mean, right now, Aura Differential, when you let them set up, they will go for those executes, and they do it pretty solid as well.
I think the thing that is making me question this map so far is just because if you literally click on the last time these two teams played bind, the first half was, what is this? Doing maths on stream's a bad idea. 8-4 attack side for Aura Differential, and then it was like a 10-2 attack side for Lilith. So both teams just domed each other on attack and had really rough defenses. Hold that thought for the time being. Getting straight into the B site here, Coldan.
Yeah, here we go. Aaron J. Ooh, with a nice spam through, but it's actually VVV to find that kill on the back lines. Faye with a nice trade right there, and look at that, aura differential. Just call a pause. They found the 2 kills and they have so much time to work with. 1 minute left on the clock, and you can see the confusion or the question mark being popping up in Penny X's mind. Where did they commit it off to?
Yeah, this is big. You know, aura differential just calling the freeze as soon as mid contact is made. They're able to actually punish that aggression out of Hookah. Fake TP across to the A site from the Yoru, immediately TP's back, which pulls the rotate from the Brim. It's just a Rinji to try to hold on to this site all on her lonesome, and 4 players contacting straight out B long. Barrel spotted.
Oh, lineup perhaps? No, just the one. Hoping for the second, but Sarumura's there for the trade, and got the Neuro Theft. Not the best ultimate in this situation. A great molly just to deter them for a little bit, but retake both from the same direction's gotta be difficult. Sarumura's been great at this angle as well, dodging off, playing off each other's contact. The Seekers just to confirm the 2 positions, the left-right setup. You have to hit some blinders. Patty X, unfortunately, BBQ goes down. Left alone. 1 versus 2, they just swing out wide. With 3 players still standing, aura differential up to 9 now.
Round in the half.
Yeah, looking like a 10-2. Money is not great on Lilith here. Gonna have to try to put together, you know, rifle, light armor, down to some bulldogs, some guardians. Not gonna be the ideal buy. Might have to skip a couple pieces of util. Got to come up with showstopper is there. Do have the orbital ready, almost ready for Panny, so that could be massive if she's able to find a frag and reactively use that orbital, maybe on the retake, something like that. That could be massive. It's going to be the Cypher util on A. Reina playing U-Haul. Push straight down B long. The guiding light is a big tell though. Every single time they've made a push somewhere on the map, it's just been the guiding light to start that push off, and I think aura differential might be leading into that sooner rather than later. That's not really what you usually see your Cypher doing, but look, at least someone's doing it. At least someone's getting in there and finding the openers with the double duelist comp.
Feels like Baby Kiwi, first one to get a lot of the contact. Rifle passed over to BBV. Empress being activated. This is where you want to dump all your ultimates. The last round of the half, of course. Smokes come through, and again, Lilith not going to playing ahead of it. They don't want to really push that issue. They're going to let aura differential have control of that. Orbital strike to clear out U-Haul. No one's there. As the smokes fade, this is a chance. This is a chance for Lilith to answer back. The counter orbital strike comes in, and Lilith with that Empress in hand. Finally, perhaps a chance for putting a round on the board. Yeah, looks like it might be so. Tess alone in a clutch yet again, but this time with 4 players standing around her, Spike not being put down, and she's stuck in a little corner as well. 35 HP to boot. Lilith playing the discipline game, just holding for these crossfires, and surely Tess does not have anything to do in this round. Oh, the molly, not the best, but perhaps elicits a reaction. 14 seconds, they have to do something, and yeah, Tess eventually gets spammed out, finally out of the box. So 3 rounds to Lilith's name finally.
Yeah, not the best half on the defense, but look, that's what happened last time. Let's see what the panel thought of that first half of Bind here.
Gotta love seeing aura differential in action, Tash, and we knew that this team was going to be very, very aggressive, but I love how active they were. You know, Pilski kept talking about how, you know, they would really take up so much space and like make sure that every single angle was covered and make sure that that map, that the rotations around the map were like all covered. And I feel like he's absolutely right. Like Lilith just let them actually play into them.
Yeah, the problem with Lilith right now is that they weren't really too excited, or rather not taking that the initial what's that word? The initiative. That's the initiative to actually go for that first contact play. They have a double duelist comp, which means that aggression has to be fought with aggression. They have to play these corners. They have to go for these angles. They have to play for these side holes, and they're not doing that. And aura differential has done such a great job of just making sure they can avoid getting to the site where Baby Kiwi was. The only moment where I really felt there was a little bit of life in the defense side was when Baby Kiwi played the first contact hole. And as Pilski said, you do want to have someone doing that, and it should be your duelist, but they weren't taking advantage of that. Yes, there were rounds that they were winning when they were able to do that insane, I would say 2 rounds in a row where they were able to find that answer in how to play retake against aura differential. But the problem now is aura differential, after they've managed to figure it out, they weren't giving that space anymore, and they weren't really finding that answer, that hole controls into how exactly to play against such a very aggressive defensive hold that has insane crossfires. How many times have we seen have Aura Differential been given that space to not only prep for the post plant, or also place themselves in these crossfire positions where they're not able to breach into it? And that's the problem that I'm seeing right now. And I think in this second half, or Lilith might just have the chance, because again, their strength comes in their attacking side.
Yeah, and last time that is exactly what happened, right? The score wasn't too far off from this, and then suddenly Lilith was able to make a comeback. So we're gonna see if that's going to happen again. I just want to point out as well, you're absolutely right, Tash. It was when they got that confidence, or maybe when RNG just got that showstopper up, that they were able to really fight back. But they shouldn't have to rely on those big guns to be able to do that. But we're gonna see if they are gonna bring out those big guns, at least the confidence to do that as the sides switch around. So let's toss it back to our casters.
Thanks a lot, Mika and Tash. And we'll see. Look, big road for Lilith to climb on this attacking side. They were able to do it last time. They won 13-10 on this map versus Aura Differential in the last series, Coldan. So let's see if they have something special.
Yeah, they did have a pretty strong streak in the second half as well. They won out like 3 bonus and then just went on a crazy win streak of rounds. But, of course, it all starts with the pistol. So let's see what they have in store for this one.
There's a Viper wall across bathroom side. Yoru with the TP. There's a flash out of the Brim smoke. Immediately dealt with anti-flash positions there from Lilith, playing around that absolutely perfectly. And it is a bit of a tell to have the Brim smoke down the bottom of B long. Very common to have guiding lights out of that. Gecko flashes at the moment. That's been punished very well. 3 players leaning over to this B site here. And that is something you could do with the Yoru comp. Just leave your TP behind and stack the site that you expect your opponent to hit. Got the flank timing here. Fee's got a lot of information in the middle of the map. Out comes the Trailblazer from Lilith.
Molly comes through just to delay a little bit. Starrybun's here to deter, but there's assistance as well. Around the backside, Graham, Saramura both find kills. Saramura off of Hookah as well, just playing around that little smoke that she was given. Drops the nade just for good measure. Oh, spots out the Cypher within the smoke. Saramura being a menace right here. Spike, not even planted yet. Definitely trying to find some sort of advantage, pushing the issue. But Sawamura leaves it. The timing could not be better for Sawamura. She's disappeared into the night. Definitely just scratching her head. Where did that raise go? Where has she gone to? What a beautiful call as well. Both of the defenders playing together.
Spike
going
planted.
Up, ensuring that there's no isolated 1v1s. Definitely has to somehow isolate these fights. 2 guiding lights available.
Yep. You have the spit in towards Cubby's side. Saramura creeping out. It's a nice timing for Daphne to take, and did dink the Viper there, but armor purchased up by Fi saves their life. And that's going to be 10 up for Aura Differential. And you can talk all you want, Coldan, about big attacking side comebacks, but this is a lower bracket game right off the back. A lot of pressure, and you've just lost second half pistol after going down 3-9. I do not think there's very many teams that can make a comeback like this happen.
It looked so good as well in the execute, right? They initially had so much success, but that little corner that Sawamura was just playing on, the box, the jump out of Fuka, that was just so annoying. Like, what can you do about that? Just if she finds a small little gap, it just abuses you the hell out of it.
Yeah, and look, big pistol round now going into the anti-eco. She's already 4 into the showstopper. That could be a really early raise rocket timing that could potentially just end this game. It's actually a force buy out here for Lilith, straight into the side for Arinji. Got the main being able to push these defenders back into bathroom, but they're kind of cowering away, and Cubby running into the crossfire here, and Sawamura is making their lives very difficult. All on Panny X now. There's a chance of maybe TP, but caught by the guiding light, somehow stays alive. Can't even believe that she's alive herself, to be honest, but it's going to allow her to potentially get into the B site and into a 1-on-3 after plant here. Has a molly to work with as well.
They take the TP as well. They just want to run her down. They know that she has to be somewhere within the site. Reveals her position, but what more can she do? Just a Spectre in hand, and yeah, it's gonna be it. And well, Pilski, that was an investment, no? They forced into this one.
Yeah, they forced, and I don't know. I think psychologically, if you force, like decision-making wise rather, if you force into this round, and you got to kind of risk it, I think you probably just force again, most likely. give it another crack, because you did get the plant. You took, what is this? You took 2 guns away. I mean, you only took 2 guns away, to be fair. You had the ghost upgrade, which helps.
Yeah.
The set of armor. Like, there is some degree of reset potential here. You're so far behind. Like, it's very, very difficult position to be in. We'll see what they go for.
It's a crazy read by Aura as well. There was 3-4 players on that A side, just perfectly able to counter that raise entry. That's really nice coming in from Aura differential.
I don't mind this. Arinji is going to go for the Guardian and light armor. You know, has that multi-frag potential, especially over the bathroom side. Oh, hold on. Straight up the guts. Smoke onto the left side of Short A there, and Baby Kiwi hits the deck straight away. That is not how you wanted round 15 to start if you're Lilith.
Yeah, adding insult to injury, Aura differential. Oh, they just full send the ult down mid, down towards that short position, and they have no map control whatsoever. Look at the Viper, look at where Faye is.
Yeah, I mean, the Cypher's dead 5 seconds into the round. It's flank time.
Yeah. Alright, heroics. That's all we can rely on at this point. What can you do? Stuck in this position, a flash out. Oh, utility out in her hands. VVV with 2 fantastic shots coming in with the Sheriff. Samura trades it post-mortem, but still a lot of work to be done. They're being flanked as well. Faye's coming in from the back lines. The Trailblazers to buy a bit of time, and Faye just locked them in within their smoke. Just nothing to do. And the Molly, smoke screened out. Patty X jiggled out. Finds a kill with the Molly, but has to go for the reload. It's an awkward situation. They're being stacked out of the box. Finds one, but the trade is there. Tess closes things out, and it's 12. Match point already found by Aura.
You can see the pressure on Lilith right now. Like, as soon as that flank catches them off guard, bathroom side, Panny, Molly's bathroom, and VVV sends it into bathroom to try to take a fight. Just not being able to align what they wanted to do. I think things are getting a little chaotic in terms of the comms. And this game is definitely getting away from them. This a attack side Molly, as you can see from the replay. Not what you want to be running through as Irena. Although, to be fair, it really doesn't do that much damage. Running through your teammates' Molly is definitely something that can work sometimes, but I don't think that was the time for it necessarily. Here's the last chance here for Lilith, though. Decent buy for them. One off the orbital and the showstopper. They got a nice little runway of ults that could potentially put them in a decent position. Got the off out though, and with no initial sky flash into bathroom, she's been allowed to find that opener. Instantly traded by VVV though, and Empress gets popped. There's the orb given over to, let's have a look. It's going to be the orbital prioritized over the showstopper. So let's see if they can use this bathroom's control as a launching pad to get into this A site.
Here comes the utility swarm. No information on U-Haul though. I would love a orbital strike right here, right now. But Penny X gonna be finding Starrybun. It's another kill in their favor. Do they know that U-Haul's compromised though? Penny X finding more kills. Faye goes down. Plant right in the open though. A little bit ambitious. Saramura shuts it down, and Tess finding another kill from the heavens as well. VVV Empress has expired, but she's still ever aggressive. And with the spike in such a weird position, how do they retrieve it? They need to somehow break up this side lines with Saramura playing it so disciplined around this corner. VVV peeks in the corner that they don't expect it, and then just flicks up to the heavens as well, taking down Tess. But a clutch play coming in from the Reyna, and thankfully so, they live to see another day.
Yeah, almost fumbled the bag there, to be fair. 1 for 1 to start the round off, and they're actually able to get into the site. But yeah, this is where not covering the planter almost puts them in a position where they could have lost that round. VVV able to put the pieces back together for Lilith though, and keep them alive, which will break the money of Aura differential. And maybe this could be the start of something beautiful, Coldan.
Yeah, maybe. I'll have to hold my horses. It's still just 4 rounds, right? What more do they need to do, Aura? This is just an equal round, so surely Lilith should be able to secure this. A double P comes down. Starrybun, the classic of all things, manages to find a kill. A nice corner found by Saramura, but gets dinked in return, and they want to accelerate off the back of this. Saramura, what more? Nothing. VVV accelerates into the back lines, and Starrybun left alone to her own devices. With just that Sheriff in hand, she makes it work!
Spike planted.
The Magic Maker herself here comes the retake. She's bought enough time for her teammates to come in. The Yoru coming in from that shower's position. But she wants to take even more fights. Takes down 3. Showstopper needs to be invested. They call a pause. They call a cut in the noise. Where is Graham? Where is Tess? Seekers reveal that one of them is towards the CT position. But Graham's around the corner. Seeker spots out the last 2 players as well. How do you isolate this? Peeking around the corner, and he's in such an exposed position. Down to a 1 versus 1, sticking the defuse. RNG. Nade will stop it. Flash will come through. I think she's bought just enough time to satchel for good measure. Graham finds it. It's so close, but I don't think there's enough time. And oh my gosh, Lilith survived by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, took far too many ults out of them to get that round done, to be fair. I think if you're, on the half buy there as aura differential, you're very happy about how that round went. You could have got the game done, let's be fair, but at the end of the day, bleeding out that many ults just to force Lilith to get the round done in the long term is going to do you a lot of favors. Only the orbital online for them. One of the Seekers, you got the orbital almost up for aura differential as well. And it seems like Lilith, after some success over towards the A site, going to be trying to make a run for B long here. Guiding Light going to scout them out. Attacking side Guiding Light, pushing Tess off the line, who will join up with Saramura inside of Hookah. Looks like they're going to play retake B. They hear all of these footsteps on B long. Viper Ball will keep the attackers at bay for now. And rotation in from Starry Brung on the brim. Really nicely timed Molly there.
To the side they go. VVV again opening things up, but a great entry from both of the players on Lilith. They find the 2 defenders. But they didn't know about Tess. Just lurking within this hookah position, waiting for a team to assemble before they go for the retake. What can they muster? Grams with an op in hand. That's not the ideal weapon for this retake.
I'd be considering the save. Definitely play the long game here as aura differential. Sitting in through elbow side, op posted on the deep line. You've got that hookah control, and indeed, yeah, they're just going to play the save here. Maybe use a Yoru flash or orb to cross, or even just do it the old-fashioned way. You do have the hookah crossfire in here. Spot the Viper crossing back out, tagged by the camp. See how many exits this guy's able to get. Tess. Oh, looks like it's just going to be a 5-player TP. So Lilith, make this one nice and safe.
She knows where the chip is now.
yeah. I know where Tess is. Don't think they're too bothered about that. They're all just chilling outside, showering the TP. Nice little set play out of B long there from Lilith. I mean, you're starting to see why they had such a good run on their attacking side. I don't know if they've left themselves enough rope to win this game with, unfortunately.
Saramura up to 22 kills as well. 22 and 12 as that raise. It's so scary when you get to that kind of a scoreline as your entry duelist. And, you got Graham's as well as the secondary to assist you. This is defense side, of course. Let's see what they have in store for us again. Looks like a heavy lean from Lilith towards this B yet again.
Yep. Trailblazer through Hookah's side early on. Grams with the TP in spawn. Ooh. She does get pushed off the line here. Will leave the sky high and dry inside the site. 4-player rotation in here from aura differential, though. We still have that Viper wall over on that side of the map. Lilith really haven't pivoted back to the other side of the map, and they're just going to kick off this XX straight into Grams.
Here we go. The graphics being popped up by Graham, just pincering the site. Is Lilith, and thankfully they managed to pull it over the line, but with a man disadvantage, this retake has got lots of legs to it. The rotate coming in from that hookah position as well. That pincer in. Where do they want to go? They have to play a little bit aggressive as well, both within the site. This crunch might be deadly. Just to creep up as well from Aura. They don't care at all about long. They know there's players within the side. There's just one player standing. Definitely only good for one. And it's a convincing win by Aura Differential, 13-6. What a display of strength here today.
Absolutely. I think Lilith, although they definitely started to get themselves rolling on that attacking side of Find, they were doing pretty well for themselves, to be honest. Didn't give themselves enough room on defense at the end of the day. Gave far too much space with the double duelist comp. Didn't get enough value out of that, unfortunately. So, look, they're going to be going down in that first map, and now they're going to go backs against the wall in the lower bracket here on a map they haven't got a rep in terms of officials. That's a little bit worrying for me, Coldan.
Yeah, but we'll have to wait and see. But before we jump to the next map, let's see what our panelists have for us. Take it away, Tash and Mika.
Backs against the wall indeed, especially with that score that was a lot better from a map that Lilith not too long ago just took from Aura Differential. But we saw how actively Aura Differential was able to take it away from them, even with, as you mentioned, Tash, earlier, Lilith was much stronger on the defensive side. That didn't seem like the case this time around.
Yeah. Excuse me. I think that when coming into that, there were just too many rounds given away, especially on the defensive side for Lilith as well. You start to see them start to get the momentum. They start to see them start to warm up. But in a situation where Aura Differential was already on 11 points, 12 points, you're already, yes, you are able to take as many rounds as you can, but it leaves such little room to make mistakes, and that's exactly what happened to Lilith. And I think when you look at the bigger picture here, there were so many rounds, there were a lot of question marks coming in from Lilith on how exactly to play the post plan, on how exactly to play retakes to come through, especially in the first half, because those are the most rounds that were played by Lilith rather than the second half. And I think that for that as well, I think the second half, you did see Lilith forced by on round number 14 after losing pistol. And they were trying to hope to really kind of stretch out as many rounds as they can. But even then, they weren't finding that value. Aura Differential has already got too much momentum. They pretty much already had all the answers they needed to play. They didn't have to change how they usually play, because every single round that they have done and readjustments they have done has been massive. They didn't have to really change up too many things because Lilith hasn't been breaking those barriers. And I think in this situation as well, a lot of question marks are coming here for Lilith is that mid-round adjustment. For Aura Differential, their mid-round adjustments were massive. They were very, very active in just saying, okay, we need to cut the noise right here. We can do a re-hit if we want to. We can just try and fake the rotations. And it really felt like Lilith were just spread out too thin because they weren't able to identify where exactly the hits were going to come from in the first half from Aura Differential.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. Especially when you mentioned that like they didn't exactly know where the hits were coming. Once the hits did come, like for example, you got that first kill from Grams with the op, right? They would balk, and you would feel it. You would feel them suddenly second guess what they were going to do, which is of course at this level of competition, you have to be able to expect that. You have to be able to anticipate that, and there was the whole earlier half to be able to determine how Grams plays, right? So that anticipation, I feel, has to be that team effort, because you couldn't really feel it from a lot of the other players, whether it was just perhaps the first playoffs kind of nerves, or maybe if it was just like maybe comps weren't clear enough, we won't actually know. But you could see that disconnect come in. You could see that there wasn't that plan B or plan C or plan D that happens, right? And on the side of Aura Differential, though, you could see how they were able to rally back, right? There were those several rounds where they were able to convert, and as we're gonna see in the scoreboard right now, Graham's really just putting up the numbers there. I think they really were just like, okay, you can go all in, it's all yours, here's the app, go kill.
Yeah, now coming into this, I mean, I'm not surprised seeing both MVPs, both duelists coming up as MVPs. I think that VVV was massive, especially when she was playing, especially on the Empress. She has gotten a lot of value in getting those multi-frags, getting those hits, especially very, very early. The fact of the matter was, it felt like, again, they were kind of lost. Baby Kiwi in that first half left alone, not able to play with her teammates. The trips that she has put down were just read so easily by Aura Differential. Now coming into onto Aura Differential, I'm not surprised seeing Graham's being on top here, and on top of that, Tess as well. Aura, if you guys didn't know, Starryban and Fi are having an IGL and co-IGL sort of play, which means there's a lot of calls coming through, as well as they would say like, okay, if say that Fi was kind of lost, they can turn to Starryban for that second IGL sort of calls as well. Now Graham's, that value that they got from having a Yoru on the team, not only when the ult was there, I mean, yeah, they've been feeding a lot of ult orbs to Graham's, but also the fact that she's able to reposition and be around the map was also very, very huge. Graham's, every time she manages to get the dimensional drift, was able to go on site, just really pinpoint every single corner where every single player of Lilith were, and it was so hard for Lilith, to reposition themselves and play for their cross players, to play for a double swing compared to Aura Differential.
That's the thing, right? Because you saw how much value they were able to get out of Graham's, just being that info gatherer, literally standing and pointing out everybody on the backside so that Aura knows exactly where they are. but you didn't feel that sense coming in from Baby Kiwi, who would ideally be able to get like, you know, so much information. And I just felt like perhaps it was the, you know, the nerves or the inexperience coming in.
Yeah,
but
that
you're
was
absolutely right. There were so many
yeah.
times where she was caught off guard.
Off guard is one. Number two, I think the value from the team as well. Those trips do get value. Those trips were actually, you know, hit by the members of Aura Differential. But I think in many rounds, there was only once or twice that they actually react off those trips to actually to get a pick off. In a lot of situations, the positions of where those trips were mostly kill trips. You want to be able to swing out of those trips to get those picks, but it wasn't there. And to say that, okay, that Tessa's Trailblazer killed those trips were rarely ever there as well. So again, it was mostly on their side. The again, maybe the inexperiences, maybe it's the jitters, or maybe it was a lack of that comms on who exactly wants to do the initiation. What is the protocol if I were to play to anchor side alone compared to the rest of the team being on B side? So there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get some answers to them as we head into map number 2, especially since it's gonna be quite dire for Lilith. We're gonna see if Aura Differential can close it out though. But before that, we're gonna head into a quick break. We'll be right back. You are back here on Game Changers with myself, Mika Fabs, and with Tash, who is trying to power through. We know that you have definitely been working for these past few weeks. We're here to support you, don't you worry. But we are now heading to our second map between Aura Differential and Lilith, and it is going to be Breeze. Now, this is really interesting because we haven't seen, I don't believe we've seen Lilith on this map just yet. Aura Differential, though, we have seen them before, so we do know that they do like to bring out the double duelist yet again with Grams and Sawamura. We're expecting a Jet and a Reina if they plan on keeping the same composition just like they did and Bind.
I'm really excited because when we look at Aura Differential's comp, it's very embodying of the W gaming here for Pacific. You know, it's very aggressive. It's exactly what we saw on both sides of Bind as well. It's very fun to watch, and they really understand what it means to run this double duelist on attack and defense. Now, I think you and I, we've watched a lot of games in our lifetime, Mika. I think way too many at this point.
Too many.
Yeah. I mean, when we look at Pacific, when we look at even Ascension teams, or rather Challengers teams, there are sometimes some teams. Let's have a look at the veto while I chat about this. Sometimes some things when it happens, like some teams prep and they do so well in the first half, but not the second half. It's always the weaker side that they prep for, but they aren't really prepping for the other side as well, the other team that might be able to play well on the other side. So 13-6 is what we're seeing on Bind. Now the question for Breeze is, for Aura Differential, this double duelist means a lot of denial in terms of space. Think halls. How much space can it take in terms of halls when they just walk through halls with aggression? And on top of that, when you play a Reina, when you play a Jet, that's a lot of escapes as well if they were to be caught in a pickle. Think about mid, on how they're going to be playing toward Nest. If they want to push out toward double doors, attack and defense side is going to be massive for them. I don't like that I'm in the dark about Lilith, but I do hope they are prepared for this aggression coming through for this particular map, because not only is going to be aggression, it's going to be the battle of the aim jewels as well, given how big these maps are.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And based on how Lilith was playing Bind earlier, this does worry me. So because like you mentioned, you know, the control that Aura Differential is able to get, they're gonna do that tenfold here on a map like Breeze because it's just so vast, right? They seem like they're a lot more equipped, they're a lot more confident to handle a map like this versus, you know, Lilith that might be a bit more timid unless they manage to get that confidence back. We can only hope, of course, because like, you know, of course we do want Lilith to be able to have a fighting chance, and we do know that these players are capable of so much more. It's just that in this high pressure situation, which this could be their final potential map, and it could be a map that doesn't match their playstyle at all, it's going to be very, very tough. Aura Differential on Breeze managed to take down another team, which was for fun, and it was a 13-3. It just goes to show how confident they are, and this is their map pick after all. They do have a strategy, they do have a plan for this.
Yeah, For Fun is definitely a team that everyone needs to watch out for. I really wanted to talk about that earlier, but I didn't want to talk about it until we were going to Breeze. Now, For Fun is a very strong team. If you guys wanted to gauge the power of that team they took down, For Fun is a team that has Chloe TTW. They have, I believe they also have Hannah, Zini, Ivory, Etsuki, Strawberry Bagels. These are all names that have competed and made it to Game Changers APAC 23 last year. So they are definitely very, very versed in the world of Game Changers competition wise. So it is such a statement to go 13-3 on that particular map. But again, I am not surprised coming in from a team that has two very, very aggressive players. Graham, who is very flexible, who can play on so many different agents, can even go toward aggressive duelist if she wants to. Capricious, who has been on that duelist arc for I think 2 years in the running now and playing for so many big teams. They are definitely the tip of the spear for this very, very aggressive and very, very methodical, even surgical team, if I may. I'm really excited to see what exactly is the answer to this coming in from Lilith, because VODs are very limited. The only places you could have actually watched the maps or the teams or the games would be through our community casters, which in fact I'm actually seeing some budding talent coming through, which I'm very excited to see in the future. Yeah, I'm very excited for them. And so yeah, that is something that that Lilith needs to watch out for.
Well, we promise a lot of new faces, and we don't just mean the players here on Game Changers, right? We love welcoming new people in here, and you know it's always such an inclusive and such a welcoming community. So absolutely would love to see some of our community casters over here one day. Why not? Come and join us.
Why not?
Our arms are wide open. But going back into Breeze, right? As we head into Agent Select right now, my eyes are gonna be on Baby Kiwi just because you know there was just so much pressure on her that previous map. It's gonna be so much more as we head into Breeze. That Cypher is supposedly so important, and she will have to step up. But we're getting a Gecko as well on Lilith. I kind of like this here, and we're getting that double duelist as we mentioned on Aura Differential.
I can already see it's going to be either we're going to be seeing a lot of changes. Either we're going to see, I think for Aura Differential, perhaps maybe a very aggressive push toward halls to take up that space and perhaps go to flank if it was going to be an A push. Now toward B side, I'm excited to see how exactly Aura Differential plays aggressive on that elbow itself. You can actually go from nest, push down nest, all the way toward elbow and make your way toward flank as well. And also at the same time, watch out from mid as well. So there's a lot of space Aura Differential can be taking here. Now for Lilith, the question of the matter is how exactly are they going to be punishing this? I mean, yes, in terms of firepower, both teams are very equal. It's just in terms of being on the same page, Lilith isn't there. They have a lot of things they need to ponder themselves. They need to remember that while this is their first tournament, it will be massive for them to come out strong and bring down a team like Aura Differential.
Well, let's see indeed which team does come out stronger on Breeze as we toss it on over to your casters. Go back to Coldan and Pilski on Breeze this time.
Thanks a lot. Always great to hear from the Brains Trust going into a game like this, and you know, almost mirror comps outside of just that fifth slot rotating Coldan. I think more traditionally you'd see the KO, but I've seen a lot of Gecko. Reyna's definitely an agent that you can pick in the agent select if you want to pick it. You're allowed to do that technically. So they've gone ahead and done that.
Yeah, I mean, I think for these teams which typically do form more recently than it's not like a long-term thing with an org. I think a lot of them just lead into the comfort picks, and when they're confident in their aim, you just go on that arena, you have that pop-off potential, and you can really overtake games. And that's something that a lot of these more perhaps not less experienced, but just teams that are a bit more fluid, a bit more flexible. I think they just like to pick that agent.
It's not really a substitute because you can't use the knife. The Gecko does something different to the KO in that actually little man can go in there, you can get some plants. Like one of the annoying things is a lot of the time you want to go for these AXX and you have to run someone past the Viper wall into the site to plant and then hope that they don't kind of get spam through the smokes and all that. You can send the Gecko wingman in, you can send the Gecko wingman into the B side as well. It's something that's been quite popular. The Gecko flash through the Viper wall is one of the most popular plays at the moment. In the current meta, we're seeing a lot of Viper Gecko, some of the most played agents in some regions. Whereas the Reyna, I think it's going to have to be more. I mean, you already mentioned it, right? Obviously, the first thing you think of is firepower, but I think on the attacking side, it's going to have to be a little bit more of a lurk-centric game. You're walking up mid, you're taking aim duels on mid doors, you're walking up pulls, things like that. Elbow pushes. You have to, instead of being able to flash your teammates on the line or knife things to get info, you have to just go in there the hard way, a bit of elbow grease, and be a dude with a gun.
Yeah, so let's jump straight into Breeze, Aura Differential on this defensive side, and its initial aggression being garnered, but it's trade back answered by Lilith as well, 3 versus 3, and despite seeing 2 defenders on elbow, there's 2 more still towards this B side. The read is perfect coming in from Aura, but Lilith, they call a little bit of a pause to it, right? They don't want to just accelerate into a site they don't have information on. Graham's 15 HP, no overheal available. Gariban under a lot of scrutiny as they accelerate into the site. Finds the first one, tagged out as well. PennyX, the great shot there, will connect that frag and to put them into a 2 versus 2. Spike will be planted in the meantime. Graham's barely any HP. Around the corner, jumping above, Penny X reveals the position.
Player
RNG around the corner as well. Graves, what a shot, what a flick coming in. Down to a 1 versus 1 on 1 HP. The 1 versus 2 clutch. She pulls it out of the head. 3 kills from the Reyna. She opens up the round and then she closes it in a clutch.
That is classic left eye, right eye peek every day of the week, just peeking on a higher line. You know, as a player holding, you literally do not even see the player that you've been shot in the head by. And unfortunate, you know, for Penny X there. She was doing a whole lot of work, but Aura Differential picking up that pistol round, that would have been a big nerve settler for a team like Lilith. We've talked about it a couple of times. They haven't played an official on this game, and they are now backs to the wall in the lower bracket, having to win a game on it. Things like pistols definitely settle your nerves a little bit and get things flowing in the right direction. Being already backs against the wall and dropping the attacking side pistol round is not a great feeling. They're going to try to buy up a whole lot of sheriffs, get some economic damage done, maybe even try to steal around. And once again, it's just a big brute force peek into elbow. All 4 players for Lilith trying to make something happen from this part of the map. Cypher being left behind to keep an eye on A main.
It's a trip here as well, right? So even if they want to go for it, they will have to break that and give away information. A nice fight and contact down mid. Sariban will take note of that, but the main force of the attack coming in from this elbow position from mid. In this case, just one-way setup is so oppressive. Definitely finds one of the kills and tests another, but that is towards mid, and that drops the spike. And oh, it's not an easy fight to take, but VVV, okay, nice shot coming in. Couple of trade frags. The Outlaw picked up by Saramura. He's a boatload of damage. So many headshots. They just take these heads up duel tests. Finds 3 with the Sheriff. And yeah, it is super competitive. But of course, around the corner, Baby Kiwi finds the counterpart. Another 1 HP, 1v2 clutch required. This time it's on Lilith's side, right? The spike still dropped on top of the boxer. Saramura of the long-range Outlaw can deal so much damage, so much oversight as well. There's 13 seconds left. Baby Kiwi has to go for it. Saramura just vacates it. Oh, picks up the spike. He sees it. It's just the barrel.
Daylight robbery, what?
No time. Ah, so close. Saramura through the boxes manages to convert it. Baby Kiwi just a wall away. If she manages to walk around that pillar, maybe, perhaps, but still stolen away in another clutch situation. Aura bring it up to 2.
Oh, bloody hell. That was so close. I mean, you always see these second rounds of threes get really, really spicy. The Marshall purchases, the Sheriffs, the long-range angles can definitely give you some issues, and that has definitely done a number on Aura's economy. They are in the bonus here, or rather, yeah, the bonus round. Just Sheriff, light armor around the Outlaw. Really not a whole lot invested in this round because they took so much economic damage in the last. It's the drone scouting out the trip. That should almost certainly get shocked on the entry here, and it's just going to be a straight up B side play. Full A info for Aura, and they've got a quick rotate over towards B.
Well, the ship's not being broken, but I think the flash does the job good enough. But oh, the wall goes down! They're just fighting out in the open. Good trade frags coming in from the attacking side though, and yeah, they temper that aggression from Aura and Lilith. Another B execute, but this time they only lose 1, so nice situation from them. They put themselves up and they win that anti-bonus.
Yeah, seems like Lilith, I mean, at least from watching their bind game, they just play pretty straight up, right? It's just, they go to one side of the map, they take control, they execute. There's no late round pivots, there's no fakes, no funny business. Just here to get in there, get the job done. So, we'll see if Aura start to cotton onto that style at all. Cypher and Reyna roll ready to go. Ops out for Saramura, who is going to go once again onto that A main line. Lilith not changing anything up. Again, 5 players very quickly towards B here. Empress popped by Graham, so.
The trip break. Oh, it didn't break. Okay, now it's broken. Here comes the re-aggress into the side. The dash up above, but it catches the jet as well. Tess, only player left alive, drops the neural theft as well. Spots out a bunch of players, jumping up and above, has to go for the reload as well. They're swarming the side, but assistance coming in from the back lines though. Faye is already here, keeping around the smoke. The rest of the defenders come in for assistance. Starry-Bun from the back line, spamming through the boxes. So much damage, so much oppression. And all the ult. Thresh manages to catch onto Starry-Bun, but so does the snake bites coming through. Sawamura expecting the peek coming through. And the wraparound is not successful for Baby Kiwi. And Aura differential with another successful retake of the B side.
Yeah, 2 players surviving. That flood wall doing them a whole lot of favors there. Is very popular at the moment. Being able to just play on the right side of the wall and, you know, give Lilith the access to ladder and things like that. You can kind of pivot as you come in for the retake and play different lines, play different angles, flash your way through the wall and do some aggression onto ladder side, things like that. It was quite a close round though. Only 2 players surviving on Aura differential, so this is a big swing round for both teams. Whoever drops this one is going to be pretty broke. Getting close to a couple of impact ults here. Definitely one off the Viper ult could be absolutely massive in a post plant.
They love B though.
Yeah, they're just going B again. I mean, they've been getting in there. They've been getting in the post plants every time. Reyna's pushed all the way through halls. That's going to be the rotation over from the defensive jet on a pretty nice timing here. And once again, Shock on the trip. Doesn't clear the front side trip. There's already 3 players on the defense here. Reyna's deep on the flank. Viper in halls. This is a good rotation timing for the defense.
VVV trying as they might. What is that shot? The scan is so perfectly placed. Sawamura, the dash in tow as well, finds a 3rd kill, and now it's just VVV. She opened up the site, but now she's the last one standing. So many corners to check around. It's such a close range fight. She can't really find too much more. Starry-Bun will close things out, or a differential. The read is perfect from that initial scouting, right? You saw the radar down towards that tube. And it's so predictable. Aura know it every single time that they're gonna hit B.
I mean, this is what I was talking about the Lilith on their defensive side of mind on the double duelist. This is how you play double duelist, you know? You push on an info line, you go and get info, you know? You push your jet deep A main on the info line, your Reyna's running down halls, and then you're able to rotate off that info in the early to mid round and play your mid to late round much better. It's working out great for Aura differential. Although Lilith are getting onto this B site, they're brute forcing the same play over and over again. They're just not quite able to close out the mid to late round there because, I mean, realistically, they're kind of executing into 3 to 4 people pretty quickly. So they need to show a little bit more depth. There's a massive shot on the scout from Arinji, the Marshal rather, and it's going to take the opposing op out of the equation. Graham's on the push through halls once again, is going to catch the Sova unawares, and maybe a bit of trigger discipline on the cards here. Should be good for 2. That's going to be the spike dropped as well.
Rotation's over. Here it comes when they least expect it. And the spike is lost. VVV's got the site. They don't have the spike. Tess coming in for the assistance as well. And they have to fight on multiple fronts. Jumping above Baby Kiwi. Making a boatload of noise. They know that she's here somewhere. Tess just accelerates off of that info. Daphne has to flick around, but not gonna be happening. Grims. What a flank yet again. After the initial pick, right? RNG had that shot with the Marshal, but does not expect more aggression.
Well, Half-By almost gets some damage done here for Lilith. Takes a couple of guns away, but big push from Graham straight down halls is a bit of a difference maker. Once again, Lilith leaning towards that B side. I mean, this is not a map they've had an official on. They might just not have the depth to be able to play some other strats. A bit more of a drawn-out default. AXE. Got the Hunter's Fury here ready to go. Troops have been left on ladder side because you've seen the Shocks close front sight every single time. Deep info line from the jet on mid doors. And once again, here comes the drone from the defense.
Another B executed. Got the flood retake wall as well. Oh, and look at these trips. They're so much different than what they expected. And they avoid all of the initial contact. Molly at the back of the side is great. Graham just takes these fights head on. They break the flash. They find the kills necessary. And the switch up in the setup is not going to yield them any kills whatsoever. Lilith find themselves a 5v3. Post-plant position. The ultimate reviews where the last remaining defenders are retaking from. What a shot from Sawamura. Catches Baby Kiwi lacking a little bit in that engagement. But around the corner, Starry-Bun takes these fights, but definitely expecting it as well. Sawamura on barely any HP. He has to rely on Faye to do the majority of the work, but as Faye goes down in this corner, there's no escaping VVV, and Lilith They're successful. They execute. Very, very nicely done. 2 instant kills. They convert the second round.
Yeah, I mean, they're just running the same play over and over and over again. It's, you know, kind of got some middling success. But they're making it work more often than not, getting at least some attacking rounds on the board. Can start to condition the other team to react to a lot of that util early on, but doesn't really seem like they have anything else in the playbook. Once again, 5 players over towards elbow side.
Do you think it's because they barely played Breeze? Maybe this is just a set, an execute that they've been rehearsing and that's what they're relying on?
Mate, it might be. I like this from Grams though, the push down elbow earlier on. That's exactly what you want to see. Instant dismiss. You know, she's been sitting on site a lot, playing around the Cypher util, defending the exec. Double duelists, you don't want to be holding the site. You want to be flooding or you want to be aggressing in the early to mid round and chipping down the numbers before you even end up in a post plant. So that's absolute perfection on the RIMA.
So was the flank as well. She's updrafted over the tripwire, so they had no information at all. And the double duelists are just pushing the issue, just taking these fights. That's what you want your duelists to do though. And look at the discipline. Sawamura getting their first kill and then slinking away. They have no idea. They have no idea at all of where this jet could have been. They're completely boxed in every avenue.
They've lost the entire map. You know, the info push from on mid doors or through A main every single time from the opposing jet. Lilith 2 on 5 here, stuck behind a trip. Sova's still alive, but the trip has not been shocked. 3 from Grams, and Tess is going to finish it off. Lilith are just getting a little bit too readable, a little bit too predictable. This is where you need to start to see them use the success on the B side to kind of condition the other team and punish some of the aggression elsewhere, you know? You need to be droning into B, breaking the trip, putting the wall up, and then walking up mid or something, or clearing, walking out A main. Have that Cypher on the lurk or something to be able to just, you know, give a little bit of a different look. Does seem like they're changing things up this time. Sova and Viper over towards B. Trip for Cam for Halls here, and you do have both Thrash and the Hunter's Fury online for Lilith.
Oh, sorry, bud. Great jiggle coming. Oh, wait, does she? Okay, she's setting up Sawamura, but there's a player already crept in on her right-hand side. She has no idea, but thankfully does not cross that line in the sand and will get away with.
This is the first time in a while that Aura hasn't had some crazy info in the early to mid round. Sawamura getting back on this info line towards mid. Fee having a look into Halls, but Baby Kiwi's been able to actually creep up onto the line. We'll see if she gets droned out or not, or whether she's going to have a nice timing to go for a flank here, because this has been commitment of double trips towards B, which as the attacking side team, you see that enough times, you can start to creep up Halls. Missed shot from Sawamura, in comes Thrash towards that A site, which is a lot of pressure on Starry Bun on the Viper, but she hasn't been hit. She's still alive in the back of the side here, Coldan.
There's no Viper smoke as well. Starry Bun is just chilling. Has assistance as well, playing around these corners to perfection. A lot of damage dealt though. The Sawamura's here. Oh, misses the flank and definitely punishes the fantastic shot herself. And now Tess left in a 1v3. Let's use the Cypher ultimate to gain information of where these players are, but on 70 HP with 3 hits to find, his crossfire setups are extremely deadly. Fakes the drop, but no reaction just off of that. The crossfire's solid, in place. No need to peek as she creeps on forward, expecting aggression. I mean, she has to find one of these attackers lacking. Audio cues given over already. They know where she's coming from, and a VVV will close things out. 3 kills in that round, and Lilith, off the back of a little bit of more of a slower play, right? They make it successful.
Yeah, they've kept Aura Differential honest, pushed the jet off of that deep op line on towards A main, been able to actually kick off an AXE. And like I said, they put enough pressure on that B side to keep the rotations honest as well. Viper wall committed towards the B side of the map. They're applying some pressure with the Sova utility.
Yes, this should
do. Nice play from Lilith.
That goes there.
Once again, back to the B side from them here. And it seems like mid-doors aggression out of Aura. Both duelists looking to push in that part of the map. Sova drone right off the bat spotted by the Cypher playing retake here. Couple of kill trips in the front side of the site, and the Sova rotating with the dart, which is not up yet.
They're not going to be able to find any of those trips, actually. They break the cam and they flush out Tess, but these trips are still going to pose a lot of damage. They're gonna pose a lot of obstruction, but Faye with a great shot right there. And the denial of the spike pops a cage. Tess playing it to perfection. These shots are sublime. 3 players still standing, but only 2 within the site. And creeping up around the corner, Staribun lays down the law, a boatload of spray and damage. And oh, they pick around. Grams know that there's only 1 player here left in the site to take down the Gecko, and now spotted out and towards the mid position. Baby Kiwi has to somehow scavenge this round back. 3 defenders sitting on the spike. As a Cypher, you don't really have the best utilities to flush out these lines, and this op will more likely than not going to be able to connect that kill. Team Ace guarded by Aura and put themselves up to 7. It is secure a win in this half already.
Yeah, nicely done. Defense side, aside from a couple of slip-ups, going pretty well here for Aura Differential. 1-0 in the series as well. I think when you're 3 and 7 down here for Lilith, this is where, you know, the fact that you've started out the playoffs in the lower bracket after that Swiss stage, starting to creep into the back of your mind. Pressure's starting to get to you a little bit. I'm going to take a time out and have a chat about what's going on here. Come up with some kind of play, some kind of round. I really liked what they did in the round previous, just pushing the duelists off the info lines towards A, Cam for Halls, and a little bit of B pressure. That was nice of them. Like to see something a little bit more like that. They've been sitting on this Sova ult for quite a while as well. Yeah, 1 off the Viper ult. Honestly, I'd really like to see some kind of set round towards A. Just get themselves a plant down, push the jet off that info line, and set themselves up a nice pit off the back of the plant or the ult for the Viper. You have the Sova ult for if you get a tag, or if you can close out the post plant that way, because Aura are taking quite a while coming in on these retakes a lot of the time. They are applying the pressure towards B side with the flood wall. Although this round is a bit of a different wall. It's not as much of a flood wall across the middle of the site.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up, but you see the 3 defenders on towards that A side. Double duelists look like they want to take contact, and it might just be a bloodbath. Both of these teams willing to stand and battle. It's off for a little bit. Spots out a player. Here's the ult being tapped, and Sawamura peeks off that jump peek. Both of them just holding down these angles. Grim and Sawamura just take down 3. That's the main prong of the A attack, and now the spike alongside Daphne in this mid position. Where else can they go? And they find a great frag onto Tess. That's the anchor on the B side. And so does Faye. Going down both of these kills to give it away. That's a chance. 2 versus 5 now made 2v3. They still have to be a little bit aggressive. Though drops the pit, but it's not covering the spike. We'll see how that one pans out later on. But at the very least, it gives them a little bit of cover. Spam shots come through, and Daphne gets tagged down low. Both of the attackers playing towards the back of the site, but the defenders are all coming in from different directions. From mid as well as B main. Spot out 1 player towards the broken wall. Around this corner, Daphne has to come out clutch. Finds the first one in a 1 versus 1 now. The op in hand around the corner, around the broken wall. Which angle does she peek from? So many options available. Going up and above, fakes the shot as well. RNG is playing it to perfection. Look at the confusion.
Is nothing.
Look at the paranoia in her head. Forced out. It's a 2v5. Lilith pull it over the line. There's no more time. RNG with the clutch together with Daphne. That was 2v5, and they make it happen.
Massive missed opportunity for Aura Differential, especially after how that A main fight went. But look, you'll take it if you can get it. Respect to Daphne and Arinji there, calling the audible. As soon as A main's lost, they just charge straight up mid. Spotted 3 players in A main. The rest of the map is quite weak at that point, and if you're able to force your way straight up the gut, straight up mid, not usually a whole lot of Cypher util that's going to be bothering you too much. Not like you're forcing it onto the small site through the B main choke or anything like that. So big round for them to be getting a 4th here. So overall, it's still up for both sides. Jump spot for Saribun. Spots out the Sova. Going to do a bit of a tell. Shock bar onto the main line. And it looks like Lilith are going to run the same strat they just tried to run. It's going to be this mid to A split.
Oh, but Sawamura's here to disrupt things yet again. The drone doesn't tag her, and she's going in for more Hunter Spree to flush out the mid players as Staribun lays down the law, expecting them to run into a crossfire. And so they do VVV. Last person standing. The spike is lost as well. Penny X in the opposite situation with just 1 HP to boot. Sawamura will just take that hit of duel. 1v5 this time. We'll make that 1v4. VVV, it's not gonna be easy this time. I don't think Aura Differential are gonna give her the luxury of that, and they, with that Marshall in hand, still connects that frag. 8-4 at the half. Aura with a very strong defense side, but let's take a little pause as we throw it back to the desk. Mika and Tash, what do you got for us?
Just a little pause. Promise we'll throw it on back to you guys as soon as possible, but I just have to get this off my chest. Tash, this is the same exact thing that happened in the earlier map. We're seeing it happen again here, and right now for Lilith, it just seems like there isn't much of an excuse, especially since, you know, it's the same mistakes that we're seeing that happen on Bind happen again here on Breeze.
I think the problem with Lilith is that they're not very dynamic. Again, coming back to that mid-round adjustments, we never really saw that from them. They are very, I would say, stagnant in terms of their style of play. They're very straight to the point, very classic. They like to go in either A main or B main and just execute from there. Now, there were a few good rounds that they managed to have, especially on round number 11, where it was a 2v5 in Lilith's favor, which I was very excited to see. It was a good change in pace, especially that mid-round adjustment. It was finally a pivot toward the mid side where they're able to do. And I also finally saw in round number 9, Baby Kiwi was finally taking up space up in halls. Yes, they lost that round, but they still managed to get a pick during the rotations for Aura Differential back onto the A side. So we can see that glimmers of changes come through. It might not be as fast as you want it to be, but again, reminding everyone that this is Lilith's first time playing on a stage this big, so we can't expect this overnight changes to happen through. But coming back to Aura Differential, I think that Aura Differential has done great in this particular map. They are very clean. They have really good setups in order to get very early information. You see Sawamura pushing for double doors, especially on the defense side. They're playing very aggressively. We see we see always someone picking up A. We see someone pushing out, especially Graham, toward halls, always pushing out all the way till the end and getting that wraparound, getting that flank. So it's been massive for them in terms of playing this crunch game on this very big site. So coming back into round number 2, yes, they were struggling. Sorry, to the second half, yes, they were struggling a little bit more. But I am curious to see what Lilith has in mind to play the second half of this game.
Well, with Lilith, when the side switch, they do tend to have a comeback. Can they do that on Breeze? We don't know. History hasn't said just yet, but we'll see if it happens right here and right now as we toss it on back to Coldan and Pilski.
Thanks a lot, Analyst Desk. I'm sure Lilith are feeling the pressure under the pump right now, Coldan, but I'm feeling very calm. You know, I hear nothing but the waves crashing on the shore, the little crabs scuttling along the rocks. You know, I am zen. I am at one with the map of Breeze.
Might have to go to the Mal. Is this in the Maldives? It is, right? I want to go there one day. Okay, that's a bit of a...
on esports salary, I don't know if that's going to be happening, mate. I just got to bring you back to reality, unfortunately. Look, VVV, that's a beautiful way to start this game of Breeze, this defensive half after going down 4-8. Beautiful little opener on the Sheriff to put Lilith on the right foot and give them the player advantage here, Coldan.
Then fake wall coming in from Saribun to just feign a bit of presence. She has the spike, but the commitment of the rest of the team is towards this A side. RNG under a little bit of pressure, but Sarumura's just gotta take a safer line. Oh, they open the door as well. Now she's under a lot of pressure. So many players around these different corners. Sarumura gotta find the first one. Definitely though finds that frag onto the Reina. Back at the site, Sarumura still finds onto Deftly. 2 kills, not too bad, but still, spike yet to get planted, and Sarumura gonna push the issue, being ever so aggressive below the defenders as well. Expect her in this position, of course not, of course they won't. But out in the open is Staribun, she still connects the frag onto VVV and Sawamura. 4 kills in the round, she opens up the site and still alive to close it.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Lilith, just unable to trade out as they come back towards that A side of the map. Like, they've had the player advantage. They've given a lot of space, that's fine, to Aura, but you really cannot be allowing the opposing Jet to just be running all over you, running up ropes, taking duels left, right, and center, and getting in your face. And look, that 4-on-5, really well put together by Aura Differential. Sawamura has been absolutely fantastic this entire series long. Dare say she's going to be posting a pretty insane rating by the time we're all said and done here. And into another anti-eco. This time, no force buy for Lilith. wouldn't mind, you know, I don't mind on defense the little forces with the marshals and sheriffs and things like that. They can get the job done more often than you expect. Aura going to keep this one pretty standard here, Coldan. Viper wall across A. Going to lead with the drone and just jet dash into sight.
Yeah, Saramura with that guardian of hers. Oh, they're going to push the issue as well. They don't like what they've got. They want even more. Around the corner, RG's going to find that frag onto Saramura. Perhaps a little bit ambitious. Lining up the shot as well. That's a boatload of damage. Gives them a chance, and Pennyx as well. Great frag right here, but they're feeding the beast. They're feeding the demon at the back of the site. Graham's overhealed with the Spectre. Perfectly done. Isolates those duels. Definitely 1v2. Spotted out in the open. They take turns to find the 4K. This time it's Graham's to pick that one up. Or a differential. Back on top. 10 rounds, double digits already found.
Couple guns lost though. That was an expensive anti-eco with damage inflicted by Lilith.
One enemy remaining.
So going into this gun round, they have some reset potential against the bonus here. Much is invested for Aura. Look, it's just sheriffs and armor. Buying down to around 2k makes sense to me. So good opportunity here for Lilith to make something work for themselves. Aura making moves towards middle early on here, dealing with the recon bolt. Looks like they're going to kick off some kind of A split here. Bit of a set play off the drone. There's the Viper wall across yellow. Looking like Lilith. Going to leave the Viper to turtle on site. The Gecko playing pivot over towards stairs.
Definitely left alone again, but she expects to jump or expects to dash in. But Aura, Starivan, and Graham's both finding those kills. Somehow pulls things back to a doable scenario. This is, of course, that low buy of theirs. Test still with that Vandal in hand. The drone to spot out these players. Spots Starivan in that little corner. She's not aware of where they're coming from. Nobody towards mid, actually. And she's going to creep up even closer. This interesting crossfire broken. At least attempted to be broken by the dart. Gets broken instead. Now a chance for the defenders to answer back. But Graham's with a fantastic shot. Pennyx can't find those kills. And just alone to Baby Kiwi. Two players at the back. And they already find the kills. Not even needing Starivan to peek around that little corner. And it's just a low buy, but Aura differential. They swarm the side, those shots on point, and they get their bonus.
Yeah, it's just crushing for Lilith. Unfortunate, you know, they go up against, on the eco, the A main play, the drone to kick it off with the Viper wall, the kind of standard Viper wall. This time the drone kicks it off, and you are facing a mid to A split and have very little time to be able to kind of rotate accordingly. And unfortunately, you either kind of want to fight in front of the wall or sit back on the stairs line and take away. I think they kind of did a combo of both and really didn't work out too well for them. Aura winning their bonus is absolutely massive here, and now just keeping things simple. Drone clears the trip on close. That's immediately going to get shocked, and in comes the Exi.
Oh, brilliant shot coming for VVV, but there's a lot more work to be done. Two defenders here protecting the site. Baby Kiwi only finding one. Perhaps that's more than enough. VVV still alive at the back of the site. But Graham's just taking the fight towards the McDonald's arch instead. Still alive. They know she's here. She's wreaking havoc. A second kill. But Graham's still the one to pull things back. Hard fight to win. Pennyx 1v1. Graham's, she's been a star so far. She's looking to put another round on the board. Spots her out around the corner. Is the duelist show for Aura differential. And Graham's back-to-back multi-kills put them up to match point.
Yeah, look, you're seeing Lilith be competitive in some of these rounds, and they're coming down close, but just not in either games, giving themselves enough room to work with, starting way too slow, not looking adaptable enough over most of this series, and I think Aura differential taking full advantage of that. These have not been particularly impressive looking score lines for Lilith. Aura differential on the verge of closing out this series very convincingly 2-0 after what was a much closer series in Swiss. Deep cam to B main here for Baby Kiwi. Gets a little bit of info early on. It's a slow round here for Auras. They take some space in elbow here, Coldan.
Here we go, a little bit of contact, Pennyx. Spotting out a couple of players, at least two hurt, right? Oh, but Staribud, the lure coming in from the Hall's position, that is fantastic. And that causes so much disarray in the defense. Where's the commitment gonna be? Drone to spot out mid. They might want to fight for even more information. Look at the defenders, they're all scattered, trying to find some sort of a way back.
It's going to be an impossible retake. They've already used their drone. Gecko's hit the floor early on. Retaking into these sites is going to be very difficult with the Ukill and personnel they have left for Lilith. Here is the A-split, wall straight across yellow. Sawamura's already made it across to the site, and it's going to play these deep op lines.
And alert coming in as well. This is just a recipe for disaster. Lilith, they don't even know that there's lurk potential coming in. The halls has been commandeered as well. How does this retake happen? Does it even happen? Neural theft available. Oh, but Pilski finds the flank. That's a chance, an opportunity. Test falls as well. Sawamura, great trade frag coming in, but with the Viper's Pit in tow, is that enough? Is that good enough? Sariban jumps back in to refuel her pit. And they're just buying time. She just needs to live. Sawamura's on the backlines as well, watching, covering for her. They both find the kills. Baby Kiwi 1 versus 2 to save them, give them a breathing chance in this match. But around the corner, the dives do not hit the classic in tow. It's the up to close things out. Sawamura 3 kills. It's 13 of 4. Aura differential. They strong Breeze. They 2-0 the series and they come out on top.
They're looking real scary on Breeze Coldan. That was a very convincing series win for them, especially after such a close game against Lilith in the Swiss stage. They're looking like kind of a team to low-key keep an eye on. They obviously have an NA import as well playing over here in Southeast Asia. That's an interesting thing to be keeping an eye on as well. And Sawamura, what a fantastic series on the duelist role from her. I think all in all, looked like they played with great structure, and they're definitely going to be a team that might be making a little bit of a deeper run through this lower bracket, and we'll definitely keep an eye on them. Regardless, though, that's going to be the series done and dusted. We'll toss it back to the panel to see what they thought about this series.
I certainly hope they are making a deeper run in this playoffs, because I love what I'm seeing from Aura Differential, especially as, as maps went on, as the rounds went on, it just feels like, their confidence just kept getting better and better. And what a way to end that map with Sawamura and that 3K Tash. It was wonderful to watch. Unfortunately, though, for Lilith, we did see that unfortunately they weren't able to get that same kind of confidence back in, and perhaps it was that inexperience and perhaps the playoff jitters that really got to them.
Coming into the second half, I think that is more of like just the pistols rather. I think we were really hoping for Lilith to be able to get those pistols. Those pistols would have been pivotal to get them basically another 2 more rounds to come through as well. But it was still a very expensive round. I mean, you were sort of hoping like, okay, now that we have already taken away so many of their guns, especially in the second half, the second round of second half, perhaps we can do a lot of damage coming into our bonus. But again, Aura Differential is a very, very strong and very, very interesting team. Despite the bonus, despite the very low buy that they had for that bonus, Starry Bun and Graham's sheriffs were very scary, and this just confirms my suspicion about the team being incredibly sharpshooting and incredibly great at their aim when it comes to these long-range duels. Now, I think in a lot of situations as well, if you want to kind of like zoom it back to like a bigger picture, it just comes back to not only just like the inexperience, but rather on how exactly they want to play each round, how exactly they want to play each game as well. They're not as dynamic and as, I would say, as creative as they to play that game, to play that round or that map in rather, compared to Aura Differential. The Aura Differential is just very, very, what's the word for me to use? Very, very, they have all their strats are in check. You have one person playing mid toward double doors, one player playing toward halls. I understand what Lilith was trying to do here, strengthen numbers to come through. They're understanding that they're not really as adept when it comes to those aim duels compared to our differentials. So thinking, okay, if 5 of us play together, we have more firepower to come through and break a site and hopefully play for that post plant. But in a lot of situations, when you see a lot of those post plants, you have Tess on the site, you have Sawamura on the site with those early openings. It's going to be very hard for them to really take this fight. So when they're getting picked off one by one.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, as you mentioned, it was those that surgical play like comes in from Aura Differential, right? For example, Rams gets an early pick, and then Sawamura suddenly has a flank. Like what happened, I believe it was somewhere round 8, round 9. Sawamura gets a pick from somewhere in the flank, slowly slinks away, and suddenly it's a 3v5, and Lilith don't know what to do yet again. And there were so many times where that was the case, right? Especially when you have Grams and Sawamura that just were basically like having a field day. It was kind of like as Starry Bun, Tess, and Fi were like anchoring in on the sites, Sawamura and Grams could just like, you know, totally like go around and just do whatever they want, try to find those picks like two dogs that were on the hunt consistently, right? I do have to give praise though to VVV, who was trying very, very hard, but in this case, you kind of miss RNG on the duelist, right? I kind of felt like the impact was maybe stronger, and it made me wonder if they did go for a double duelist setup, perhaps they would have seen a bit more success like they did on Bind, but it's only shoulda, woulda, coulda at this point, and unfortunately for Lilith, it wasn't that successful. But hopefully we get to see them somewhere along the year. Maybe there'll be a lot more to work with, especially since, you know, we do know that these players are capable of, you know, great things, especially since we saw a lot of great individual plays, especially from RNG and VVV today.
Yeah, let's have a look at the MVP here, and I think it's going to be, yeah, not surprising to see Graham's up there. Now, coming back to Graham's, I think not only the aggression to come through, but also when you have a player who's so versatile in terms of flexing and playing so many different agents, you have a different idea or a different perspective of so many different ways to play, and that's how a lot of these rounds are being outread by Graham herself. And I think what's really great about Graham is that as when you're playing arena, especially on a map like Breeze, you have a lot of escape, because Graham knows that her firepower, her confidence comes through when she's playing these duels. She knows that she can win these aim duels. She can isolate fights very, very well. She gets a pick very early. She can immediately move out of the way. How many times have we seen her peek very early, get a pick, and just dismiss out? It happened all the way in elbow. It happened when she was able to really go for the flank coming in from halls as well. It happened when she was pushing out Nest all the way toward mid. So in this situation, there's a lot of value when you have agents that are so good at taking up space and going in for these early picks. We saw that happen for Sawamura as well. One way to counter these particular type of plays is to play an agent that can disrupt it, like say maybe a smoker or a flash agent, but we didn't really see that come through from the side of Lilith. Regardless, I am pretty sure that we have an interview coming around. Yeah, Mika.
We do have an interview coming up, and let's bring her onto your screens. I believe we have Starrybun from Aura Differential. Starrybun, hello, hi, hello.
Hi.
Congratulations on that first win here for the playoffs. I do have to ask, of course, you have a very unique background here over on this side of the world. So please tell us how how it's been playing in this region compared to like NA.
Definitely has been very interesting. I feel like there's definitely a lot of different play styles here compared to NA, but all of it has been a really, really fun and good experience. I feel like I've gotten to be able to experience like different type of play styles, and that has made calling a lot more fun for me. So it's definitely like a new region for me to conquer.
Right, so what's it like coming here? What's the different styles from North America to Southeast Asia? Is it very, very different? And how are you adjusting to the different play styles?
I feel like a lot of it's like aim fights. What I've noticed is like there's not as much coordination that I've seen from like the APAC region. Like a lot of NA teams, they're very, very, very coordinated, but here I feel like it's easier to disrupt. It just isn't quite there.
So one thing I think that a lot of people have been wondering, I think, is how this roster came together, especially since you have players, for example, like Grams, who we don't have a lot of background on. So can you give us kind of like a rundown as to how Aura Differential came to be?
So actually a week before roster lock, I think Phi messaged me on Twitter and was like, hey, like I saw your tweet that you're looking for a team in APAC DC and I have a squad and we just need one. And I was like, all right, like put me in. And then I got to meet everyone. They've all had experience playing with each other before. So I was just kind of like, they were just looking for one and I was just there. Like, I'm just happy to be here.
Right. So I found out before that you were competing in North America, except TSM, and that you took a bit of a break. What made you realize you wanted to come back to competing?
I took a little bit of a break because I feel like the passion for the game just wasn't there again. But when I moved to like APAC and Korea, I was like, I had an itch to play. It's like, I've been gone for so long, and I was like, I want to compete again. So I was like, maybe I'll kind of shoot my shot on Twitter and see if anyone kind of puts out any feelers, see if anybody like messages me. And then this opportunity came, and I felt like that was just a sign for me to just jump right back into it.
Well, sorry, but we are so happy to have you here in Southeast Asia, competing with all of these wonderful teams. I would love to see more. I'm sure everybody does as well. So congratulations to you, and we'll see you for the rest of the week. Hopefully, congratulations to our differential.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
I think that Aura Differential, they have quite a big quite a bright future ahead of them, especially since, again, this is a team that is very, very new, very, very raw. They still have a lot of experience to be gained, and they're already performing at this level, Tash.
Honestly, I don't think they're very, very new, very, very raw. I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. They do have raw players. I'm gonna agree with you on that one.
Yes,
they do have raw players. I'm gonna agree with you that one. But I think the experience coming in from players like Sawamura, like Stariban, like Tess, who have already competed before, gives them a lot of new knowledge, a lot of new opportunities, and a lot of styles of play as well. I think there was a lot of people talking about, like, back then when Forsaken was very aggressive and kind of played a little bit too ahead of the team. This is not something that we're not really seeing from the girls, and I'm really excited to see more from them. Regardless, I think we're going to go for a quick break. After this, more Game Changers Southeast Asia 2024. We'll be right back. Mika and Tash, be out.
One enemy remaining.
Wingman's planting.
My world.
Spike planted. Boom. Spike down.
Toxins going up.
Poison. Last player standing. Spike down. B.
There.
One enemy. Team Ace.
Get out of my way.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Last. Poops.
Killed.
Planted. No charging. One enemy remains. I don't die.
Come to my world. No charges left.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia Stage 1. We just saw Aura Differential earlier secure their series, and that means that their journey over here continues. We're gonna see if other two teams can manage to do the same thing for like Aura Differential. We have RIMA GC versus Dangerous Rose here, Tash, and I feel like these teams are also kind of like similar. They're made up of players who have been in and out of the Game Changer scene for quite some time, but they have yet to be, I think, pushed to this level here at playoffs.
Yeah, it's really exciting because when you look at this team, RIMA GC, it's a very interesting mix. Two of their players' core were from Deviant Topaz. Yeah, Deviant Topaz. Yes. And then you have Bless, who is a Sentinel from the Philippines, I believe, and the rest are quite still very, 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 I would say, mysterious per se. And on the other hand, if you look at Dangerous Rose, I think they're still pretty much also quite new, very, very raw team.
Yes, it's funny how they kind of have they have that core of 3, because I do believe that they do have Dangerous Rose rather has a similar core of 3 players, right? I believe that Taryn and Pady and Micro Brilt have been playing together since last year, just like the core of RIMA GC. So how well does that core match up against RIMA's, right? So that's the big question that's going to happen here, especially since I trust a lot in the team chemistry that takes a while to develop here.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you look at these two teams because while they are very, very new, they have tried to compete prior, or at least some of them did try to compete last year. So in terms of making it, this would be the first time for both teams, except for Tub and Yuna, I believe, or Yanni rather, who last year did make it into the playoffs, but didn't really go far. But it is still a pretty good lineup per se, making it just here into the top 8.
Yeah, it is going to be a real test for both of these teams, especially since now it gets real, I guess, for these players, right? I think that I do believe that Bugsy on the side of RIMA GC, she does seem to be that anchor player who is really able to hold the team together and deliver when it's needed the most. So my eyes are just gonna be on her. I think there's a lot of the other players do flex around. I believe it's Bugsy on control and then Bless on a Sentinel, and then all of the other players may flex here and there from control to initiator to duelist. So I'm eager to see what kind of compositions we're going to be seeing from RIMA GC. And on the side of Dangerous Rose rather, you do have you might see Freya, I believe, lock in on the Sentinel, and then you will have Taryn hard lock on the duelist, and then again you will see the other players switch around as well. So I'm eager to see what form they'll be here, especially since they're up against a team that kind of mirrors them in some way.
I think it's also very fun as well that this season we are seeing a lot more flex players. I think last season we barely saw that. Maybe 2 or 3 players were in those flex, but a lot of the players were very, very comfortable playing their own agents and their own rules. It's more about the comfort. I think we talked about this last year, Mika, about how a lot of the time, a lot of teams were leaning more toward the comfort picks. The strats were placed around what they're very, very comfortable in playing. But this season, it's a lot more. We're starting to see that similarity happening from the GC side as well. We're starting to see a lot of flex players, a lot of comps actually coming through from bigger teams. And speaking of comps, let's look at the comps that's coming in very, very soon for these two teams. I want to see, sorry, not comps, excuse me, the map veto per se, because I want to see which maps these players are going to play. You're going to be seeing another Breeze for today, alongside a Sunset and a Lotus.
Ooh, very, very interesting, especially since you do have a player like Pady, for example, who runs usually runs initiator, and then you have Freya, who's seems to be one of the more consistent players on this roster who plays Sentinel. So that's incredibly heavy on a lot of the info side for the side of Dangerous Rose, right? So the fight for Dangerous Rose, it seems to be on Pady and Freya's shoulders the most. So it's gonna be about how well these two can set up their team for those plays, right? And for RIMA GC, my eyes are on Bugsy because she just seems to be that nucleus that holds the team together, and then everybody just kind of revolves around her. That's what I'm reading so far. Again, it may change as we head into any one of these maps.
I think it's also really exciting as well because if you look at the side of RIMA, they've never played Breeze before. This is a brand new map for them. And I think it comes back to what we saw from Lilith just now as well, where you haven't really seen Lilith play. I'm really hoping that it's not going to be the same issue as prior, because Lilith felt very lost. It felt like they didn't really have an idea on how exactly to play that map compared to our differential. But for RIMA, this might be a good thing, because they may have had scrims on Breeze, they may have comps or even strats on Breeze, and for Dangerous Rose, they might know nothing about it because their games may not have, because they've never played Breeze on an official match, which means that their games have never been aired before. They might have a step up or a leg up because of it.
Exactly. It's like, would you rather go up against an opponent that you know or one that you don't? It's like it's two sides of a coin, right? Because there are pros and cons to
But it's really funny. I'm so sorry to cut you, because it's funny, because if the flip side, if you look at Bind, RIMA GC has played that map 7 times. But Dangerous Rose has not played that map at all. So it's just
choose your poison.
Yeah, choose your poison at this point. And it's all just relying on that decider map, on who exactly will do better on that third map at this point. I'm expecting a 2-1. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm expecting a 2-1 just because of these stats that we have. Sorry, analyst brain. But I'm not gonna say to who, because we all know. I think everyone in Southeast Asia and APAC know about my jinx.
Oh yeah,
And
Tash.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not about to activate that on stream as well, because I learned yesterday that that also happened during Challengers Malaysia Singapore, that my jinxes also happened on stream. So that is something to worry about. But coming back to this, it's all about, I mean, again, coming to this map, momentum heavy teams. Both maps I would say is very momentum heavy, especially Bind in particular. You feel good, you shoot good, you will feel good. And the same could be said about Breeze. But the thing about Breeze is that because it's such a big map, the mid-round adjustments are a little bit easier in my opinion. It gives a lot of space, it gives a lot of time for you to reposition and really kind of cut noise if you want to, compared to playing a Bind game where the maps are a lot smaller. But the question now is, I'm just worried that, okay, one team wins map 1, one team loses map 2, and map 3, because they won map 1 and lost map 2, their mindsets have shifted. Valorant is such a heavy, it's so heavy. Yeah, we talk about strats. We talk about raw fundamentals when it comes to aim and positioning. But what about that mindset? I feel like it's not talked a lot enough.
Yeah, it's definitely something that really shapes like the mind of a competitor, right? And that's what all these players will be going through in these next few days. They've already been through the open qualifiers, which are probably been like have pushed them to their limits, and now it's a step even further here at the playoffs. And as stage 1 comes into a close, right, and then you have stage 2 over on the horizon, it's gonna get even tougher. Now, of course, as we step into Breeze here, I'm looking at the previous composition that Dangerous Rose has brought out on Breeze, and we did have a Sova, a Yoru, a Viper, a Jet, and a Cypher, and again leaning into Pady and Freya. And then we have Microbill who on the Sova, so it's leaning a lot on a lot of heavy info gathering, and it's a matter of how far can Taran take it, how far can Taran take advantage of all of that in order to get the win here. But I think that Dangerous Rose, their opponents were quite strong, so they weren't able to really dominate on this map. I just wonder if it's a reflection of I guess how far they're going to struggle here, or if RIMA GC probably has that surprise factor that you mentioned, Tash, coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look all the way till the end as well, statistic-wise, there are more maps played in Lotus for RIMA GC compared to Dangerous Rose, who's only played 1. So that also might play a factor in the end. By the end of the day, every team has scrimmed, every team has prepped. It's just a matter of not how well their executes are going to play. I think when it comes to executes, there is a different, I mean, there are a lot of conversations going around scrims as well as official matches. Like, okay, we haven't lost scrim since this time to this time. But scrim bucks, to me, in my opinion, it doesn't really play as a big role as everyone might think it does. Mostly because a lot of the time, a lot of teams are just practicing or trying out new things on stronger opponents to see whether or not that strat is going to work. So that is another thing that a lot of teams have to worry about as well. As we go into this, I am really curious to see what exactly will be the lineups, especially for Dangerous Rose, who have not played Bind yet. Dangerous Rose, I mean, a double duelist comp would be great, like what we saw earlier. It's a very aggressive thing that we can see, and it definitely isn't something that RIMA GC does play. A RIMA GC is a very interesting one, running the initial duelist as a Yoru instead of picking a space-taking duelist. I'm wondering how exactly they are executing onto site.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting indeed to see how the teams are going to be what kind of lineups, what kind of compositions we're going to be seeing as we step into the first map, because you're dealing with a team that it seems like all players more or less can flex around, and we're not exactly sure who will be carrying the momentum and what kind of flavor that will bring, right? You have a duelist on one player, and they might have a different flavor compared to another duelist bringing in on another agent, right?
Yeah.
So it's that kind of tempo, it's that kind of rhythm. Everybody has their own kind. So how much are these two teams going to mirror each other? How different are they going to be? The answer is we're getting a mirror match here.
Wow. Okay. I think this is the standard comp nowadays, especially since what we saw in Madrid. Running the Yorus coming in. I saw it happen during Challengers Challengers MYSG as well, especially for the two top teams that we saw playing the grand finals yesterday, which was Orglis as well as Orglis and Lays as well ran this comp. Now the question is, we see this, how exactly this comp is going to work is that you have the Jet coming in from the front lines, and the Yoru will try and teleport to the backside. Most of the time, if they manage to do this right, the Yoru can teleport to the back and perhaps either get information before they run away, or they could go for a reposition and go for the kill, which a lot of times you want to clear the right side of the map, the right side of pyramids with that Yoru, and it gives a lot of value on the attacking side. Now, on the defensive side, having this Yoru is going to be massive because it gives you a lot of access to either halls or even side with the ability to escape as well. So let's see how these teams will be doing this, and which team will have the better skill matchup in this mirror matchup.
Exactly. Again, as we're seeing, it's the same agent composition on both sides, so it's gonna come down to who can outplay who at this point, right? I'm being very, very optimistic with some players, but time will only tell as we step into Breeze. So let's throw it back to our casters, Coldan and Pilski.
Thanks a lot, analyst panel. Keen for this last series of the day for you and me, Coldan, and of course it's going to be a Yoru mirror on Breeze here. Have seen a couple more reps here for Dangerous Rose on this map, and not too much to look at for RIMA. We'll see what they're going to bring to this game of Breeze.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see the Yoru. It's a bit of a change in composition from the previous Breeze that we just witnessed.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how these two teams incorporate the Yoru. But as the desk mentioned, right, one of these teams has 0 official reps on this match, and we saw the exact same thing happen in the previous Breeze that we just witnessed. So one team playing it often, one team not, and you can see the vast difference. So repeat or maybe something different. I am curious to see how Dangerous Rose would like to bring this map into their favor, because of course this is that map picked by them. And see if they can bring it up to an 1-0 scoreline. Or will RIMA answer back? Because RIMA definitely do have a pretty strong roster. I've seen a couple of these players play last year as well. So excited to see how they perform in this new squad that they have.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, I think obviously one of these teams has got a couple of reps with this comp in officials. If I'm going into a game like this, with the Yoru mirror, I'm thinking about the interaction of, obviously the biggest thing on defense is that the Yoru can be everywhere. You can leave your TP behind on one side of the map. So for the attacking team, you're thinking about things like baiting the TP on the defense and then pivoting to the other side of the map. For the defensive team, it's all about adjusting the Cypher trips to be able to play around those Yoru setups. Your Cypher is going to become a very, very important part of your defense. And obviously, you want to take the bear out of the cannon. Like, oh, it's not a cannon, it's a tire. I don't even know why I'm thinking. I thought it was a cannon for a sec. That would have been horrific. But you know what is about to pop off, Coldan? This game of Breeze, mate.
All right. Well, you set it up perfectly. Let's see if RIMA and the Dangerous Roses can tango immediately. Starting it off. Aggression. I like the set play. Initial contact, but that's 3 players noted for the side of RIMA already. Aggressive towards that A main position.
Yeah, but this is where the Yoru is very valuable. The TP is not deep in spawn, but you definitely can see things like A main aggression into an instant TP to the other side of the map. Can't always read into the numbers that you see. Double duelists pushing all the way. TP has now elapsed, so that rotation's not going to be an option for RIMA, but they've taken all of this space and information on A mate. Dangerous Rose in the meanwhile just turtling Freya, about to run into 2 players, unaware of it, at least gets the Yoru, but traded by the Jet.
Surely this is the indication to go. Yeah, and surely they do the double split comes into the B side. 2 on either prongs. Bless at the back of the site. What more can she do? Oh, Tub lines them up. Peeks through the wall, I think. Manages to find the 2 players coming in from mid. Micro, Brilk. Extremely low as well. Marine, only player on high HP, finds that first kill, but Micro spotted out shoulder just above the wall. And Tub, a beautiful anchor here towards this B side. Marine spotted out towards this back of the site. Without the spike being down, it's going to be a difficult endeavor for her to even get onto the site. And yeah, the swing comes through. Yanni picks up the last, and Rima off to the first.
Yeah, good stuff from Rima. Getting going nice and early here on this defensive side of Breeze. Very active and assertive on the map, pushing all the way through A main, getting the 1-for-1 on the lurker. See Dangerous Rose just sitting in a 1-4, and after they lost that Hall's lurker, just kicked off the B execute and weren't quite able to get enough out of it. Massive 3k from Tub, playing the pivot there from half wall. Multi-frag really doing them a lot of favors. And now for Rima, just a nice and chill anti-eco, not even really too much invested in this one for Dangerous Rose.
Able to find too much, just a little bit of presence towards that elbow position. You see Rima being very active, as you mentioned, even in the previous series, right? That is a key when you have those double duelists and the Yoru ability to teleport away. Tub, better be careful, walks into 2 players, the classics that deal the damage. But at least the gun's not given over, so have that at the very least. But Rise is in a great position, right? So much information. And I love the discipline coming in from the Dangerous Roses. Look at them, playing nice and slow around here. Rise getting a little bit curious now with the lack of information. She wants to push even further. There's so many players on the other side. Finds the first one, and discipline coming into play. Will just back off. Has a teleport. Actually might want to go in for even more. Gets dinged from miles away, but still information has been passed over. Bugsy spotted out, aggressive towards A main, and things are slowly unraveling. Rima losing a bit too many players in the meantime, and
30 seconds left.
Dangerous Rose, they want to capitalize on this out of position Viper.
Yeah, you got to be careful. They're already taking way too much damage. Flash goes over the top as well, pushing Yanni off the line. Nice little orb and snakebite combo going to take Taran out of the server here, and Bugsy alive on site. Playing that pivot, 10 seconds to get the spike down here, and they're all going to run into the Viper. Bugsy not able to get anything done. They've got the spike down just in time here, Coldan.
Spike planted.
Oh, such tight margins, yet they make it over the line. Outlaw in play, but the double swing comes through. Bless covering her teammate, and now 1v2. We have no idea where Freya's up to. Found the Bulldog in hand. The lineup comes, but it's not going to be enough. Bless finds the last 2 kills, and the Rima, you know what, started off as a pretty interesting, aggressive round. Got a little bit close, but thankfully they still brought it away in the end.
No, I mean, you should never even be putting yourself in those positions, though. The Sova on right side of Nest getting caught out. Yoru's diving down bottom mid, 1v5. These are the kind of rounds that are going to get messy and cost you a lot of guns. 2 players surviving, both have to upgrade their armor. That takes a pretty massive toll on the defensive side economy, so Rima have to go for a bit of a bonus here. Not what they necessarily would have wanted, but got to give credit to Dangerous Rose for making that an expensive round with really only a Sheriff purchased. So, look, let's see what they're going to get for us on this attacking side. Dart up to top middle. Looks like they're already setting up for an A-split. Dash active.
Bugsy gets very curious about the Euro teleport. Doesn't get baited into shooting the clone though. Yeah, realizes it's a fake, but with so many angles to manage around with, yeah, gets pincered on the site. Rice is here, wants to deal a little bit of damage. Freya,
here,
more than diligent to clear that angle. Now in a 3 versus 5, the retake has to be called for. Yaddy, that Outlaw's not the best weapon for this retake, but perhaps could catch a couple of these attackers in their post plant positions, but they're playing really far up. It's extremely advanced for this post plant. As we might expect this, the flash comes through, and so does the peek, but Bless, nice shot from her. Finds that first frag, but there's still multiple players around this corner. Around Orange, the scan is brilliantly done, but they can't cross this line in the sand. They know there's a player towards mid as well. It's such an awkward duel, but he opts to go from the top lane. 80, nice catch there. Tub and Bless, Tub with 2 kills with the Sheriff. But Freya's there to answer as well. It's a 1 versus 1. It was just a low buy. And top barely around the corner, but time is not on her side. Freya picks up the last. Oh, never mind. Runs out of bullets. Both players just up to walk away when they see each other, but the spike will catch onto top at the very end. So, yeah, it got so damn close. But it's nice damage though.
Hey, that round was spaghetti. Like, what's going on? Bugsy's unloaded a whole share clip at a Yoro TP, and we still ended up in a 1v1. That was just crazy. Look, RIMA doing a lot of damage with the bonus there. Only one gun taken over for Dangerous Rose. That's an expensive round. At least they're able to mix in the Yoro TP round. Let's see if they have a specific set play that they like to go for with that. Very popular to go for the old B execute or just send the Yoro out on the scouting mission over towards 8. Same start to the round here though. Cypher camp posted up over middle. Couple of players making some steps over there. Dart to elbow. Very early drone here for Tub. Looking for info in middle, gets absolutely nothing. A bit of a misread really, because Dangerous Rose are pretty heavily fortifying mid right now.
Doesn't spot anything.
Who's next?
There's no wall for this cross actually. It's just a straight up jet smoke into the Yoro ultimate. Dimensional Drift got to spot out every single position of these defenders. The door opens as well. Assistance coming from Yanni, but Micro's the one to find the first kill. Yanni's still here, opening the door, allowing her a new lane of sight. The spike should be able to get planted. There's a lurk coming in from mid as well. But in a 4 versus 4, Dangerous Rose, they have to do with if they can find a kill, but gotta be mainly just the A builds right here. Comes a jet smoke through. Terran with a great kill onto Tub. The back of the side. Here comes the new up left. Oh, so many angles to look for. And this crossfire is dangerous to say the least. Bugsy finds first, but the trade from Haiti is good enough. Bless on V2. Another clutch situation. Spotted out by Marine. And the crossfire is perfect. Dangerous Rose. Nice execute. They post up second round.
This is exactly why you play the Yoro comp. Early Yoro ult timing, able to scout the entire setup and adjust on the fly. Nice flashes in the mid round as well from Pady, just to be able to disrupt that retake attempt coming in from RIMA, and great little contact setup just to be able to close the 1-on-2 consistently. And that's where all of the damage inflicted on both teams in that last round rears its ugly head. That was a big swing round, and Dangerous Rose with the Yoro ult timing have been able to break the economy of RIMA here.
Time to jump.
Once again, seeming like they want to just stick to this 1-3-1 play every single time. Viper keeping an eye on A main, Cypher's keeping an eye on B. And the rest of the team working as a pack to take a little bit of control in mid here.
Aggressive though, RIMA. Trying to force back any players towards the A main position, but most of them coming towards mid. Flash and a TP. They've gotten top mid control, that's great. Here comes the execute. Freya spotting out one of the defenders, getting a little over eager, now out of position. The flash is fantastic, but the shots aren't though. Marine will punish Rice. And Telbo spotted as well. Surely they expect her to be somewhere lurking around. Micros in a pretty committed position, but with the battle weaponry, will manage to connect onto that kill. 2 players of this mid position coming in. Of course, the weaker weapons, anything that they could get would be nice. But oh, Micro just hides around the little corner. Drones from that position as well, but managed to get away just in the nick of time. They found the kill towards the CT position. So these last 2 players, an impossible task, the cage as well, just to buy even more time. They have to isolate these 2 somehow. Smoke will allow them a little bit of access. The kills though, that's not what they're gonna get. Freya, the little cubby in the corner, picks up the last 2. And Dangerous Rose, a pretty nice mid-round call to adjust and collapse onto that B side.
Yeah, saw the Sova pushed up. That's the power of the 1-3-1. Just keeping an eye on the extremities and being able to adjust as you go.
One enemy remaining.
Lanty kept most of their guns up. I think Dangerous Rose looking quite composed, quite confident in their default on this attacking side. Now they've got the pit up. A couple of ults being mixed in here. Rice with the Yoro ult going to be able to assist on some of these retake attempts. In fact, Rice making her way down halls this round. So that's going to be a little bit of a change up. It's going to be a pretty nice timing to push, actually. A lot of info for the defense in this round. Double push from the duelists. Able to play retake A now and shift accordingly. Dangerous Rose, once again, this set mid take. Smoke dash in combination with the flash up top mid. And the orb on mid doors gives them a lot of mid control.
Fantasy push though, that's a lot of info, but if they're not gonna be here in time, the trip is perfectly placed, the spam coming through, oh, so close, but Tough is the one to actually find a kill. Now she's in a compromised spot, still finds a player towards main, but Terran with the beautiful trades. They are, well, at least they get control over this B side, and they've put Micro again towards his mid position. Viper's pit towards their CT. As the defenders come in from the backlines, they realize this is an unconventional plant spot, but surely it's been rehearsed by Dangerous Rose. How do they deal with this? Dimensional Drift invested by Rice to spot out these positions. Where's the post-plant setup coming in? They spot her out. The spam comes through, and it's so successful, but Marine is there for the trade as well. Marine within the pit, within her domain. She finds the second frag, and now it's just onto Rice. Marine with all 3 kills at the very end. She plays it to perfection. Great trades. And a great round coming in again by Dangerous Rose.
I like the idea though, you know, being able to use the Yoru, clear out the pit, come in on this retake in the 3-on-3. I think really you just needed to find the Viper instead of the Jet there. That was really the only small kind of a adjustment you'd want to make, just be able to actually drop that pit instead of just getting the free spam kill on the Jet. Needed to flush out the Viper ASAP. Thought it was a pretty good attempt though from RIMA. Who will now take a timeout. They've got to go back down onto a half buy, and Dangerous Rose, they're looking real dangerous on this attacking side. You know, I was thinking to myself, looking at the teams that made it through Swiss, that this might be a team that wouldn't be as competitive simply because they made it through Swiss with a forfeit win. They went 8-4, and they had by far the lowest round diff out of every team coming into the playoffs here. They only had +5 rounds, so they pretty much went dead even in terms of rounds won and rounds lost across the Swiss stage, whereas most of the other teams, you know, +30, +40, +50, and they're all like 10-4 in map score or better, you know, much more kind of convincing runs through Swiss. But watching this attacking side of Breeze, I feel, you know, we'll see some more maps for them. So I'll reserve my expectations, but at least from these opening couple of rounds, they're looking like a pretty well-drilled team so far.
Yeah, I like their attempt at the, or at least their mid-execute kind of protocols. You have the smoke and the flash, and then you kind of leave Micro in that little committed position. Although they have to be careful, right? You can't use that strategy too many times in a row, but so far it's been working out pretty nice.
Here. I mean, yeah, just running the default and conditioning the other team. Yeah, definitely do. I'd agree with you. Want to start to see some more adjustments off of that. You can start the round that way and then mix in some different plays. Seems like at the moment they're well aware that this is an anti-eco. They've got the orb deep in nest, keeping an eye on things with the camp.
I wonder if they're expecting a bit of aggression from RIMA, because of course they are on that low buy. Yeti here making a bunch of noise. I'm not sure if that's being heard over, but once the noise has been cut though, it's full commitment, I guess, towards this A side. They walk straight into the knives, and yeah, they might want to reevaluate the options. Not the best idea to walk into the Jet with the most powerful ult and weapon in this round. It's a nice pause at the meantime, Pilski. I mean, look at them reassessing the options.
Yeah, I mean, 4-on-5, you're in a bit of a pickle now. You're running into the Cypher. Would really like to see the Yoru TP invested by Rice here for the quicker rotate, just leaning over towards A. And in fact, it's the Yoru TP leaning towards that A site, and the rotate coming in. Shot clears the trip. In goes Page, fake TP, able to take out the Cypher pretty easily. So they've gotten onto the site here, but only 13 seconds to get the plant down.
10 seconds left.
Marine's got a plan, waiting for the wall to go back up. Scampers onto the site. Will just commit and stick to his Hunter's Fury a bit late though. Not able to deny the plant, but it gets gets only 1 kill. It's actually Micro on the other side. The other Yoru that's picking up all the frags while the other's being laid down and repositioned all the way towards this box. Surely Tough does not expect it. What a pre-fire coming in the wall bank onto the Sova, and now in 1v1 knows that the Cypher was back of the site, but Freya's wrapped around, sticking the spike. Oh, Freya, do you peek this? Yes, she does. A nice adjustment at the very end as well. Dangerous Rose. Well, it got real dicey towards the end, but thanks to Micro as well as Freya, they close out that round.
Yeah, I'd agree with you though. I mean, earlier timing on that Hunter's Fury probably just ends that round after things get a little dicey there, or a flood to stop the plant. Cypher wasn't really helped out too much there. despite the fact that she was in the back of the side with trips. So could have been a little better for RIMA to secure that round. They do take a lot of guns away from Dangerous Rose, but they've done a great job building up their economy with the way this attack side has been going. So look, back into another gun round here for RIMA. Op comes out deep onto the B main line. It looks like a fast mid to A though from Dangerous Rose here.
He has to just fall back off. That smoke is great. Oh, but they catch up to Bless. But up and above, Boxy lines up the heads. One more needed, but Micro just enough finds the trade. The spike should be able to get down to the side as well. Micro just providing a little bit of an anchor spot from that mid door's position. But in the meantime, Tub has accessed her way all the way from halls into the back lines. Do they expect her? Around the corner, knife is out. Last player standing, it's just Freya left alone in a clutch yet again, but this time it's up against 3. Found the first, but the op in hand of Yanni surely can secure them access. But Rice is a little bit far away, so they get their running boots on. Freya, can she do it again? Cage in hand, that's all she has to work with.
Not ready.
They know that she's gonna be in this position. Phone comes out. The P comes through. What a headshot coming in by Freya. Another clutch from the Cypher. 3 kills, 1v3. What a play. Beautiful shots coming through. And yet another round, 6 in a row now for Dangerous Rose.
Perfect movement on the Cypher. That's the play you often putting in a lot of these late round situations. Able to peek the jet and force the Yoru to stop that half. And then on the second tap, just able to peek out and with that burst aim style. Close that round out. That is a massive clutch from Freya. Breaks the money yet again here from RIMA. So good for 2 if they can complete this anti-eco. I don't think I've ever seen a Viper's Pit here. No one's getting up mid doors. There's a Viper's Pit, Bucky. You're not allowed access to mid doors. So that's sad for all you mid door lovers out there. But you know, outside of that, I don't really think Dangerous Rose probably cares too much about what's going on here.
Oh, the drone clears the wrong position, and now Bugsy is more than confident to just take back this space. The drone spots nothing.
You just need to be like,
wait.
No way you get away with this. Like, they're spending way too much time clearing this. You need to literally look at this and be like, a Viper's Pit on mid doors. Well, I'm just going somewhere else. Like, they look confused by this. You know, they've spent 45 seconds staring at it.
Yeah, Buxy's by herself as well, and she's gained so much control off of that. And she's going aggressive with the Bucky in mid. That just leaves her pit. She's more than confident to say that they're not here, but there's only 2 players here on the A side though. Bless being spotted out by that Your Ultimate Dimensional Drift, just trying to body block her into an awkward fight, and I guess it does eventually. Here comes the retake, but with the Bucky in 2 of their hands, it's not the ideal weapon. Especially for these long-range duels. They're going in for the flank. So perhaps RIMA could deal a little bit of damage. Shots coming in from the Sheriff, but again, they're waiting for the flank play to come through. Classic in Buxy's hand is not the best, but there's a gap in the smoke. Oh, just not enough damage. The Bucky is here, but so is the flashes. Great flash from Pady. Terran just mopping up the floor with the knife. They don't expect a second flank, but the shots a little less than ideal, and Tub will go down. Things got a little bit weird, but somehow, some way, Dangerous Rose still keep all 5 players standing, and that's 7 rounds now in a row.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Look, they got confused by the Viper ult, but sense prevailed. Just dropped the Dimensional Drift into the B side again. This is exactly the strength of the Yoru comp, and they're playing it very, very well. Just scouting out the positions of the defense and adjusting as they go. Flush out the ladder side of sight, playing around the Cypher trips very well. Loving everything I'm seeing from Dangerous Rose right now. Here's the shock to clear the trips front side of sight. Oh no, opt against it instead. It's going to be the Cypher left on elbow side once again. Slow mid control. RIMA's starting to cotton onto this though, you know. They've got a player on this TP main line. Orbs on mid doors, fake TP. As Dangerous Rose takes some space off the back of that dart straight up middle here yet again.
Cutting through.
TP in. That's okay. The other TP is going into the back of the site, but RIMA, 2 players to anchor this one. Yanni peeks out from the top of mid. Nest position, finds 2 kills. There's still 1 more though. Dash is popped as well. They don't have to push the issue. They don't have to rush things. It's an awkward fight in the back of the site though. Only 1 more player here. Bless Great spray control. Finds the first one. They want to plant right in her face. That is bold coming in. The flank is already here. And Micro ends up to be the last one standing, and Tub will connect on that second frag as well. So it's an interesting fight, and I guess credit to Rima, right? Yanni just peeking out of top mid and just disrupts the entire execute.
Yeah, I mean, I think against this mid control style, you need to be pushing the extremities or you need to be crunching mid a little. Would love to see like a mid crunch coordinated from Rima. I think Yanni, you know, that's kind of what you want to do with something like a mid crunch. As they're kind of kicking off the exi, you're able to kind of flood out mid and catch them in transition. And she did that just self-sufficiently, finding the nice little timing with the duelist.
Scanning ahead.
Main control here for Rima. Wall on A should be a big tell. It's the first time you've seen that. So, especially with the Yoru walking down elbow for free here, everything is telling you this is going to be an A side ending here. As Rima, this should be a stacked site every day of the week.
Just waiting for a bit of the timing. Rima has Rice pushing down all the way down B. Yeah, even the Cypher's coming over. Tab has surely seen this gate crash. I would love to break it. I hate that to just stare at it as it's in that corner, but I guess Top trying to play the big brain game. No reaction so far. They don't really like the sound of things, but I guess they really don't have much options. Nowhere else to go. Molly's great, but oh, Yanni and Tub both find kills. Playing discipline in the corner. Tub, brilliant shot, says the anchor. And now it's just left alone to Freya. 1v5. The first is all she's got to get.
Yeah, really nice. Reading the rotations perfectly there for Rima. The info push straight down elbow from the Yoru. Nothing in halls. Viper wall committed very early to A for Dangerous Rose. It's a massive tell to the defense to hit the rotation timing there. So really probably a bit of an overlooked kind of round for Dangerous Rose. You much, especially after running this mid control every single round so far on attack, you much more would prefer them to use the same opening pieces of util in the round and run the default like they have been, and then go into some kind of quicker A timing or mid to A, something like that. Because the way that they kind of sequenced that attacking round, it was just so obvious to Rima that that was going to be an A hit, and you saw the results of that. They just shut that down so quickly. Tub is so sharp, by the way. Like the multi-frags from Tub so far in this series, it's just looking so clean.
If I'm not mistaken, she was playing on the duelist roles in a previous roster last year. So now coming on to Rima as more of the support, initiator role, you can kind of see the duelist aim in her, but she's, got, just a different role. But her aim, does not change. And putting up these kinds of numbers, 14 and 7, is really, really nice to see.
I think most of these rounds that Rima are winning, she's getting a multi-frag.
Right.
From, the A side, from the half-wall position. She's doing very well for herself. Last round here for Dangerous Rose, though. Sova ults there. Going to be A main control off the rip. Rice gets made vulnerable. Somehow allowed to get away with that. Gets hit by the snakebite, but not enough players ready for that peek into A main. So that's big. Yoru ult's down in line for Rice. Going to be massive for completing one of these retakes. Hopefully Rice has purchased herself a shorty. Don't want to be Yoru ulting in with an operator. It's not really a great vibe. Dangerous Rose, after losing that pick towards A main, though, they're going to kick it into high gear, call the audible over towards this B site. Still do have the Sova ult ready, and Marine is one multi-frag away from a post-plant pit. Let's see if they can even get in first, though. Tub and Bless fully set up here.
Yeah, surely they have some protocols. You can see Tub already looking to break that dart instantly. Bless with the trips in hand. They both dodge the drone, which is nice. Okay, they break it at the very least. Hunter's free, trying to flush out the attackers as they enter into the site. Yeah, it's done so too. Perfection. Oh, that's an attacker's ultimate, actually. Trying to flush out the defenders. Tub still has hers, but she's just standing her ground. Blessed with 3 kills on the defense. And now Micro left alone. Awkward situation. Dimensional drips being spotted out. What is this awkward too? That's happening, but Yanni jiggles out just enough. The 5th round kind of recovered by Rima at the half.
Yeah, good little recovery there for Rima after a big string of rounds on the attacking side for Dangerous Rose. Let's toss it back to Tash and Mika to see what they thought of that half.
I love how this is looking to be a utility showdown, especially with top players like Freya coming into this match. It was exactly why I wanted to highlight her as well, because this is a player that, much like, you know, we had in our earlier series, this is like her debut on this kind of stage, and she's already making such an impression here on Breeze, Tash.
That's right. Ethel, another player I really want to highlight was Tub. We saw her play previously, I believe it was Deviant Topaz GC. And now she's making a big impact on this game as well as a Sova. We're really starting to see that flex come through, and it's really showing, especially with Tub's hold on the site. I think she managed to stack 3 while tanking a snake bite and has really good trigger discipline. So you really gotta give her props for that. So now let's talk a little bit more about that match in particular. So when you look at that match in particular, Rima felt very lost, especially in the first half of the first series, of the first half of that first half. Anyways, coming back from that, they were very confused. They couldn't really figure out how exactly to stop this very aggressive play from Dangerous Rose. Dangerous Rose was a team that was very, very okay to go and play separately, walk around, get as much information as they can. In fact, they were even okay to, you know, to really just lurk halls if they want to. Rima did, while they did win pistol, it was the next few rounds that were very pivotal that they managed to get it back. And it felt like for a long time, Rima were scratching their heads. But after that timeout was when we saw a lot of changes were happening. We saw a lot more aggression coming in from Rima, even though Dangerous Rose was punishing them. We saw an insane, you know, Rima coming in 2 rounds in a row and sending it down Rice all the way down A main on defense all alone to get information, to really read those rotations. And that information play was key for Rima to just bring it back. Yes, it is still a 2-round differential, but it is still definitely bringing them back into the game mentally in terms of momentum wise.
And as the sides are going to be switching this time around, I wonder how this info game is going to be played as we continue this match on Breeze, right? And we can see, of course, that Rima, you can't exactly count them out just yet. Yes, they are a little bit down right now, but it's not by that much. So I would say let's just hold our breath and pass it on over to our casters to see how this map plays out.
Beautiful resilience there for Rima in the first half after such a big string of rounds thrown on in there by Dangerous Rose. Let's see how the Thai squad does deal with this little bit of a comeback attempt and how they'll do moving on to their defense here, Coldan.
Yes, sir. I think, you know, seeing on how Dangerous Rose has a lot of set plays, a lot of ideas, especially taking mid, I do expect that defense to be quite similar, right? You got your set protocols in place on a map that you have played quite a few times in that Swiss stage. And Rima, I will hope to see, you know, some sort of default setup coming in from them that might not be just hit B all the same, you know, every single round as we saw a previous map. But here we go into the first round. It's a very aggressive pistol from Dangerous Rose. They want to push the issue, running straight down of B main. The flash has been, you know, it's been so long and it's still flashed out.
Poison's off.
But yeah, Dangerous Rose, what a push on the pistol round. Not expecting that. They have control over the spike as well. Bugsy and Yanni, last 2 ones standing. Really caught them off guard right here, and they're stuck in this mid position. Yanni's being spotted out. Bugsy's around the corner as well, so they don't have any opportunities to break out of this absolute pinch.
Yeah, they're out for blood, and complete crunch, flawless round win there for Dangerous Rose. The elbow aggression works out an absolute treat. Now they go into the anti-eco here, starting off this defensive side very, very well. Gonna have to see some more resilience out of Rima once again here, as they're gonna start on the worst end of things. Couple share of purchases, see if they can get some economic damage done. A lot of Spectres on Breeze from Dangerous Rose. I am not a fan, to be honest, of the Spectre Ares buy. You know, there's a reason why you see a lot of Guardian, Marshal, you know, Outlaw purchases on this map, Bulldogs. Not a lot of long-range weaponry being mixed into the buy here, anti-eco.
As a ghost down halls, that is interesting. Alright, brings out the heavy weaponry. Scan available? No, just the shock dart just for a little bit of damage. Hasn't noted that there's literally everybody there. Deals a boatload of damage. As the smoke goes down, do they want to push into micro? She's getting a little bit curious. She wants to clear out all these angles again, but that's the drone and the dart though, but without any pressure on any other side of the map.
Flash.
Beautifully done. The pre-fire's there for at least the first, but that's information guarded. Freya picks up the second, and they're all just scrambling around trying to find opportunities in the weird crossfire setup. Marine, the ghost more than enough. A bit of a flip molly, but still. Rice and Bless. Just hoping for the defenders to peek out, maybe just walk into the crosshairs. The spike in hand, where do they want to go? It looks like B is the port of call, and they actually can slip away without any contact though. Reclear coming in from Dangerous Roads down the halls from the attacker position, and that means the B side is completely given over. Bless tries to fight, and so does RIMA. Sorry, so does Rice, but little does she know that the B side is completely free. Could get the spike down, and if she does, I think that's a great injection of cash. 15 seconds left, has to go and commit eventually, so...
10 seconds left.
Yeah, just gonna try to take one more gun, I think, rather than going for the plant here. Oh, 1 millisecond more, and Marine goes down there. But Dangerous Rose able to deal with that anti-eco. I like that play from RIMA though. Cycling the orb twice, little pop flash out of it, actually caused quite a lot of damage in a round like this, given that they didn't bring much into it. So respect where respect's due. That's a fair bit of economic damage done. And now this is why I hate Spectre purchases on Breeze. Because you go into a gun round, a bonus round against guns with Spectres on Breeze. Like, what are you going to do with this?
Time to
like,
jump.
No, just not fight mid the entire round, I guess. We're just ignoring like 60% of the map. All good.
Yeah, tuck in the corner and hope for the best, I guess. You see the players on B just playing in the tight corner, right? But I think it's pressure on RIMA, right? They have to find out what's the stack, what's the setup. Whether they are aware of all these close range weapons, that's a different issue, but still, slow play coming in from them.
I like what they're doing so far. Cam on elbow, they've had a little bit of a look towards B main. Starting to clear some angles. Jet's got on the deep info line towards mid doors. Your Viper's quite deep up halls. Sova can re-clear A main, joined up with Jet. So we'll see where they're going to end here. They're still fairly split. 50 seconds to go. They need to get a bit of a wriggle on here.
Camera taken out. Cage triggered.
Oh, at the very least. Oh, Freya, a little bit awkward, but the cage will allow her to disengage. RIMA, yeah, they have a lot of information, but where's the commitment? Okay, it looks like the spike is headed towards that A side. They've cleared out all of that space.
Oh, this is what I'm talking about. We're retaking A with Spectres on these lines. Like, how is this even going to work?
It ain't. That's great shout to Pady. Not expecting that position. They've looked up. They've got so much control. There's a double mid lurk coming in. These long range fights are just not favoring this. It picks up the classic instead. Oh, it's gonna be a bloodbath. Yeah, Bless, Rise, all of them in the kill feed. Just Micro left alone. They know exactly where she is.
It was you or me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to laugh, but like, it's just ridiculous to me. Like, especially Dangerous Rose. Like, they've played this map a couple of times. Their attack side was really good. I was enjoying it, but that was extremely questionable. Put that in the back of our minds, though. RIMA, very nice first gun round anti-bonus. 4 guns kept over. Here's the repurchase for Dangerous Rose. Please, no. I saw the Spectre for a second for Pady. We've learned our lesson, though. No, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. On the Yoru,
we have a stinger instead. We'll take the...
Okay. We're just molding over the buys. We'll just throw all that analysis out the window and talk about what our favorite gun is. Anyway, same start to the round, rather, for RIMA. Jet's taking a look at mid. We'll get a cam up into elbow, into probably a double peek from the defense. Yep. And they're dealing with this quite well on the attacking side. They've, spotted out where the elbow push has come through, and they've called a really fast pivot here for RIMA, actually. Back towards the A side. They should be able to get into A pretty easily once again. And for Dangerous Rose now, it's going to come down, really, to how their retake is looking. This time with much better weaponry, though, to be fair.
Nice start at the back of the site. Nobody's here though. Dangerous Rose playing a full retake setup. I like this plant spot as well. Gives the postman a lot more opportunities, a lot more options to play from. As Dangerous Rose They attempt this retake, but with presence towards mid as well. I love that RIMA always plays players towards mid. They have a player lurking in halls as well that could disrupt the retake really efficiently. See how Dangerous Rose navigate this. Oh, it doesn't even get started. Bless finds a beautiful timing. The ult invested. Here comes a lurk from halls. This is textbook plays. RIMA looking clean. It's a near flawless round. It's a 7th on the board.
I mean, that's what happens when you let the other team just walk into A for free. Get a nice open plant, put absolutely zero pressure on them. Like, unless your retake is extremely well drilled and you're doing your due diligence, clearing the map, you know, clearing for the halls lurk, clearing for the mid lurk, then things are very difficult for you. There's a million, you know, you're running through the forest, there's a million little branches that you can fall over on, and that's the perfect example of it. Dangerous Rose, economy reset now. RIMA with great money on the attacking side. And they are looking like the much better team right now after those initial couple of rounds on attacking side. Breeze here for Dangerous Rose.
Yeah, they got a couple of nice strats in tow. Here comes the B execute. Yanni misses the updraft, but all good. There's just one player at the back of the side. Left away, but oh, Freya, nice pick onto Bugsy off the trip. The trip gets the kill in the end. Rarely see that situation happen, but Freya's still here. Cam has spotted out so much information. Couple of shots into Yanni will take her down just a little bit, but here comes the retake, and it's all 4 players coming in from the backlines. And Yanni, at the very least, proactive, taking initiative, got information, and the plans for the back of the site. It's more than ideal for where they're playing from, but do they expect all of the players coming in from the back lines?
Yeah, they pivoted very well. Now crossfire between backside, half wall. You can see Dangerous Rose taking a lot of time clearing out positions they're expecting RIMA to be playing in. Yanni going to double up over on backside with the Cypher here. Flash kicks off the retake. Player advantage here for Dangerous Rose, and that's a beautiful combo of the Snakebite and the Dart, applying a lot of pressure to the defense here in the post plan, but Rice is making the difference on the defuse now is Pady. Yanni's going to cancel that, and there's just not enough time to get this done. Good damage from Dangerous Rose coming in on the retake there, but RIMA's going to get themselves another round.
Well, yeah, it's just a low buy, but it still deals so much damage. I mean, only one player standing. Thankfully, the economy is still in a decent position, so they can go for that rebuy. But yeah, decent, very, very decent eco round coming in from them.
Yeah, almost put it together on that half bite. Respect for that retake, especially the way they lay at the util towards backside there. That put a lot of pressure on RIMA, who now have another Yoru ult. That's what I love about this comp. Every time, like, it's just, like, they need to make it more ult orbs or something. Like, I swear to God, you just have so many Yoru ults on attack, and then you just, like, play a attacking side round on easy mode. Send ult mate in, have a little bit of a look around, see what the go is. I think that's what they're gonna do.
Who's next? A-split coming through, doors opened. Player in the side, Marine has got to evacuate. Really compromised spot, and yeah, she has evacuated the side, but they're still wanting to push even further. Rice gotten control over Orange. Gotten control over Hall as well. That's a lot of space given over to RIMA. But Pady, the one to open things up. The kill coming in from the mid position. Micro using the drone, but Yanni hears this all but cancels right the opportune moment. Knows there are 2 players watching. Nice shot coming through. The scan as well. Somehow the movement is sublime. Closes the door on Micro as well. A shot coming through at her feet. And a 9th round. We're all tied up. RIMA with really nice attack ideas.
Yeah, they broke the money of Dangerous Rose again here. This attacking side has been fantastic. Definitely need attack pulls here. Got to change up the momentum. Honestly thought Dangerous Rose approached that retake much better this time around. They got rid of Bless in mid with the double flank. The drone was clearing out the halls lurker. That's really how you kind of want to be tackling things. Deal with the players on the extremity first before you attempt that site retake. Especially if you're giving that much space. But I don't know. We obviously missed what happened around yellow, but I think, again, it was a classic case of some of these RIMA players just multi-fragging up a storm. Tup was playing that pivot from yellow. Yanni was dancing around in halls and made that post plant an absolute nightmare for Dangerous Rose. I think for them, they really need to come up with a solution for the fact that this A side is being given for free. You know, the mid to A's are looking a little bit too easy. Rima's being able to get themselves into post plants, and at some point, as a team who continually plays retake on A and tries to approach the round in that way, if you keep losing rounds to that exact style, then something has got to change.
Yeah, and they're so close to the ultimates as well. One off the Sova, one off the Viper for this defense. So at the very least, they might have something to bring into the next round. I don't know if they want to invest in this, if they can find a couple of kills or maybe the ult orb, but it's like they're just gonna focus on towards mid. Meanwhile, the attackers double stack towards halls. Fast mid take actually coming through. Dangerous Rose gonna find nobody there.
Yeah, it's just a 2-3 hall split here for Rima, which means it's going to be once again a retake attempt here for Dangerous Rose. Free sight, going to start working on the flank. Going to have to do something to probably clear halls here, or that's going to be quite difficult for them to be navigating. Trip is going to give a little bit of heads up here to Rima that the flank is coming in.
Alright, that's just a clone. It's even fooled me for a bit. But either way, here comes the triple flag from A main, taking in control from mid as well. But Rice, that back stun, and they're getting all the kills so easy. 1, 2, 3. And all the kills just fall in the way of Rima. It's just Pady left alone. Barely any HP to boot, basically one shot away from death. The shock dart will do the damage. Tub working her geometry. And it's a 10th round. Rima on a rampage. That adaptation, a little bit of a change up. They put heavy mid previously, but this time they completely give it up. They avoid the stack and they come in for this flank.
Yeah, I mean, but Dangerous Rose, this in the gun round is where you need to see an adaptation. We need to see a main aggression. We need to see them take halls or something like that. Like, they cannot keep letting Rima just walk into the A site for free. Got to get the op out, do something about it.
They've got so many ults, right? Surely they have something cooking up with this one.
I mean, you could Viper ult A main, you can kick off the retake with the Yoru ult, and then rip the Hunter's Fury off the info. There's a lot of different things you can do. I like this adaptation, though. Orb in A main, op on the deep line. This could be a freebie for Taran if it's not cleared properly, but the Sova's just going to kick it off with the drone. Does the Viper shoot that in time? She does.
Lovely. Ooh. Alright, getting away just in the nick of time. Tildy was out for the Sova.
Yeah, they've cancelled the A execute. Orbs up, Snakebite's down. Here's the drone looking for info in halls. Doesn't go deep enough to clear Bugsy though. This is where Rima, after seeing that A main control, they've walked into the site every single time for free. They're going to call the cancel and pivot back towards middle because they feel like they'll find some space there.
Bugsy has done this so many times, just walking up of halls by herself.
She needs to wait a little longer this time then, after maybe the B pressure comes in to find impact. Otherwise, she's going to definitely get checked here. Once again, they're going to put pressure on mid to A, but with the spike left towards B, I think it's all just fake and pressure here, trying to pull the rotates, and that's exactly what they've done. Look at the fifth rotation out from Dangerous Rose. It's just Yoru solo on B here.
AD with everything to do in such a compromised position, teleports to the back of the site, and with the trips available from the Cypher, AD can just maneuver around for a little bit longer. The wall dropping down, 10 seconds left. They have to get the spike planted. Spike eventually coming into the site. What a great clear coming in, and with barely any time left. But the Hunter's Fury coming through. Oh, but the spike eventually does get placed down. Micro with a frag onto Rice. Meanwhile, alert coming in from the Viper. The retakes coming in for Dangerous Rose. Can they muster anything? Bugsy being checked for. They spot her out, but she still manages to find that frag. Taran up in hand and an Odin the boot on Micro. How do they manage this? First one's in. Micro 3 kills already. The backlines, they want to swarm less. They want to surround her. Bugsy's here. They're running and gunning Sova on for the ace. And Micro with the Sova Odin ace on the retake. Running and gunning like she does not give a care in the world. That evens up the scoreline 10 to 10.
What am I watching, mate? What is this? What is going on right now? Oh my god.
I guess if it works.
Bro, I thought
ahead of
TF2 was dead, but like Heavy is alive as well, just running around with a bloody minigun. What are you doing today? Oh, that's what it takes for Dangerous Rose to get around. I mean, I'm all here for it. I like the approach from RIMA. I just feel like they didn't do it quick enough. They're a bit too indecisive getting into B there. But I like the approach for sure. Put a lot of pressure on A. They pulled the rotates back across, but they just couldn't get themselves comfy enough on B because they didn't give themselves enough time. Regardless, though, got a lot of ults up. Artis Fury invested in that round, but still a fair bit of ults here for Dangerous Rose. A main control taken by RIMA. Little bit of a look towards elbow. Surely going to be a cam any moment soon. It's actually a drone to kick off. Next? It's a little bit of pressure here. In comes the Yoru ult from Rice. Scouts out the entirety of the A site. Once again, looking to put pressure on A. Looking to draw rotations across from the other side of the map. And then potentially try to get into B on the timing. But you're not seeing too much of a overreaction for Dangerous Rose. Cypher rather is leaning towards A. Sova's backside of halls. They are over-rotated. I thought the Cypher was going to drift back across to B, but it's just Pady in the back of the site here.
And once the wall... Oh, there's no wall available. Luxie's in a lucky position. But it doesn't really matter because Pady's the only one here, but maybe it does. Just the Stinger finds the first and exits out. Site's been given over and Rice coming in from that mid-lurk as well. Still got a second line of Bugsy on that mid-lurk, but that mindful later on. The fight is on the side itself. The Odin still here, wreaking havoc around the corner. The jiggle peek to the Odin's crazy. Still manages to find the kill. But the trade's back from Bugsy coming in from the mid-lurk as well. Pady, try as she might. At the very end, Rima stabilized. 3 players still standing. It is 11 for the squad.
Yeah, good stuff from Rima. Once again, pulling rotation back across to that A site with only really a Yoru ult. Just tickling those players around yellow, making them worried that the Yoru's coming for them. It's going to break the money of Dangerous Rose. Now Rima a chance to potentially get themselves map point here after a bit of a rough start. I think they were down like 3-7 at one point. This game's completely flipped on its head.
Aggression this time on this low buy round, but expected and read like a book. Rice with 2 beautiful kills. Freya, classic long range, has to just fall back to a safer line. Yanni gonna be killing Micro in the backline instead of Freya, so she's counting a lucky start for how long?
Enemy remaining.
For this time. Marine. 1v5 with the Sheriff.
Flawless.
And as expected, just a formality, 12 clean garnered Rima, now match point.
4 ults up as well. Would love to see like a quick I mean, I'm already seeing the pings. Exactly what I want to see here is dart to the back wall, jet dash on in with the knives. And Sober ult, something like that. An ult combo. But any variation of an A hit will probably do here after a couple of successful B rounds. A Dangerous Rose really feels like they're going back to their old default after losing a couple of picks towards the B site, a couple of rounds towards the B site. It's now back to the double elbow push and the Viper and the whole retake A kind of approach. Problem with that being that, you know, we're probably going to see a pit on A or some kind of very difficult post plant. We'll see. There's a progression of yet again here from Bugsy.
Bugsy's been given so much liberty to just walk up here without any fight. But maybe Micro, this time, when they need her the most, sitting within the Viper smoke, announces her position at the very most. But yeah, missed the timing though, and yeah, here comes the pit. What an interesting pit against this retake. There's nowhere for them to go. They have to enter this domain of green, disgusting decay. And you can see they're trying to go through mid instead, but Yanni's there to meet them back. Answered. How did they navigate this? How did they warp around this Viper's pit? It doesn't even matter! Yanni, Rice, both finding those kills. Hunter's Fury as well to just flush them even further. Additional on top of the decay. Micro finds 2 kills, but it's Yanni to close out the map. It's 13-10. Rima's attacking side looked pristine.
Yeah, and even nice recovery from them at the end of the defensive half. I really think after, you know, losing a couple of rounds to Dangerous Rose first half, losing Pistol, they really adjusted well. The calling was absolutely fantastic on Rima, and they definitely earned that W there on Breeze, which I think was their first official on Breeze. Definitely didn't look like it. They looked pretty well drilled to me. Let's see what the panel thought, though. Back to Mika and Tash.
I 100% agree, Pilski. I mean, like, again, you just reminded me actually that this was their first, like, official match on Breeze. And you're absolutely right. It looked like, it looked like this was one of their prime maps. And you wouldn't have guessed it from, what information is out there. And we have to talk about that comeback. I absolutely love it when teams are just like, it's not over until it's over. Every single round, they will bring out their best. And RIMA GC did just that, Tash.
Yeah, that's right. I think that for RIMA GC, it looked very, very weak in the first half. There was a lot of questions in their mind how exactly to stop the aggression coming through from Dangerous Rose. But I love the fact that they were able to bring it back toward the second half or towards the end of the first half. It was really good because they were. I can really tell that based on just on the this map itself, how heavily momentum heavy this RIMA GC is on how exactly they play. They need to win 2-3 rounds in a row to really just take it back, and it's really good once they've managed to figure it out. It's very, very similar to some of these teams that have, I would say, a very slow warm-up. They need to figure out what exactly is in the bag or how exactly the strats are being played by Dangerous Rose, and they can finally bring it back. Now, coming in toward the second half, it was pretty, I would say, pretty weird, especially in round number 14 where it was an eco and you saw 5-man push into halls from RIMA, which was like, okay, what is going on here? It was very strange. I mean, we did see a few strange rounds from RIMA, but I think they were just trying to figure out how exactly to break the defenses and what information they can find out in each round was going to come forward. And I think that it looks very strong for them, especially on the attack side. But mostly, yes, it is because of RIMA themselves being aggressive, but mostly also on the weakness of Dangerous Rose, excuse me, which is that they always were getting A side for free. Now, based on the scoreboard, I wouldn't be surprised to see these multi-frag moments come through, because if you were to see RIMA rounds that they've won, mostly relied on hero plays. We can see on Tub, from Bugsy, from Rice, even Bless, on how exactly they were able to get those picks either toward the mid side or the side itself where they were anchoring.
I love how, again, these teams lately have been using Yoru as like a second initiator that can suddenly turn into a duelist at a moment's notice, right? And we saw that come out with RIMA GC as they were on the attacking side. And, we do have to hand it to Microbuild, though, because, the Odin plays, the ace,
that was disgusting.
The Odin play.
That was ridiculous.
You just have to love it.
Never in my life expected to see a run and gun with an Odin on a retake. What is going on?
I mean, you have to give it to them. You have to give it to them. And it was certainly a play that will live forever in my head. Microbuild, I'm going to remember you for that. And you do have players like that. I love that they're willing to take the risk for that. That says a lot about them and their roster. And come on, 10-13, that is a very, very close scoreline. The rounds were going back and forth. This was a very, very good match for both of these teams. But we have to give it to Tub. No, there was no run and gun with the Odin on the side of Tub, but there was so many good plays. And not just that, Tub was also unafraid to stay in the backlines, but when when it came time to actually show herself or make a play, she was there.
I mean, what makes Tub so interesting is the fact that she is able to flex into this role from duelist to an initiator is number one, and number two, the fact that she has very good trigger discipline. She's able to just really wait it out, and her anchor on a site is immaculate with the Sova on top of that. We've seen so many times where she's able to just really tank out some utility, able to wait it out, able to just really hold on to see how many people she gets able to get on top of that. But I would say that a lot of these moments as well were made not only just by Top, but also from players like Rice, who is just unafraid to just push out main and get this information. A lot of the times these push outs were very massive, not only for the information, but also to just give the orb to allow them to get into that dimensional drift. Regardless, I think we're going to go on a quick break. After this, more of the Game Changers Southeast Asia. We'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. enemy remaining.
Fake teleport.
One enemy.
Toxins going up.
Tripwire destroyed. Taken out. My ult. It was you or me.
Poison orb emitting.
One enemy remaining. Inside.
Idiot.
10 seconds left. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Back up. Anyone else?
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia, and we are down to what could be our final map of the day, Tash. The question is, can RIMA GC close it out, or will Dangerous Rose prove to be more dangerous? And could this be following your prediction of a 3-game or 2-1 rather?
Hard to say, because as we go into this particular map, it's going to be very, very interesting. Now, RIMA GC, I mean, again, reminding you guys that they have played this map quite a lot. The fact that they came quite close against, that Dangerous Rose came quite close against them, was also a statement play in itself to say that they were already very much prepared to go against RIMA GC on Breeze itself. Now, for Sunset, this is RIMA's map pick, and both teams have played this map 3 times each. But the interesting part about RIMA is that they have actually gone up against, I would say, a lot more interesting teams. One of the teams that RIMA GC had actually taken out was For Fun, which is a team of players who have competed before previously in GC APAC. Hannah, Zini, Exekis, Chloe, those are names that I think we are all very, very familiar with. And they managed to go into overtime against the team, so it was very, very close. Now, coming into, so the other maps are a little bit more of a landslide, 13-3 and 13-9 against Sync Pink and then Eclipse. But for the side of Dangerous Rose, while they have played this map 13 times as well, one of their losses were actually quite terrifying. It was a 1-13 loss to Nana and friends. The other 2 they did manage to win though. But so it comes back to the idea of, like, when you lose hard, do you learn hard is also going to be the question. So it's hard to say who is going to be taking this map in particular.
But I gotta get the sense that, like, you're saying that RIMA GC has kind of forged through tougher fires, or like hotter fires to come out of Sunset, right?
Yeah.
And I think as well, as we noted earlier, that they are a very momentum heavy team, and the momentum is very clearly in the favor of RIMA GC right now with that win earlier. So it seems to imply that, like, we may favor RIMA GC, but perhaps this reset is exactly what Dangerous Rose needs, right? Because as we saw, the score was very, very close. The rounds were incredibly close as well, and Dangerous Rose, they're not afraid to think outside of the box. They're not afraid to suddenly make a play that is off the book, which is what I love and I absolutely respect about them. RIMA GC, though, they have some heavy hitters. I mean, we did see how much firepower they could pack, and I think that it's something that of course both teams have to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, excuse me, when you look at comps in particular, I also find it very interesting as well, because for Dangerous Rose, they like running that Sova, which gives them a lot of hard info. But in terms of Initiate, they're running this double duelist comp with an Omen. So in terms of initiating, you have the Omen who can run sort of like Initiator with the Paranoia, as well as the Smokes. And then you also have another Initiator / duelist, which is going to be a Phoenix. Phoenix has been one of those agents that's been played in Sunset, and I think he gives a lot of value to teams in terms of, like, not only just taking up space and also playing aggressive. The run it back is also great for getting information and also getting those early picks without losing another body in the team. But also that's flashes, that's initial flashes, which are, I feel like, one of the hardest flashes to dodge in the game, other than Yoru's. But when you look at the other end of the spectrum, RIMA GC, they have a very, I would say, a very interesting comp. Sorry, was I talking about RIMA GC? Oh, yeah, I was talking about RIMA GC as well, running almost a very, very similar comp. But instead of a Sova, they're running that Gecko, which honestly I prefer, because that Gecko provides a lot of value in terms of the Thresh, in terms of the Dizzy Blind, in terms of the Mosh Pit to clear angles as well. The Thresh as well can go inside the site, clear everything. If there's no one there, you can always bring the Thresh back to pick it up. And the utility feels like it's never ending. Sometimes you can use up to 3 times in a round, and you can still get away with that, which is honestly very terrifying.
Yeah, it's because of, like, all these little nooks and crannies that Sunset has, right? And Gecko, it's his home court, so that these two were kind of built with the other in mind. You have all of these little corners where you could just easily pick up your fun little friends once again, and that's why Gecko is just, like, so useful and so effective on Sunset. So you're absolutely right. I do agree with just a little bit. Against us for the team, factors that they have, right? How far can they push it? Will Microbilk once again bring out the Odin and come and run and gun into the site? It's a possibility. I mean, like, Microbilk does run Phoenix sometimes on this, so I think we shouldn't rule that out.
I mean, it definitely wouldn't be to be ruled out. But honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. Looking at agent selects, I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna be seeing the same comps used, unless, of course, because again, reminding that that Swiss was just last week. There we go. The same comps coming out forward. We're not surprising here. Personally, I think I'm gonna be expecting a lot of aggression toward mid, especially toward Tiles side. Tiles has been massive, especially if you have one lurk forward. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be the Omen doing that, or even the Phoenix at this point. It's going to be very interesting to see how they are. I mean, we saw some interesting changes in trips today, especially from a lot of the Cypher plays. I think out of the 3 maps played, every map felt like there was, I think that was all Cyphers. So it's going to be interesting to see how exactly each Sentinel will be adjusting from this as well.
So this Raze and Phoenix combo as well, it's like it screams push, right? It screams go forward. So we're gonna see how hard these teams can go forward as we step into Sunset. And I think that, you know, right now we have our casters standing by, but I think that these teams are so ready, especially since reminding everybody once again that this is an elimination match. So for the Dangerous Rose, just how much more dangerous can they be with their backs against the wall? We'll throw it to Coldan and to Pilski to find out.
Thanks a lot, Analyst Desk. Yes, it's a lot of pressure to have lost your map pick and be down 0-1 with absolutely nowhere to go here, Coldan. Let's see how Dangerous Rose deals with that on the pick of Sunset. Both of these teams have at least played it a couple of times, so that's good news.
Yeah, it is reassuring that at least, you know, they are going to a map that they are pretty comfortable on. Of course, the desk mentioned, right, that RIMA GC did have a pretty strong win up. I think I was muted right there. Okay.
The stream could hear you, so that's the main thing.
The stream can hear me.
The stream can hear you. That's important.
The stream can hear me, but hey, I was just mentioning, right, that RIMA GC actually had a pretty strong win up against, well, not a strong win, it was still 14-12, but it was a win against a strong team. And I think going into this matchup, we've seen a lot of individual strengths coming in from RIMA. They have great executes. They have great set plays that they have. And of course, they have great players. I mean, Tub, one of those as well. I think she is really looking good in this series so far. So I'm excited to see how these two teams will go up against each other. In terms of comps, though, we have the Sova versus the Gecko. I'm curious to see, or at least to hear, what you think about these two differences in the agents.
Look, I think, you know, the Sova has seen a lot of popularity on this map because Cypher is so popular. It's really good at breaking the trips, and obviously, you know, at least internationally, I think the Phoenix play is getting inspired a lot by Loud at the moment. The Sova play, you know, you've seen that from a lot of teams, but obviously Heretics at some of the recent international events, you know, Rians was pretty outstanding on the Sova, and you've seen the power that agent can have on a map like Sunset. I think for the Gecko, it's something that sees a lot of popularity at the moment. You know, you see Sen run that, or a lot of teams, in fact, run the Gecko at the moment, just cycling the Dizzy to get that A main control. And obviously the Thrash is fantastic on this map. So, look, we'll see what ends up being the better of the two options. It really, you know, comes down to how the teams play it. The core of their comp is more or less the same, but Gecko and Sova's utility is quite different.
All right. Interesting to see how these two teams get ready for each of their defense and attacking sides respectively. RIMA GC, I took a little look at the stats, right? And the attacking side actually looked pretty solid so far. So I'm excited to see what they have in store for us. Looks like initial mid control being garnered. Door immediately closed though. 80 dropping out that recon dart, but it's not going to be able to scan anything. Oh, I say that. Nice
Got
jinx.
the one little scan on Tiles. Would have liked to see the recon bot hold a little longer, at least until they start breaking the door or something like that. There's the re-smoke, dark cover towards top mid. Rice.
Oh, wow.
Creep up inside the smoke, and the camera keeping an eye on top middle. Has actually tagged one player. Here's the push through A main, diving into Tiles now. The flash in combination with the paint shells. Reactive paranoia though is absolutely beautiful from Bugsy. Ends up going 1-for-1. There's the push on top mid from RIMA. They've been able to get a pick there. And after all said and done, an absolute mess. We end up in a B site after plant. Retake here for Dangerous Rose through top mid.
Yeah, and I love where they're planting as well. They know that they have control over the CT position. The last two players tagged down to such low HP already. Marine, double smokes and a paranoia. Could potentially flush out a couple of positions, but this up-down setup, yeah, they know exactly where both of them are coming from. Maybe they don't, maybe they just saw one player, but some shots should reveal where both are coming from. Terran on just barely any HP. And yeah, shut out of the round. RIMA with a great start so far. Terran just around the corner.
One enemy remaining.
And Rice, great swing off that contact. Terran with 3 kills, but not enough. RIMA pulls their first after really cool pistol round strat.
Yeah, well done from them. The Dangerous Rose gave it a good crack, and I like the approach, taking that space on A that was given to them. And try to get a little bit of a tiles wrap on, but it doesn't end up working out for them. Good little move in the moves in the mid round there for RIMA really make the difference. So anti-eco now on the attacking side for RIMA. Want to keep their guns up. Rice is going to hold on to the Ghost on the Phoenix, interestingly enough. See how much orb farming we get here from both of the Phoenixes. Is something where, as the defense here on Sunset, you definitely can have some setups where you're able to potentially farm an orb. That's an interesting use of the paint shells. Don't think I've seen that one before. Maybe try to break the Cypher trip or just do a little bit of chip damage. Paint shell is such a valuable piece of util. I don't think it's the kind of thing you should really be just chucking away willy-nilly. I think RIMA
I guess. Sorry, I was just saying, yeah, RIMA just opting not to go into that. Maybe didn't really like the setup that probably being set up right there.
Yeah, I think they just see the dark cover and the paint shells, and that's enough to say we could probably just go back towards B here.
Alright, Freya playing off the site, no trips to work with. A really nice blue Calastic in hand, but shouldn't be able to find too many more kills. Bugsy on the look as well. Hearing all these footsteps up mid, does she want to swing it though? That's the question. Don't want to give away too many weapons away. Just gonna let them break the door, and finds a beautiful timing on the last player. Paranoia. Oh, swinging out of the knife, but all good. They're stuck within this market position. Nowhere left to run. Flash comes through, and they're just pushing the issue even further. Freya said classic makes it work. Bugsy finds a nice timing to swing off as they try to go for that retake. 3 players still standing. RIMA, a solid second round.
Yeah, very good stuff. Only really losing 1 gun, and I think the Phoenix just had a Ghost, so not too big a deal there. Oh, looked like Rice did actually have a primary weapon, so maybe watching a little close up might have been more of an expensive round than I thought. Down to 2 sheriffs around the 3 saved weapons though, and here's the first buy for Dangerous Rose. Seen a lot of different stars on Sunset lately, and it looks like Dangerous Rose, the first gun round's going to be a mid-walk. Contesting tiles quite heavily. It's going to be a fight right off the rip here. Rice taking contact, Micro to find that opening pick, and they continue to dive into tiles here. A lot of pressure now on Yanni, trying to hold on and wait for some support from her teammates, and doesn't feel like she's got any, so will instead just fall away.
The initial fight coming through. RIMA, I don't know if they want to go back into this setup. It's a pretty dangerous one. You got a Phoenix Raze as well as Omen, and yeah, just dark cover, just to disengage, and they're out of there. Now RIMA, they have to go and re-clear this entire portion of the map. They have no idea where the defenders are. Still a dark cover there down mid, and that gives, that at least poses a lot of questions. Where could they have been?
Shift now in the rotations here. Dangerous Rose, happy with that pick on tiles. Reposition from both of the duelists over towards this A side of the map. Gonna re-aggress over on A main side. Take some space over there. 30 seconds and they've cleared B. They've cleared A main rather. Left. Can be pretty happy that this is not going to be an A fight. At least that's what you would think. Taran able to take the Cypher out of the equation. They've got such deep control. The attackers with only 20 seconds have got no space at all. In goes the Paranoia, but they've got no time.
Surely there's no time for even going. Yeah, it's just gonna peter out. Surely the defenders just gotta swing off of this. They don't have time to just line up all their utility. Bugsy with 2 kills, but the round is already lost. Spike's not in her hands. Neither is her HP. Barely surviving. Has to go for a pick, and somehow is gonna stay alive. Okay, at least brings a weapon into the next round, but still, I think that early fight towards mid really messed things up for RIMA. They had no idea where they wanted to commit to, a bit of indecision.
Yeah.
And credits to Dangerous Rose right there.
Yeah, that's where you really need your RGL to just take control of the mid round and have a really clear call after that mid contact's taken. You know, it doesn't matter what you do, you can re-clear the space, you can, after seeing that many players in mid, call the audible, try to pivot towards one side of the map, but you just got to decide on something instead of just fumbling around for 20, you know, to 50 seconds. There's a shot combo into B main, 3-man aggression on either side, going the way of RIMA so far, diving back behind the Cypher trip to safety. Haiti gets pushed off the line, in goes the Thrash, it's going to clear out the site and break the trip on close. After being sent into market, looks like RIMA wants to try to take control of this B site.
Actually, the trip is still live. No one was able to break it, so maybe a bit of hesitation to go back into the site. They don't have the utility to break the trip.
Yeah, so, Raze is dead.
Yeah, that alone buys them enough time. Okay, finally they get it done, but that's the cue for the Paranoia to come in. The defense is just stringing out all the utility. The re-smoke comes in. Don't really have much area to move around with. The Omen on Bugsy coming back, team up with her squad. Waiting with the smoke.
Don't mind this, waiting for the smoke to fade. They have the numbers, Trip's dead. There's the progression smoke, trying to cut off the info line there of the Omen, gonna attack the spike here. Bait out a peek from the Omen on site. Pady pushed back over on market side by the Paranoia. The patience has paid off for RIMA, that's a 3B site.
I love it. I mean, RIMA looked like they were out of it, but the contact play off the smoke dissipate, and now Pady, Freya, what util do they have? Basically just this recon dart, maybe a drone. There's no information given away. Nobody's peeking. And they've got a flank coming in from mid as well. Bugsy, they have no idea, no clue in the world. Easy first kill. Freya gets spotted out as well, and surely there's no way back into this. Bugsy with 3. Amazing mid-round pause, and RIMA re-aggress with great success.
One of those things where you're playing, if you play these comps with reactive util, I mean, playing contact heavy, something that can work out really well for you, even just off the bat, but in the mid round like that with the player advantage, something that Loud do really well at the moment. They just walk around the map and take dry aim duels. Teams that really rely on those reactive util combos or, you know, setups, trying to get picked apart and caught off guard sometimes. Initial Paranoia going to push both the Sova and the Raze off. The Phoenix wall there. Elbow control is taken here by RIMA. They don't need to pause the issue over here though. In fact, they baited out a showstopper, which is going to connect onto Yanni, but not finish her. Oh wait, 0 damage? Okay, Assault's busted. Please tell me someone from Riot's watching this.
I was waiting for the HP to drop, and then I'm looking
I
at
thought it was
Yanni
the HUD
thinking,
delay. Like sometimes the HUD delay comes in. Oh, we can talk about that all we want. It's a dive into elbow. It's actually a pretty good tracks here for Dangerous Rose. And by the way, while all this was happening, we've wrapped through mid into the B site in front of the Cypher trips, and ended up once again in a B side after plant. How does this keep happening? I swear to God, every time RIMA end up on B and Dangerous Rose are in Narnia on the other side of the map, they've got to go back through the wardrobe, you know, say what's up to Mr. Tumnus, and then try to attempt this retake when they've got like 15 seconds to get it going.
There's no information of where these players are as well. There's one-way smoke, I'm guessing. No, never mind. Just the normal one. That's good enough. Not expecting to play on top. Pilski and Bless both gotta pick up those last 2 kills. But I'm still stumped. How did that ult deal 0 damage?
It's okay, Coldan. It's over now. Just have to move on with the game.
Yeah, so does.
You know what though? When I casted Game Changers EMEA, and I did like 5 or 6 days of it, I swear to God, showstoppers in Game Changers are bugged. I didn't see a single showstopper kill anyone ever, and I saw a lot of whiffs. So there's something going on here. I wish I could replay all of those for the stream. That'd be some great content. Maybe a little painful for Coldan though, so we'll hold off on that one. RIMA Straight into B main. Got a lot of big impact ults. Run it back and Showstopper definitely going to help streamline this B execute. Shock gets, the trip gets broken straight away. And in they go with those ults. It's a full retake setup here for Dangerous Rose.
Yeah, Showstopper, well, as usual, gets nothing. You know, living up to your statistic. Alright, double flank down mid as well. Opportunities, options for RIMA. They've been successful so far. The double man advantage. It's surely a done deal already. Patey's one off the Sova ultimate. Oh, spots on a barrel at the very least, but not expecting player up close. Rise getting to Marine, stuck behind another dark cover. Spammed out as well. Bless does not even allow Marine to get away with a life. It's a 5th round now garnered. It's so methodical and so intentional by RIMA. They're so proficient in these attacks.
Yeah. Like, I actually really rate that from RIMA. I've seen, you know, the same Phoenix ult into market from Loud, Showstopper into the back of the site. I mean, they're just cycling through their big impact ults to be able to continue stringing these rounds together. And especially in a round like that, like that's a reset round. What's 2 impact ults to be able to break the other team's economy and just keep stringing your attack rounds together? That's exactly what you want to be doing. So credit where credit's due to RIMA. There's a reason why when you have 2 big impact ults like that, you just go into the small site. They break the trip straight away and forces Dangerous Rose already on the back foot. And before they can even attempt any of these retakes, it feels like they are either completely out of position or down like 2 or 3 players.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Dangerous Rose. Like, what is the call right now? You got so many ults, right? That surely incentivizes you to maybe give it a shot, maybe invest just a little bit more. But how much of it is just false hope? And, you know, if they commit to this purchase, they commit to this buy with your ultimates, if you lose that round, then the next round you don't have those ultimates for your gun rounds. It's a weird situation to find themselves in, up against, you know, a 1-0 scoreline already. You lose this map and you're out of the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a bit too much pressure to bear. We're on the half buy here, and they're going to go for the mid walk again. In fact, I say walk, it's kind of a thunderous approach here. Paranoia straight into tiles, dart, and paint shells to bottom mid. Here's the Showstopper, sorry, the boombot rather. There's the reactive Paranoia back from the attack though. They want to try to crunch mid. Tiles, Dizzy gets thrown out as well. In fact, the Phoenix ult. Micro's going to be pinned into the corner, but she's able to win her duel and then some. Only finally dealt with by Bless, and everyone else in mid is dead. There was potential there, Coldan. There was something getting cooked up, but right at the last minute, unfortunately, I don't know where this analogy is going. The pot boiled over, I guess. What's something that can sabotage your dish at the last second? We oversalted it. What happened?
It was so chaotic though. There was fights on the alt mid towards myself. The Phoenix alt.
Something.
Overcooked or undercooked?
Overcooked. Nah, yeah.
It was just
you abandoned it like I should have. That's fair. And look, Dangerous Rose, they've had enough of playing passive. They've had enough of being 3v5 on the retake. We're straight down into mid again here, Coldan. We're making moves. Whether they're money moves or not, I guess we'll find out soon. Looks like actually RIMA, like they've broken that trip. I thought they were going to go back and re-clear mid, but they're going back to A here, and that's another full retake. I think the diff.
Nice.
Ooh, hold on.
Yeah, Rice should expect that there's at least 2 players there, right? It's very aggressive from that race. Dink, give it over as well, and no heals available.
The thing is, this time for Dangerous Rose, not only do they at least have even numbers if we end up in a post plant here, but they've got some pretty big impact ults. We'll see if Tub gets the plant here on the Gecko. That would actually be a thrash in the mid to late round, which would really disrupt the retake. Bugsy's taken a little bit of a look into middle here. And actually the thrash picked up from the orb and invested on early. We want to see this clear out the site and just get thrown onto a safe position where you can re-pick it up, and that's exactly what happens. Tub's going to be able to cycle that thrash back, which will be massive to disrupt this retake attempt.
Alright, got Hunter's Fury. That's pretty much it for aggressive ultimates from the Shadows Investor. Just to spot out information, gotta get cancelled. No flank available just now. There's the satchel coming up. Oh, a timing, a flash, perfectly done. The counter flashes, they're flashing each other. Everyone's blind, but Micro coming out on top of that endeavor. Terrence barely on any HP, spam through the smoke. Yeah, he finds a kill onto Micro at the very end. Still fights on either front, short and long. Tom is here, Tom is wreaking havoc. And Marine tries her very best, but gets traded out by Bless. And Rima, yet again, they find themselves in a post-plan situation. They play aggro, they break up the setup of that retake. And another round now on the board.
Jesus Christ, everyone blind in spawn here. Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles playing a duet or something. I don't know. Half buy coming in here for Dangerous Rose. I mean, Jesus. This is just every round a retake attempt, and every round it's just not working out for them. Like, they need to be fighting B main or A main or something. Like, they can't keep putting themselves in these positions where we end up in a retake. It's just not working. Like, I know, you know, everyone, you organize yourself a game plan when you're playing defense. You want to try to play like flood heavy or retake or something. Right now it's not working. We need a change of approach. Here again is the run it back straight through market side, and it's going to be another B after plant retake scenario.
Oh my, Bless aware of the flank potential as well. They've gotten so much map control. They've closed the door. They've got control over that Boba position as well. They want to go for a heavy flank position. Let's see if that pays out any dividends. Bless, more than aware of this. Off of a timing with a Dizzy in tow. This is a massacre. Every single fight won out by Rima. It's a masterclass. They gotta swing in for the last as well. No mercy given over. 8 rounds to 1. Rima on a rampage.
They are. This is just not a close game of Valorant since basically the first half of Breeze, has to be said. Like, initial attacking half of Breeze, Dangerous Rose looked really good. Since that first half, it's been all Rima. Rima have looked like the far superior team. Micro has said it's time to bring back the Odin. I know I'm not playing Sofa, but remember that ace. And I'm watching intently. We're just 5-player pushing mid every round for Dangerous Rose. It's still not working. We're still doing it over and over again. Game gets dealt with.
Here. Surely it's gonna hit once, right? Surely one time it's gonna be successful. Freya. Oh no, back's turn, not expecting the contact.
I
Walker.
know exactly where you are.
What a change of pace. What so different. And yet it's working so well, Rima. Yeah, they've got information of where this retake's coming out from as well. The neural theft revealing. Will the Sova find any success whatsoever? The drone together with the trade frag from Marine. But the Odin though are not going to be able to find any success whatsoever. Paradoya comes through, but they're not accelerating. Cyber Cage as well as the Dark Cover just hinders them even further. Locked between a rock and a hard place. They've been flanked as well. This is devastating to watch. Shotguns out. 9-1. Rima have got the right read. They've got the right call. And, well, Dangerous Rose insisted on mid time and time again. Not successful on those retakes.
Definitely not. It's starting to get out of hand here. Bit too much stubbornness from a couple of the teams tonight, and those have been the teams that are getting sent out of GC. I mean, they already used their timeout, and Rima...
Used both? Oh, one per half, right?
Well, one per half, yeah. And Rima is not going to be tacking here. Like, there's a lot of times as a coach where if my team has a lot of ults or a lot of momentum, there's no way I'm calling attack just for the sake of it and giving the other team time to discuss.
Oh, and they avoid the push again.
Well.
It's perfect. They hear the aggressive B and they just accelerate straight towards A. Another A retake has to be called for. Freya's traps have got nothing. Swinging out into a dry fight, and Bugsy catches the rotate of Marine. They don't even have smokes for the retake, and Bugsy's got to be cutting them off as well. They're not even retaking. They're busy trying to find out where Bugsy is. Jumping around, hippity hop as they fall down stairs. Bless just holding down the angle. Settles up his Yanni as well. They're spectacle of this. Are they successful in the retake though? Great swing out, but it's just Micro left alone. It's still technically doable. 1v2's gotta hit some blinders right here, but oh my gosh! The lineup with the Bulldog. We're wondering where that molly was gonna land, but it's the shots that actually hit. And a second round, a lifeline. Yeah, Enough time.
Beautiful.
Gave it away.
All right. Well, there you go. Dangerous Rose. They're going to double up their rounds there.
Last round
Looking
before the
pretty
switch.
nice. Hero play from Micro. Seen a couple of those tonight, to be fair. And look, it's not something that's replicatable, but at least it's a retake that's won. See if they can scrape a third together and then get themselves rolling on their attacking side.
See, some
Where's the
teams,
push?
right, when they get that kind of a lead, they just kind of play a bit loose. Guys, let's just go for a little bit of ego.
Oh,
peek.
it's legit a phenomenon. It is.
It is, it is.
Something that goes back all the way to another version of TAC FPS where I would always notice it casting like 6, 7, 8 years ago. Like, oh, one team is winning 10-0, and then it's like an extra. It's like they're a bit too lax, you know. It's a bit of a charity round being thrown on over there.
I don't know, but Rima's keep getting the right reads. It's not even just based off information. I don't know if it's just unlucky or what, but Rima has just been hitting the A side time and time again the last couple of rounds, and there's nobody home. Freya not even playing with the trips, it's just info trips, info cams, but there's no kill setups. We've seen how things have panned out in a post-plant transition! Blessed! They're all across the map. They planted at A, they dive B main, the showstopper invested. The basically flawless round coming through. It is flawless. What a destruction coming in from Rima. Just an elimination of every single attempt from Dangerous Rose. Oh my lord.
I mean, that was nuts. You know what? That was such a good spray down. Let's throw it back to the panel and they can tell us what they thought of that.
Break it down for us.
I love how these guys, they just seem so done with it. Pilski's just like, you know what, just break it down for us. Just take it away from me for now so I can catch my breath, because those were some insane rounds. And Tash, it feels like actually we were playing the same round over and over again for maybe 8 or 9 times in a row until Micro Build just suddenly decided I'm gonna go for an Odin and gets a surprise 2K. I don't know, that was a very explosive half, but it was so dominant for Rima and GC. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Rima looks very, very dominating, and I have to say it's because Dangerous Rose possibly just doesn't know how exactly to deal with Rima. A team that is just, you have Bugsy lurking, either Bugsy or even Bless lurking mid, and a lot of situations, they are actually putting, or Dangerous Rose is actually putting 3 people onto the mid side. And when they do, they're trying to catch these 2 in those mid rotations, but they know how exactly to mark these players, when to push out, when to hold, and a lot of time is spent by Dangerous Rose in the mid side just trying to find these 2 when sides such as B or mostly A was just given to Rima for completely free. And Dangerous Rose is trying to play this retake style of plays, but it's a little bit too hard. They take too long for the rotations. Rima has had too much time to prepare for those post plants. They have a lot of crossfire going on. They are very adept in these gunfights, and it's very hard to play it very well. I mean, yeah, there are those moments. I mean, a hero play from Micro did manage to get them the second point, but in this situation, they need to start reassessing what they're doing wrong, because doing the same thing over and over again, as Albert Einstein says, is insanity.
Yeah, it totally is, especially for, you know, for that long, for that much. And Rima GC, it just didn't even feel like they were digging in too deep. Like they didn't need to dig too deep into their utility or to their strat book too much, just because they, Dangerous Rose, they were just playing into them over and over again. And we're gonna see if, you know, maybe comeback? Question mark? It's looking a little tough right now. It's not impossible. Is it improbable? It's looking like it. So casters, I hope you've managed to catch your breath, because we're going to toss it back to you for what could be the final half of this series.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like it. We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping Dangerous Rose have got something for us on this attacking side of Sunset here, Coldan. They've played this map a couple of times, but, you know, it's just one of those things here. Straight into the lower bracket of the playoffs here in Game Changers SEA, and it's a do or die situation. I don't know that there's many teams that can stand up to that pressure.
Arise has been calling a stellar game so far. Also shout out Albert Einstein, I like that reference. But, well, Dangerous Rose might need to seek a little bit of help from Einstein, right? What is the call? You gotta call a perfect attacking side right here. It all starts with this pistol.
Here. Does. A little bit of a tickle towards market. Smoke to top mid. Drone sent on in there. Dark cover exchanged over on market side there for the defense. Rima Deep in B main here, Rice. Taking a duel with Freya, who was outstanding in the first map. Couple of big impact clutches from her, and that's a great entry. Go to shut down that info line from the defensive duelist Paranoia over on market side. They're looking to crunch together with the pain shells, and that completely backfires.
The Paranoia didn't connect to anyone. A little bit early, premature, slightly off kilter, but
planted.
yeah. At least that is around. I mean, okay, maybe let me not say anything just yet. 2v5. All right, Bless, Tub. What do you have in store for us? It's difficult retake. They've gotten control over Bova as well. It's a duel. This angle does not favor her whatsoever. And 1v5, and so finally, Dangerous Rose pulls around on the board. Pistol goes to the back pocket. Round by round.
That's it, round by round.
Round by round.
You know, the haters won't like it, but every round of Valorant is completely separated from the other round of Valorant, you know? Like, it's just a new round. Just play the game. This is where we need the, you know, the goldfish memory, the little flashy stick from Men in Black. Just like, forget about whatever happens. This is a new half. We want attacking side pistol. Let's get this reverse sweep going.
That's actually a great thing you pointed out, right? It's a mentality thing. You gotta make sure that your mentality is in check. Don't let it boom. Don't let it explode.
It's
good.
Get
your rounds.
Good anti-eco so far.
Yeah. Get your ecos. There we go. Yeah. There we go.
I think there's only very few players I know who can have that mentality. There's a player that I coached once who, at an international, you know, VCT APAC event, went like 0-11 on Neon, and you know, after the game, just laughed about it. But you know, the majority of people I feel are kind of more so in the head in hands, I'm tilt kind of situation. That's a good one though. Dangerous Rose. 4k for Marine. Very clean anti-eco. Going into the bonus with all guns up is a good feeling. They love the Spectres. At least on Sunset, those will be a little bit more effective though.
Alright, I'll take note whenever Pilski is watching a game that could be played. You guys should never buy Spectres on Breeze.
No, it's fine on this map. It's just Breeze. You just don't buy an SMG on Breeze.
Is Breeze the only map? Is Breeze the only map? Are there any other maps that you don't like it on?
I don't know. That's too complicated of a question for right now.
Too late for that.
It's 3 minutes till midnight for me, so let's just leave that one. My brain only has so many brain cells, and they're struggling to comprehend what this bonus strat's going to be for now. Got deep aim control here. Tickled the orb. Beautiful. It's exactly what you want to be doing, baiting out the Paranoia. Got the curveball to be able to potentially catch them trying to scale back up. There's a recycle on the dark cover, deep on the one-way. Tickle the orb again. Do it again. That's beautiful. Sova drone dealt with. Loving what I'm seeing right now from RIMA.
Yeah, just wasting all the utility. Now all of that utility, the drone and everything is not going to be useful to execute, but might not even come down to it. What a beautiful flash coming in from Rice. It just takes down the opponent, Phoenix, and that is just them running for the hills. And RIMA this as well. Look at the rotates coming in. They should expect it's gonna be a B take, but it is a retake setup coming in from Bless. Just a couple of kill trips, far corners of the site.
Cage tripwire is retake.
30 seconds left.
Something you see a lot at the moment. Trip dealt with. They've gotten out onto the side, but RIMA with the player advantage, massive weaponry advantage, and a fair bit of util to get this retake going.
Here comes the smoke. Paranoia's in their hands as well. They got a man advantage, weapon advantage. RIMA set up for success. They know where Terran is as well. Surely this should be around for them. Yes, it does. Actually, the trade's coming out in the favor of DRG, but they pull things back down to a 2 versus 2. Marines coming in from the flank. The tap of the spike. Smoke comes through. The spray and pray. And it's a 1 versus 1. Rice on for the ace. Stick, shock dart, through the smoke, and the kills. Haiti answers back with 4 of her own, and you mentioned man disadvantage, weaker weapons, stuck in the side, yet they pull out the win.
I think Haiti just doubled her kills at 4k on the bonus to break the money here of RIMA. Oh mate, we're cooking with gas. Let's go. What a shocky as well with the peak timed perfectly. You literally couldn't have written a better script, mate. Now chance for the anti-eco here for Dangerous Rose, and we got a game on our hands.
Let's go stand. Bonus one. Low buy for Rima. You win this. Money looking great. Micro. You've been having a little fun. Odin in the hands of an attack Phoenix is something that I have not said, I don't think, ever.
I think there's a reason for that. There's probably a reason for that. But you know what? I give Micro a pass because that Odin ace was ridiculous. And very entertaining. Smoke 2 top mid here for Dangerous Rose. This is where Rima's starting to pivot. This could be a mid crunch. Flash through the top mid smoke. Hades in front of it. Absolute mess.
What?
It's worked out. We're in a 3-on-3 now though, Coldan. Give yourself a second to breathe. Back to full HP for the Phoenix. What do?
Bugsy, only one here. Phoenix gets out of harm's way. They've extracted the Phoenix, got the spike as well. But Bugsy wants a little bit more. Here's the reload. Here she comes around the corner. Does not care that they're holding down mid. Marine left alone. And it's a thrifty round of all ways to do it. Rima, they take it away thanks to a mid crunch and aggression coming in from Market.
I cursed it. We cursed it, Coldan.
No, the Odin.
I thought they were back and better than ever. Then they lose to Pistols. I feel like I'm watching my bloody team play right now. It's just tilting. Attack timeout here. I'd imagine that's going to be on the side of Dangerous Rose. We'll see. It's Rima, actually. Which, you know, I don't mind. Give yourself a chance to calm down. This is actually an incredibly important swing round. You can really kind of mess with the money of Dangerous Rose if you pick this round up, and this could just be the game on a silver platter for you. So I don't mind it. It is going to give a chance for Dangerous Rose, though, to also chat. Tack timeouts are a double-edged sword. So this is a chance for Dangerous Rose to recompose themselves after losing to Thrifty and try to get their heads screwed on right. One off the showstopper for them. Run it back and Thrash available for Rima. These are fantastic retake ultimates. So we'll see what they're going to bring into a round like this.
Still the Odin purchase though. I
Yeah.
can get over it. It is not.
It's
Phoenix
a gun you
flashing
can
for
buy.
themselves.
It is a...
And then, yeah, technically, true. Pilski, you are correct. That is factual.
You're allowed to buy that. If you have 3.2k, you can buy that.
You can buy Spectres on Breeze too.
They did do that. That's allowed.
That is allowed. Not illegal.
It didn't work,
Check the
but
rules.
it was allowed. All right. Raise on the info line towards elbow and the Gecko. This is pretty classic setup at the moment. There's the dart on the window, dealt with straight away by Yanni. Patience from Dangerous Rose. Waiting for some aggression. They got caught in this position from the Phoenix setup before. Mosh at the ready. Reactive util from the Gecko, and the paint shells could really break up this push as they contact up.
Here comes the boombot. Oh, alright. Just one of the players noted for gunfire. Mosh pit there just for a little bit of time to reposition. They have the Thrash as well, so Tub. Very key piece of utility available, and look at Dangerous Rose. They don't like the sound of things. They hear a little bit too much pressure. They decide, hey, let's pivot off. Let's try mid.
40 seconds. This is very indecisive. I'm getting deeply concerned. Market door broken. Are they going to go back to A off the back of that? They pulled the Phoenix back towards top middle. There's another dark cover. Yeah, 30 seconds. They're going to go back. The Thrash is active. The paint shells are active. The run it back. The flood could be so deadly on this A site. There's 20 seconds. They're still walking Coldan. Please, someone tell them what the clock says.
Revealing area. 15 seconds left. One player in the side. Yanni has the chance to do the funniest thing. Wait, you have guys. You gotta run. Guys, you gotta run with the Odin in hand. The threat comes through. They're all stunned. No, they don't. The spike getting planted. Yanni is here. Yanni answers back. Just a single kill, and that is the round over. Yeah, you can get all the kills you want from now and here on out, but that is 12. No way it comes down to that.
Oh my god.
Oh, we got a 6th player. It's called Father Time.
Bro. to be fair, you know, I can't really talk smack at all because up until a very late age, I couldn't read the clock either. Just like, you know, the hands, the short hand, the long hand, what does it all mean?
Is there a pause? Is there a pause? Or are they just stunned in spawn? Okay, there is a pause. Okay.
Bro, I don't know, tactical, technical. They need a bloody spiritual pause at this point. Like that play needed Jesus. For real. I feel bad for that bear. Like that's not where, that's where I'm gonna end up if they stop hiring me for GC. Not gonna lie.
I think the OBS is trying to tell us the kind of strat that was.
Wow, that's toxic.
Alright, my bad. Okay,
I didn't say it. You said it, Coldan, not me. That wasn't even me, bro.
The OBS put it in front of me. I you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, they got 5 ults.
Let's look at the bright side. Let's look at the bright side, right? They got 5 ults.
Hey,
money is not the worst.
If I'm gonna look on the right side, oh, okay. So what I'm hearing from the producer is that round was an April Fool's joke.
Ah, all right, makes sense now.
So we're just tech pausing, and what we're actually gonna do is a round rollback. To round 17.
That's crazy.
That's absolutely not gonna happen. I'm telling lies on the broadcast. Please, nobody believe me.
All right, I didn't say it. Hey, it's on the record, right? Pilski, blood's on your hands.
It's not me.
I'm
Please,
washing mine.
Don't fire me. I can't end up like the bear between the dumpsters, bro. That's no way to live.
Oh my.
He looks happy there. He looks content. To be fair, maybe he's chilling. Maybe he likes being stinky.
That's actually a great metaphor, right? You gotta look at the bright side and things, you know. Sometimes you're squished between 2 trash cans, bunch of flies in your face, but you're still alive. You're still in this world. This is fine.
That's true.
This is very fine.
Yeah. All right, 10 seconds. Ticking down. We're out of the tech pause. We're ready to rock and roll. We got 5 ults here for Dangerous Rose. Every round of Valorant is an individual round. That last round never happened. We're back on the comeback train. 7 in a row. Dart to elbow. Once again, the Gecko and the Rays contesting, but after a measly Sova dart, they've had the fear of God put into them. They will fall back onto the safer lines. Ready with the reactive util here. Phoenix has floated over as well.
Alright, what do you have in store for us? We've got so many ultimates to work with. We're playing serious now. Lock in. No Odin. But a Guardian in the hands of Micro. Creeping up along, and that's a lot of space garnered already. RIMA are just content to play retake in this situation. Setting up all their utilities, everything that they would like. The paranoia. Run it back. More than enough to gain control over the side. Oh, showstopper invested by Yanni. Up and above, drops the spike as well as Pady. Things are getting heated up now. Retake has to be called for. Spike not yet planted, making their own sweet time, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. What does the defense have? Showstopper on the other side. A flash comes through. Spots out a couple of players. Reinforced off that angle. Oh, and the Molly is doing God's work. Rice with 2 beautiful kills. It's all falling apart. Showstopper invested. And at the back of the site. What can they do? Terran gets spotted out. A blind fire comes in. And RIMA with a beautiful retake. Incredibly done. It's 13 of 5. They survive the lower brackets and they eliminate Dangerous Rose.
Perfectly played retake, has to be said. Really, really well organized there. They just let all of that pressure, you know, really put a bit of a situation in Dangerous Rose's head. They kind of invested on the execute and burned through absolutely everything and lost a player on the way into the nice little off angle from the Rays. They had nothing left to defend that retake, and that's exactly what RIMA did, flooding back in. Beautiful back-to-back 3 halves for them to keep themselves alive in this lower bracket. And similar to the first series, that's another good little team to keep your eye on, I think. These are going to be some banger games in the lower bracket. We'll throw it back to the panel to discuss such things.
Thank you very much to Coldan and to Pilski for that very entertaining cast. I feel like, you know, I laughed way more than I thought I would during that. But Tash, this match, I believe, or that last map rather, I was not expecting that kind of, I guess, domination from Rima, especially in the first half, and I wasn't expecting, I guess, those kind of plays to come out of Dangerous Rose.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of had already projected this, especially after RIMA GC had taken down for fun on that map 14-12, a team that's a little bit more experienced compared to this particular team. Now, coming back into that matchup again, I understand why the Phoenix has picked up there. It's something that very, very loud inspired from Madrid, and I think that the Yoru was definitely from there as well. So I love to see all the girls really getting excited about how to play a more, I would say, a more competitive pick rather than the comfort picks. Now, coming into that first half, it felt like RIMA is all just so good at just cycling through their ults and just breaking Dangerous Rose's economy. They're doing well and making sure that because the map is very tiny, they don't need 2-3 ults at the same time to really try and take a side to win a round. They can just use one ult, it's already enough for them to take a side. And I think that DGR, they want to go for this more retake sort of play on defense side, but they're not getting that on the first half. And it's just really, really hard because you have Bugsy lurking tiles, you have Bless lurking on the backside as well. So every time DGR tries to go for that flank, for that lurk, they're just gonna get caught out so many times. And for RIMA, they already have a lot of protocols on as well. If say they're planting on B side, and you have Bless watching in on B main or the backside, she's saying, "Okay, I hear more than one going in from the flank. Can you throw in a flash?" Immediately, we're gonna see that that Gecko come through with the Dizzy, and she's gonna get 3 picks, like we saw on a particular round. I believe it was round number 9. Now, while I talk about this more, let's have a look at the score as well. And I think that on the second half, we were really expecting and hoping for TGR to get the pistol. It wasn't really the best one. They did. They managed to get 1 pistol. They managed to get 2 rounds out of that, which really projected them to a closer scoreline compared to the first half. But then after that, I felt after round number 16 and above, RIMA started to understand these patterns. It took some time, but it took them some time to understand. And RIMA started to have this sort of defensive play where they have 2 on top mid, 2 on site, and 2 on A. And DGR had no clue where to pivot to and where to go.
It's just so difficult when you have RIMA that just managed to get such amazing momentum in that first half, and then you are just like 3 rounds away from victory on series point, and you have Dangerous Rose that was willing to really go through that comeback, but it's just that they lost so much of that energy, they lost so much momentum. We could see that there were some miscoms, there were some things that maybe they should have paid more attention to that didn't get enough attention. But yeah, it's a lot to work off of, at least for this team, going into what their future might be, right? And for RIMA, I'm very, very excited for the rest of their playoffs run, right? Because this is a team that not only can frag, but they're not afraid to bring out so many things from their strat book, right? I feel like we haven't even scratched the surface of what this team is capable of and what Bugsy is capable of as well. I'm really, really excited to get to know them better. Also, especially since, again, this team is still just about to get their groove in here at the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a very, very new team. Other than 2 players that have previously played in, I believe it's Deviant Topaz, the rest are still very quite raw, very quite new. And they're really showing us that they are definitely understanding what it takes to come and compete here on the bigger stage. Bugsy, great, I would say really, really great performance from her. Great lurks. She had full control of tiles, and she was able to get so many picks coming in from tiles on the attack side, from tiles to mid all the way to market. They managed to do this really beautiful crunch sort of play with her teammates on site as well, which really doesn't give a lot of space for DGR to do anything on defense side. It was very rare to actually see them be able to defuse a spike safely. They only managed to get 2, I believe, in the first half before finally getting a few more rounds on attack. But by then, so many rounds were already given away. Again, the same thing I'm going to say from the first half is that they had given way too many rounds in the first half, that it gives very little room for them to come back and make mistakes. So props to RIMA GC for really doing their homework and being very dynamic with how they play. They have really good mid-round adjustments as well, and they're really good at pivoting. If they realize that, okay, we're gonna hit A and there's too many people, they're okay with letting the two to just continue their aim duels and quickly just pivot toward B. And it's okay because they're understanding that in terms of firepower, in terms of individual brilliance, they have it on themselves. They don't need all five to bring in the firepower to take a side.
And that really shows, that it's a testament to how this team is so willing to work together, especially since that was something that we saw consistently from Breeze all the way through Sunset, right? They're very, very active, very quick on the rotations. And that's also why I'm excited to see the rest of their playoffs run, because they seem like a team that, is really built and like so compatible with each other. So congratulations to them. For Dangerous Rose, though, I do have to say congratulations still to them. It was the first time that they made it all the way here through playoffs. So I do think that they had a lot of standout players too, especially Micro, who gave us a lot of today that will forever be etched
our Odin
in
hero.
our brains.
Yes, we're gonna be calling Micro our
Odin
Odin hero. Insane, absolutely insane. Now coming back to what you mentioned earlier in the pre-show about the journeys of these players. I again reminding everyone that previously we had an open 1, 2, 3, open overtime, and then we finally had elite. So these are all still within Asia Pacific itself, which means that you technically have 4 chances to make it to elite. So elite was where everyone would kind of like make it to champions, but this time around it's changed. You have split 1 and split 2, so the winners of split 1 will be moved into split 2, and the other 6 players or 4 players, let me just check on that, will be going through an open qualifiers to go through again. So basically split 2 is what all the players have their eyes on for to make it to GC Pacific, coming very, very soon in October to be exact. So which also means a lot of these players even though they don't have a lot of chances as they used to, which also means that they really have to push themselves. They really can't play around anymore because stakes are extremely high.
It also means that all of the teams that are here, all of the players that have made it here at playoffs, they absolutely 100% deserve to be here, because there's such a fine room to for mistakes, right? So you absolutely know that all of these teams really went up against the best of the very best to be able to get it here. Like you mentioned, Tash earlier, like RIMA GC did go up against some very heavy hitters from the Game Changer scene, that when we saw exactly why. So I think it's going to be really, really exciting. This is only stage 1, and we have so many new faces. We have so many new players to look out for, and so many old players rather returning, because perhaps the meta is now in their favor, because perhaps they found a team that can really cater to them more. So I love it. It's going to be so exciting here for the rest of the playoffs, and I can't wait to see the rest of these teams. We've only seen 4 here on our substream so far, and I think I believe Sipto did win for the first series on the upper bracket.
Are you surprised?
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's only like Alexei, Camille, and Neri on there. I mean, who else? Shirazi's on there too, and then you have Tara. I mean, why would I?
I'm excited for Tara's return. It's been a while.
Oh yeah.
So here's a bit of a fun fact for Tara. She actually was planning on stopping competing entirely. She had a new job, planning on have a baby. So because the girls actually called her back to play, she actually stopped doing all of that just to compete with the girls. So it is very exciting to see her actually find that passion again, that little spark to compete once again. So it is very, very exciting. So
that's amazing.
It is amazing. You hear these kind of stories come through, right? And especially for the girls, because as for girls, not a lot of us actually compete. The stage isn't as big as what it is, or at least set for the guys as well. So hearing that, that we're getting second chances, or we're getting like more time to even compete as life goes on, is something very exciting to hear as well. It's also very, very inspiring if you think about it. Now coming back into today, I think that it's also a statement play as well. The fact that for fun, a team that has that has had all these players from Galaxy before, from OGX, hearing them have gone down, not being able to make it because of the newer blood is also something to watch out for. But for now, I think we do have an interview, right, Mika?
Yes, we do. Let's bring on Rice over here to your screens and pull her in for a quick interview. Hey, Rice. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Oh my gosh. Wait, we're seeing ourselves on your screen and as we're watching our
Oh,
screen.
this is like it's like
Screenception.
streamception right now. Wow, exciting.
Hi, Rice. So we
Hi,
have some
hi.
quick questions for you. I really I know that you've been playing with Bugsy and Yanni for a while. So how did you guys manage to pull this team together for Game Changers Southeast Asia?
Bless was introduced to a mutual friend, and we just picked her up from the DB roster because we heard that they were disbanding. Yeah. So actually, when we first approached Bless, actually she didn't want to play. She wanted to stop, like take a break from competing, but she was like, "Oh, actually this team got potential," so she gave it a try. Yeah.
You know, I really like hearing that coming through because I think that you guys have a really solid roster coming through as well. So let's talk a little bit about your journey coming into Game Changers. So when you guys came through here, you guys came up against a very strong team for fun. I'm sure you guys are very familiar with the players of that roster. How tough was it trying to take that roster down, and were you expecting to win against them?
No, actually, I was completely not expecting to win against them because one of them is my friend Mandu. Yeah. Then there was a lot of fear for me going into that game because like my team counts on me a lot. They depend on me a lot for like the agiling and stuff. But they just kept reminding me and motivating me that it doesn't matter who we're playing against as long as we play together. We don't care about what they're doing. We play together. We can win it. So yeah.
That's a lot of confidence, honestly, coming through. I love hearing that from you. Mika, what do you have another question for her?
I do. I was wondering if there's a team that you really wanted to go up against here in the playoffs. Which team is it and why?
Actually, we don't really have like any expectations for ourselves or anything. We just want to come here and have fun. And actually, we're all just like really excited that we made it to the playoffs. So we're just ready for whichever team comes up next. Yeah.
All right, so final question from me. Now that you're already in playoffs, you've already managed to survive another day. So can you share with us a little bit about how you girls, you already told us the story of how you guys got together, but what about your routines? Or like, how are you guys managing to practice? Because it seems like some of you guys are very, very new and some of you have competed before. What's it like for you in the team, and how's the routine going on for your prep?
We don't have much of a routine. It's more like screams, dry run. We actually never bothered. but routine wise, I don't think any one of us have an actual routine for like aim or anything. We just sort of just wake up and then come together into the call early and then start practicing together, and then we just learn from our screams and stuff.
All right, there we go. Thank you so much for spending time and answering questions. Congratulations today on your win.
Congratulations.
Really excited for you guys to see a new team, new faces. I think because for a long time we've had the same teams for a while now, and now with the region now being split from South Asia, we're seeing more new faces. Mika, what's your thoughts?
I think it's so exciting, and I would love to see more faces, just like Rice, for example, who I think 100% deserves some of the spotlight this year, and the rest of RIMA GC. So congratulations to you guys, and good luck with the rest of your playoffs run. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Gotta love that screenception that we had.
I love
I was looking for myself on the screen.
Oh, you were? I could see myself because I was at the bottom. But anyways, I wanted to say that this is really exciting for me. Coming in, seeing this team come together as well. And I think a lot of teams as well kind of formed quite last minute. Hearing the news about GC Southeast Asia, which means that it's a lot easier for a lot of the players now because there's a lot more slots. They don't have to worry about the stronger teams before, like Global Esports or Orangutan would mostly be playing in South Asia as well, which means there's a lot more areas for them to play, which is also really exciting because it really shown today. We're really served today by the newer players, showing us that the veterans are no longer on top.
Absolutely, and you also have returning players, right? Players that we haven't seen maybe since 2022 that are suddenly making that comeback. As we go into our brackets for today, we're seeing, these two teams come out on top, two new teams, Aura Differential, and we have RIMA GC, right? And we know that a lot of these teams have had familiar names, but we also see new names coming in, like Graham's on the side of Aura Differential that made such a mark. So it really is all about this. This is what the Game Changer scene is about, developing all of this new talent to go up against against those that have made it to champions in the past, right? That have made it onto that stage and have become household names here in the Game Changers Southeast Asia scene, Tash.
That's right. So tomorrow for lowers, we're gonna be having only one stream, thankfully. So we're gonna be seeing, oh my god, I have to say this on stream, Mommy's Little Kittens versus Aura Differential, and then after that we're gonna see Money First versus RIMA. So these are two very, very exciting matches because again, tomorrow will be a full day of elimination matches.
I love how you brought that attention to the names. Our names can get very creative here, as well as the logos. It's something that we do love to see as well. As creative as all of the strats, all of the plays that we're eager to see here on Game Changers, because it's a whole new stage, it's a whole new season, and we've got so many new teams here that are eager to make their mark. So stay tuned for that. We have more action coming for you tomorrow. For now, it's Tashbunny and Mika Fabs signing out for you guys. See ya.
Remaining. Enemy remaining.
That's three. We're done here.
One enemy remaining. Remaining.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
Planting.
My world. Spike planted. Done. Spike down.
Toxins going up.
Poison. Last player standing. Spike down. B.
There.
One enemy. Team Ace.
Get out of my way.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Last. Who? One enemy remaining. I don't die so.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Fake teleport.
One enemy.
Toxins going up.
Why destroyed? Taken out. My ult. It was you or me.
Orb emitting.
One enemy remaining.
Inside.
Idiot.
10 seconds left. Last player standing. One enemy